Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy, do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy
They
there.
got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case. Dati mihi Anglican police service Latinos. I didn't ask you to interrupt me.
Is that correct?
Oh, for Trump's sake.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. Oh, and I'm in the wrong spot. Sorry. There we go. Welcome, one and all. Great to have you here. See, is everything, seats are working? I think everything's working. Good. Happy Friday, by the way. Happy Friday. Let's go here. So you know you're not missing a thing, right? Happy Friday to everybody. It is really good to be here once again. There we go. Make that a little bigger. Big shout out to Kelly H. Kelly gifts a membership at the beginning of each live stream. Thank you very much, Kelly. Appreciate you very much. Jennifer Juniper also gifted him a live membership. Thank you both for your generosity. I feel a sneeze coming on. It's teasing me, which means it won't happen. Amy P., welcome to the gallery. Thank you very much, Amy. Great to have you here. Would not be the same without you here, Amy. Welcome, one and all. It is Friday. We are so close to the weekend, and more than anything else, it is closing arguments day in the Karen Reed case. We made it through. It's day 33 of the trial. Day 33. We made it all the way to closing arguments. There will be deliberation beginning today, and possibly a verdict. Just incredible. It seems like we'd never get here, and suddenly here we are. Okay, is chat on the screen? Let's see. Maybe not. Maybe it is. There we go. Sharkay gifted 5 memberships. Sharkay, thank you very much. Love it. Let me recognize the others here now that I've put the chat back on the screen. Kelly H right up here. Jennifer Juniper and Junipa. And Amy P as well. Cindy Lou, member for 24 months, hit the big 2-4. Says, wow, 2 years. I'm in the pink. It's been real. Looking forward to the next 2 years. Cindy Lou, thank you very much. OG, by the way. Jacqueline Hopkins, welcome to the gallery. Jacqueline, welcome. Brand new member today. Thank you as well. Just know that now that you're here, you can never leave. But you're among friends. It's all good. Let's see. If you missed the podcast last night, you missed out. It was a lot of fun, and only regret talking about a couple of the topics. Won't talk about them now, but it's always a good time at the podcast. You can catch it on the rewatch if you need to. Brandy Joe says, bummed. I was first in chat and I typed more monring and I removed it to type correctly and I got beat to it by Camilla's hi. So good monring to everyone. Brandy Joe, good monring to you. Wonderful. Speaking of first in chat, Brandy Joe, so close. Soon, Brandy, it's going to be you. All right. Camilla, Juanilla Gonzalez, congratulations. You, my friend, were first in chat today. It was close, but you made it. You said hi first before anybody else, which means you clearly had more energy and pep in your step than anyone. And so we're going to assign you with all that added energy. We're going to assign you internet ownership. We're going to gift you the entire internet for your maintenance skills. That's right. You're just responsible for fixing it. There's no monetary reward that comes with it or anything. You can download a certificate commemorating this amazing event from our shopping page for the low fine of 50 cents. It's great for a cover sheet or as use or for framing on the wall, things like that. I messed that line up, didn't I? I'm almost 100%. I'm like 98% right now as far as health goes. I just sound occasionally like that. 2% of the time I sound stuffed up. But what's this new screen? I'm confused. I just want to show you that we are anxiously waiting to go into court, and you're not going to miss a thing when it happens. We're going to be there. Anyway, good stuff. We worked overnight. We got the closing arguments and verdict for that little case we were watching yesterday. If you want to watch that, we can watch that during verdict watch. Does that make sense? During verdict watch, which will be crazy because we'll be in verdict watch and have a verdict. So the music will have to play, but it won't be like the music. It will be the music, but it won't be for the case. Let's see. Did you see Turtle Boy interview juror from the first trial that was dismissed on the last day talking about the case at a bar 6 weeks earlier? I haven't watched any of that. Josh, whoa. Josh says celebrating KR almost being over. Sincerely, mods. The mods.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye.
The mods have been amazing. And I think most of them, if not all, said, please don't do this one. Please don't do this one. For our own sanity, please don't do this one. And I did it. And they've been here and just been amazing. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I mean, what dedication. Through gritted teeth and vacations to Italy. Just amazing. All right. Thank you, Josh, for your incredible support of the channel. All right. Squidward says, I'm so excited and scared. I will have an AirPod in my ear all day today, maybe even during my psychiatrist appointment. She's like, you seem distracted. What's on your mind? Hang on. There's verdict music. Yeah. Check the psycho box. Care has been divisive for sure. It's the first time anyone in chat has ever said bruh to me. Bruh? I'm not even sure what bruh means. I'm not even sure if anyone who says it knows what it means. Big kudos to the mods. Thank you very much, Rebecca. All right. Jen Jops, what a morning. Pony got legs stuck under a stable door. Lifted the door clean off. I have 3 escaped sheep in the field, but I can't find the owner. Hammering with rain now. Yeah. These are the days you look back on and laugh, but right now it's okay to cry, Jen. It's okay to just sit down and cry. Is bruh short for bro? It's long for bro, maybe. All right. Good. Bruh means, dude, you're kidding me. Mark, thank you. Is that like straight from like the Urban Dictionary? I hesitate to check it for definitions because
I was told counsel wanted to see me at Sidebar.
It has no filter. There's no filter. Oh my goodness, it is Friday the 13th. Let's celebrate those people who have an amazing Friday the 13th birthday today. If you have one. Kazap the Great, straight from EDB. That's awesome.
Semantics here.
Let's see. Reports are saying there's a somber feel outside the courthouse today. Everyone is really quiet.
Happy birthday. You look good.
Hopefully they have a little respect for the court system, and that's part of it. But another part of it is that the police are enforcing the no loud noises in the buffer zone rule. So you can't shout or yell or cheer or things like that. They're ordering you to be quiet. Jen Jobs had a good cry. Good. You deserved that one. You've earned that. Don't feel bad at all. I mean, you can feel bad, but don't feel bad about crying. All right. Let's see if we have any birthdays to celebrate. We do this every morning. We like to begin the day by singing to the people who have a wonderful reason to celebrate. I'm not superstitious. I got married on the Friday the 13th. It seemed to work out for me. It's all good. Let's see. Candy Kiss says, my little girl Mackenzie turns 6 today. She always sings along happy birthday with us every day before trial. Could she be added to the song, please? Mackenzie, for sure. Turning 6. That's a great birthday. Happy birthday, Mackenzie. We'll sing to you as well. Any other birthdays other than Mackenzie? Please look at the post. What post? What post are we looking for? Please pray for 2 of the Putnam County, Florida deputies who were involved in a horrible crash last night. They're both in critical condition but stable. Oh, man. Thank you, Deanie. I sent you a message, by the way, Deanie. I'm not sure if you responded. Let's see. Let's see, where were the birthdays? Were they right here? Here we go. Here we go. Josh has the birthdays. We have Baybars, Mackenzie, John O'Mara, John Scap, and Lily all celebrating their birthdays today. So here's what we're going to do. We're all going to stand up, take a breath. We're going to sing together. And this is not a solo. I don't do solos. Okay? This is not me singing to you and for your listening enjoyment. No, this is not. Don't think that's the case. Even if you're new here, everybody sings. Everybody sings. So please don't be the one person who doesn't, because we'll know. Trust us, we have ways. But what we're going to do is we're going to stand up, take a deep breath, shoulders back, project your voice to the back of the room, blend your voice with your neighbor, warm up with me if you will. La 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 la. There we go. We're going to sing to Baybars, Mackenzie, John O'Mara, John Scap, and Lily. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Baybars, Mackenzie, John O'Mara, John Scap, and Lily. Happy birthday to you. Baybars, Mackenzie, John O'Mara, John Scap, and Lily. Today is your special day. I realize there are a million places you could be and a million people you could have celebrated with, but you chose to be here with us. The privilege, pleasure, the honor, the joy is ours. Hopefully we can turn that joy back to you in some small way, make your day a little more special. Begin by helping yourself with free pancakes at Denny's, IHOP, Village Inn, Waffle House, McDonald's, Tammy Dunlap's house, Bob Evans, and Andy's Grill. If any of those places don't let you have the free pancakes, let me know. Just for you people, because I got you. I'll cover your pancakes if they won't. Happy birthday. Especially Mackenzie, 6 years old. Mackenzie, thanks for singing along. Mackenzie, I could hear you. I could hear you singing. It was wonderful. All right, the dancers are doing their thing. They practice this all week. The high kicks look great. Was a fun year. I'm trying to remember what I did when I was 6. Broke my arm. Don't remember. It was a long time ago. Okay, we got an air drum solo coming up. You sang the birthday song. Now it's time to play the air drums to finish the song off in style. Let's give this a proper finish. Beautiful. Thank you all, one and all. Let's see, I want to do a swoop. I want to do a swoop to this one. Swoop. There we go. It's not a real swoop. It's not like a Rob swoop, but it was a slide. It looks better than just like cutting between like cut, right? So, all right. There we go. Where are we? Oh my goodness. Yes, I know that I don't like pointing out the drama, but look, I know that somebody's going to be disappointed today, right? One side or the other is going to be disappointed. I don't think there's going to be the jury walks out of there with a conclusion or a solution that satisfies both sides. It's not going to happen. If they reach a verdict today, one side will be disappointed. And I'd encourage you to respect the system and say the jury has spoken, and that's where we're at. I don't think the jury is biased at all. Other than just life experience, that's what they bring into jury selection. I think that they'll do a fair job and listen to the evidence and weigh it as they see fit and reach a conclusion. I hope they do reach a verdict. I don't want another hung, but I hope they reach a verdict. Anyway, I was noticing, I was on Twitter, and I was noticing that it seems like no matter what happens in court, there are some voices on each side that like to proclaim it either as an absolute total demolishing win or a devastating loss for the other side. It's like no matter what happens, they've pre-written the script as like, our side actually smashed it today. It was great. Pretty funny. I'm trying to remember the particular one that that caught my attention.
Check.
Yeah, I hear you. Go ahead. Let's see. I think it was this guy.
Check.
You're good. Okay, here we go.
You are unmuted.
We're starting right now. We're starting early.
Do you agree with that? No, that's complete garbage.
Now we'll be maybe seated.
Jurors on their way?
No, we need to be heard, unfortunately.
Okay, come over to Sidebar, please. The jurors are on their way.
Do you agree with that? No, that's complete garbage. Is that what he just said? Is that what Brennan said? That's complete garbage? Now I need to pull up the replay machine and see what just happened. He said, do you agree with that? No, that's complete garbage. Take a minute to load all 33 days worth of video. Okay, we're going to listen to this one more time. Just audio. Audio only. Ready? Make sure I got the sound turned on. To HDMI. There we go.
You are unmuted.
Listen.
Do you agree with that? No, that's complete garbage.
Do you agree with that? No, that's complete garbage. I think that was Lally. Brennan asked Lally, do you agree with that? And Lally says, no, it's complete garbage. Prosecution's still upset. They're all still standing over by Sidebar. They are not happy with the solution. Must not be over. They're just going to regroup and Sidebar again. Ms. Little goes up and offers something to the judge. It was not an apple. I think it was a... Oh, and jurors walking in, judges walking out. So we're going to turn to Twitter to see what just happened because we're not going to start as we thought we were going to. Let's see. Oh, no. Judge asked to speak with a court officer at the sidebar. No. Well, the Attorney Little did give her a thumb drive, and now she's headed to her chambers to look at something. Hilda B just gifted a membership. I tell you, it started crazy. Crazy. Tammy Dunlap, thanks for the free pancakes at your house this morning. As always, appreciate that. Hope somebody was able to take you up on that offer. Friday the 13th vibes already. So, thumb drive gets handed to the judge. The judge then goes to her chambers. It sounds like the judge is going to plug that thumb drive into her computer. First of all, from a security standpoint, that's very, very brave of you, Your Honor. I like to only plug in thumb drives into computers that are not mine and that will not get ruined or corrupted based on whatever is on the thumb drive. Raina, thank you very much. From Canada, sent 10 gifted memberships. You guys are amazing. They're flying out the door as we speak. Snarky K, I love the name change. Oh my gosh, what a perfect day to have my 26-month membership anniversary. I love you all, and I'm sure you'll be glad when I'm not talking about this trial. LOL. Snarky K, thank you very much for your attorney level support. 26 months. It's amazing. Alexa says I do birthday waffles. That's great. Let's see. Barb says, where in Canada? What province are you from? Court reporter has a big cup of coffee. She knew today would be a long day. Judy says hello from Australia. Let's get everyone to check in. We've got a little bit of a break while the judge is watching whatever it is she's watching back in her room. Let's shout out where we're from as far as countries. So you know what, if your country is represented, that's cool. We probably don't need 500 United States on there, but let's see what other parts of the world are here. Let's see. Covington, Georgia, Central Florida, Pittsburgh, Ontario, Aurora, Ontario, London, UK, Emmy, love London. Hey there, Australia, Pennsylvania here, from Missouri. Greeners is shouting USA. We've got Denmark, Greeners. Let me just point out for a minute. I'm pretty sure you owned the internet yesterday, and it went down, like all of it. Everything was down, and I'm going to have to probably make some marks in your record about performance and duties because it took a little too long to bring everything back. So we'll need to talk. Tony Green, USA, Berkshire, USA. I've spent some time in Aylesbury. I think that's in Berkshire. Aylesbury and is Watford? I don't know. I don't remember the different areas. Let's see. Texas Panhandle, Pennsylvania, Wilmington, North Carolina, my own state right there. Wilmington is beautiful. Snarky K gifted a membership. Cape Cod, Massachusetts. Lots of Irish here. We have it. California is represented. Katrina, sorry it's so early for you. I know these East Coast trials make you wake up early. North Dakota is here. Alberta, Canada, West Virginia, Ohio, South Dakota, says Francis Fitzgerald. We've got Texas from Grace Sanchez. New Hampshire, USA. StreamYard nosedives. StreamYard, Google Drive, Snapchat. I mean, dozens of online big websites crashed completely. Let's see. Correction, I didn't own the internet yesterday. Okay, I'll mark it up with somebody else's. Nova Scotia, Canada there. Bonnie Smith, welcome. Kansas on the board. Tammy in Kansas, obviously. Waves to Ireland from Nothing Like It. Cleveland, Ohio. Woot woot. Jacksonville, Florida. Jackie's in Michigan. Manchester, UK. Gulf Shores, Alabama are here. I skipped a few here. Let's see. Greece and UK, Denmark in the house. California, Pennsylvania. You read that right. That's awesome. I didn't know there was a city named California, Pennsylvania. Ohio's here. Nova Scotia, I had a dream that I'm supposed to go there from my mom who passed away in 20. Wow. You're going to Nova Scotia. That's awesome. Let's see. Newfoundland, Canada, says Aaron Parker. Buffalo, New York. New Yorker. UK, England, Lincolnshire. Wolverhampton, UK. I knew a buddy, last name of Cope, from Wolverhampton. Let's see. South Florida, Arkansas, Maryland. Running the Australian Marathon in August. Oh my goodness. Is that cold? It's cold then, right? It's on the other side of the world. It's not going to be like super hot. Ashington, UK. We have a lot of UK people here today. Maine here. Buy a lobster, 2 for $25. This is Sidebar and Chill. I like lobster. I tried it for the first time this year. Can you pronounce it? Yes. It goes like this. Netherlands. Here Hugo Ward. I don't know. That's as close as I got. Here Hugo Ward. Greenwood, Indiana is in the house. Welcome. Lafayette is here. Is this a new kind of roll call? Sort of. Makes it a little easier. Fellow Connecticut. What is a Connecticut? What's a person who lives in Connecticut called? Nashville, Tennessee. Let's see, Buffalonians. We've got Buffalonians. Florence, Alabama, Nebraska, Louisiana. It's awesome to see where everyone's from. We actually have a map where if you choose, you can put your city on the map and see all the other subscribers and what city they're from. We don't ask for their address. We don't want to give out private information. Richmond, Virginia, just north of me. Montgomery, Indiana. Swansea, Wales. Got a friend from Swansea as well. You know what came from Wales? I think it's the band's I Would Walk 5,000 Miles and I Would Walk 5,000 More. That song. I think they're from Wales. A Connecticutter. A Connecticutter. Is that the truth, Greeners? I'm just not sure if that's right. Minnesota. Any Boston peeps here? The Proclaimers. That's right. Bergen, Norway. Love Norway. Been there a couple times. Beautiful. Love to fish for trita in the fjords. And I can honestly say that's where I learned how to fish, in Norway. So, spent some time in Larvik. They're on the coast. We'd always go down and watch the Petra vessel. The big, it's like a cruise ferry thing. Pull in. It was beautiful. New Jersey. We've got, KDB says, no, Scotland. Minot, North Dakota. Lakeville, Minnesota. Any updates from X? Only that the judge took the jump drive and went to her, the attorney Little gave her, and went to her office. I have to sort of put things together. We heard right at the very beginning, no, that's complete garbage from the prosecution, and then we have to talk sidebar from prosecution, and then Miss Little hands up a jump drive, and the judge goes and watches it. So she should, I don't know what she's watching, but it's probably done by now. She's making a decision. She should be out here any minute now, which means the jury probably gets sent out again. We did a poll yesterday. We did a poll. We did our poll. Highlands of Scotland, so where the little haggis roam on the hillside. Loch Lomond no more. Loch Lomond no more. Shout out to all our international addicts. We have the map. I'm not sure if somebody posted it. I'm pretty sure somebody might have already. There it is. There's a link. Thank you, Samantha, for that. There are two links on this. The first one is a map where you can put your PIN on the map. So you click that and you enter your information. It takes a little bit of time because we have to make sure there's no personal information or something that's inappropriate on there. And then the second link is where you can actually view the map and you can see where everybody's from and see who's around you and things like that. It only shows one person per city, but if you search for a specific username, it will show them even if they're in the same city of somebody who's already on there, right? Thumb drive contained an entire feature film. We maybe sometime I think it was like Lord of the Rings, a director's cut. That's what I saw just from looking at the thumb drive. The Proclaimers are Scottish. I thought they were from Ireland. Just Googled it. I thought they were from Wales. I'd love to visit some of these friends in chat. Oh my goodness, the places they're from. Can you imagine if everyone was able to just take a picture of the sunset from the area of the world where they're at, and just like we all just had sunset pictures from all over the world? That would be amazing. We should do that on Facebook. Defense asked for transparency and alternate juror selection, and Lally said it was garbage. Motion was denied, by the way. So wow. Did they give her a video of her stacking the deck last time? Both teams are watching videos on their laptops. A reasonable assumption, says Sue O'Connell, is that one of the teams is planning on using video in the close, and it's being reviewed. Oh. Windy and raining in Glasgow, Scotland. Is that Glasgow, Scotland, or Glasgow, Canada? I think there's one in Canada too, right? Proclaimers have Welsh ancestry. See the Welsh flag there. Sloth Life Leaf Blower member for 17 months says it only took 17 months to hear RA literally talking poop and Amber sloshed on a live. It was worth the wait. Okay. Podcast was great last night. That's all I can say. We had some great things to talk about. Abby J says, been missing in action for a while, but I'm back. Had my baby girl on 5/19, and we both had some health issues after, but we have both made a full recovery. Abby, congratulations, new mom. That is just amazing. Welcome. Good to have you back, and good to hear that both of you are doing well. Welcome to the gallery. We've missed you. It's good to have you back. Adele is from Wales, but I thought she was from the UK. Is everybody from Wales? I could claim I've got Welsh ancestry. I thought it was Norwegian, but turns out it's Welsh. So we're keeping an eye on what's happening in court. Sue O'Connell reports that Mr. Brennan visited with Mrs. O'Keefe and the family. I'm not sure if that means that they're talking in the courtroom. Kimberly G is high in the sky right now, 33,000 feet up, watching from the friendly skies. Enjoy your flight. All the Welsh people are from there. Amber was not sloshed. Does Starlink work on airplanes? I'm not sure if they let you use it, but I'm pretty sure it should. I don't know if it will. I know that my Starlink is limited to like a certain speed. I can't remember what it is. They say if you're going over a certain speed, it might not perform well. So airplanes go faster than I drive. But Hilda B gifted a membership. Thank you. Aaron Blackman also gifted a membership this morning. Jay Quellen, welcome to the gallery. I love their reference. Ron, good to have you here. Cindy Lou, 2 years in pink. That is just great. Amy P, welcome to the gallery. Sharkay gifted 5 memberships. I think we caught some of those earlier, but thank you. Thank you for your generosity. VZF Baby, member for 18 months, says excited for verdict watch today. Not guilty. Anything else he won't be able to convince me they didn't buy a juror. Okay, I see where you went there. You guys need a bit of a UK geography lesson. We do. Wales is part of the UK. Can't use Starlink on an airplane. However, the plane's internet service might be via Starlink, which is weird. You can't use your own Starlink. The reason being, you need the receiver to be on the outside. Okay, so I'm sure they've got a receiver, like a antenna panel on the outside of the plane. Inside the plane, there's not enough view of the sky. Even pointed it out the window, it just wouldn't get a good signal. So Irish Eyes, you went back and listened. You heard the comment before. Brennan said, do you agree with that? And Lolly said, no, it's complete garbage. And then they went to Sidebar, and now the judge is watching things, and everyone else is watching things. Chat's moving fast. It is. We're all excited to be here. Trying to keep an eye on Twitter to see if there's some new updates somewhere. Morgan LaRusick, member for 9 months. Happy 16th wedding anniversary to me. Happy 16th, Morgan. To you and yours. Happy anniversary. That's really cool. Small planes throw the antenna on the dash. I'm just saying that the window you have looking out the, aisle 11B or whatever it is you're on, it's probably not going to be a big enough view to get the satellite signal. Did the judge select the 4-person again? I think that's what she does. Jana, I'm sorry you're disappointed. I began quite pro-prosecution in this case. I think they had a very strong circumstantial case against Karen, and I think that some of their own witnesses weakened it, and some other credible witnesses the defense brought would be the wrong word, weakened it as well.
You are unmuted.
So, Judge, where are we?
You set this up.
Thank you.
I get in here. I need to see that flash drive.
Pink flash drive from Miss Little.
Here, I need my mouse, too.
Golden Tales and Epic Trails have a silly question. Why is everyone saying acknowledge the pages?
All right, so why don't I see counsel over here at Sidebar? I've got my computer up.
Okay, she's going to show them what she sees on this. Wow. To be a fly on the wall. We say acknowledge because Sergeant Buchanan, who was an officer, he was the boss over Proctor, Investigator Proctor, during this trial, he said he didn't like the text. He just clicked the acknowledge button, meaning I've acknowledged that I've received the text and I'll read it later. I haven't read it yet. And so we were sort of poking fun at him because everyone knows that that's the like button. And so we say, please acknowledge the stream. That's why. Everybody is there. This is a big day. The judge has the laptop pulled up. It has Ms. Little's jump drive in it. And she is showing them what she sees, or maybe she's going over something on her laptop with them there. John O'Keefe's dad is here. He has not been here for most of the trial. This is the sidebar of the sidebar. So there have been two sidebars so far today. We do want to count those as well. I don't expect that we get anywhere near the 14 we had yesterday or the 14 we had the day before, which was a no sidebar day. So there's John and Peggy right there. That's John's dad. Sorry, I said John. That's John and Peggy. Or that's Peggy. I can't remember John's dad's name. Is it John as well? That's Mr. O'Keefe's parents. Let's say it that way. Is it John Sr.? Did they say the other day that AJ and Lally are doing closing arguments? I think so. Which is, obviously, I would say it's a surprise to me that Mr. Brennan doesn't do the closing arguments, because Mr. Brennan is extremely good at arguing things. That's one of the areas where he shines. You might not like his style, but he's good at it. I don't know. Paul does look like his dad, especially as they sit their head at the same angle, wearing the same haircut. Both sets of parents are there. There are a ton of people saying corruption. Do you see it too? Would you use that word too? I'm not going to use the word conspiracy. Corruption, it only takes one to be corrupt. And I think there's evidence that we have one that's corrupt. I don't see it in the judge. I see bias in the judge. I don't see corruption in the judge. Let's see. Yeah, everyone's watching something on the judge's screen right now. I don't know who's who other than the immediate family for either Karen or John O'Keefe's family. Now she's nodding affirmatively toward her father. Let's see. Sue has done some great play-by-play. Let's see. She's Judge calls a sidebar. They're watching something on her screen. From the sidebar, Karen smiles at her father. Now she's nodding affirmatively toward her father. Yannetti pats Karen's shoulder at the sidebar. I'm so nosy. I have to know. We can't see it, but we've got judges smiling while talking with Alessi and Jackson at sidebar. So sometimes she smiles when she's not happy, though. I would recommend giving Sue O'Connell a follow on Twitter if you haven't. The amount of time that she's put into this, sometimes just tracking monotonous details about what jurors are doing what in this trial, has been fantastic and given us a view into the side of the court that we cannot see through the live stream. So big shout out to her. Let's see if I can see where Sue is. She is... I think she's on the end in black, right next to the larger bailiff with the blue shirt. I think that's Sue. Yep, because I can see her looking down and tweeting as we speak. And she just sent... Yannetti is smiling. Karen smiles towards her dad again. Yes, that is Sue. Is the jury present? We heard the jury was coming in, and we assume they are from the camera angle. Sometimes when they're not here, we get a little lower view that shows some of the jurors' seats, but I don't see any heads showing. They may have been excused when the judge was gone. I think it would only be appropriate for them to be sent back out, which the judge doesn't like, having them force them to come up, walk up the stairs, come in, go back, turn around, walk down the stairs, go back out. I don't see Ayden Kearney there. Is it Ayden? Turtle Boy. I don't see him. Could just be he didn't win a lottery seat. He's watching from outside. They're still looking at the judge's laptop. Karen comes back to talk to Mr. Wolk. Snarky K gifted 5 memberships. Karen looks really happy. Getting set for the day, setting up her laptop and notepad. Mr. Yannetti comes back. Raina gifted another 10 memberships. It is raining gift memberships this morning. I did hear that Turtle Boy was found not guilty. That should, I believe, did that conclude all of the trial? The charges against him, or is that just for portions of the? I know there were several different allegations. Mr. Wolk, Lisa, is the defense tech guy. He's the guy that looks like he's set up on the luggage rack, the pile of luggage and bags. He's got little computers. He runs the display for the defense team. You have to bring your own tech guy. He has one more to fight. Okay, that's what I thought. He's got another one. Miss Chris gifted 5 memberships. Thank you. It does look like he's set up just on a pile of suitcases, right? Kelly White, the first sidebar this morning was probably about the same thing the second sidebar is about. The first sidebar ended with Miss Little giving the judge a jump drive, a thumb drive. The judge then promptly left and back to her office with the thumb drive. And once she did that, everyone was watching videos at their respective tables. When she came back in, the judge brought in her laptop and was... and called sidebar again, called them up there. Everyone's looking at the judge's laptop. And we don't know yet what it's about. But from Sue O'Connell, who's there, you can barely see her. She's got the light blue shirt on behind that larger bailiff. She says the judge called the sidebar. They watched something on the judge's screen. Karen's smiling at her father. Karen is nodding affirmatively to her father, in her father's direction. Yannetti pats Karen's shoulder at the sidebar. Judge is smiling while talking to Alessi and Jackson at sidebar. Yannetti is smiling again. Karen smiles towards her dad again, still looking at Judge's laptop. Karen leaves the sidebar to chat with tech person. I can see an image of an x-ray on his screen. Karen is alone at the defense table working on a laptop. She now goes back and talks to the tech person again. Jackson's now talking with the judge. Karen conferring with the tech person. So that's up to date, up to the moment. So we're still waiting for this sidebar to end. This is number 2 for the day. The x-rays were in evidence, so they can show them. They don't need the judge's permission. If it's evidence, you can show it during the closing. The judge denied the defense motion to have transparency for selecting alternates. Basically, the judge is going to choose who the alternates are through whatever means she deems necessary. Going to shuffle some furniture around here. Matthew has one more test on Monday, so I'm asking for prayers. Thank you, Melissa. We'll do that for sure. Closing arguments are given to the jury. That's why you see the lectern there being turned, hopefully not unplugged. Turned to face the jurors. We should get good audio from that.
I don't like podiums, Your Honor.
What I don't want to see is like Mr. Jackson or Mr. Lally walking back and forth in front of the bar, in front of the jury box, because then we won't be able to hear anything. Magic 8-Ball, which jurors should we yeet? All right, Ms. Little's back, Mr. Alessi, Mr. Jackson, Karen, and Mr. Yannetti all back. Mr. Brennan, I don't know her name, and Mr. Lally are all back. AJ's like, I'm just getting used to this. Yeah, that's going to be perfect, just like that.
Good with that. All right, so the court, please.
And she's gone again. She gone. Amanda H. Says, in other words, the judge is going to look at who's been having more reactions, positive toward the defense, and choose them as alternates. Well, you know. Bug Dugger, member for 25 months, says, woot, love you all. Attorney level, Bug Dugger, thank you for your support. Absolutely amazing. Would not be the same without you here. OG. All right, let's see. Yes, we do have a command. If you have to let YouTube know if you're willing to receive a gifted membership. You only have to do it once. But there's the link. If you scroll up in chat and click on the link, make sure the sliders move to the right to enable that. How do you think Karen Reed is feeling today? She appears to be happy right now. Lots of smiles, lots of pep. They have had mics on the jury rail all along. I'm not sure if they're turned on. I don't like podiums. Defense and prosecution return to desk. Judge leaves bench. 5-minute recess. Yannetti and Little are talking separately at Sidebar. They're smiling and laughing. I've never seen so many smiles at a Sidebar. The Commonwealth is not smiling. Judge is looking at the clocks. She directs the court officers to move the podium to face the jurors. Defense and prosecution return to desks. Judge leaves bench. 5-minute recess. The Reed team is jubilant. Jubilant. Something big is going on. Something really big is happening this morning. Either they won a key argument, or they get to do something that makes them very happy. It's a good day when the Commonwealth isn't smiling, unless you're on the Commonwealth side. So what might it be about? Wrong answers only, says Bud Dial. 5 minutes doesn't get me where I need to go and back. Word of the day is jubilant. It's already been a wild start. Barb, I think there's a strong argument to support a not guilty finding on the evidentiary basis. There are questions. I mean, how did the taillight pieces get there? All of them. Why did the phone stop moving when it did? There are questions there. But from the state's experts and from the defense experts, the collision thing is key. And if there's no sign, the medical examiner didn't find any, the autopsy, they opened him up and looked at his bones and his soft tissues in his legs and his arm. They did not find any sign of a collision. And for him to be hit and thrown, there would be sign of a collision. I don't know how you can just say, well, in this case, there was nothing. In this case, it wasn't. When all the experts say it's not there. And the injuries he sustained could have happened from him just falling on his own without being hit by a car. It's a tough one. Bug Dugger, gifted a membership. Thank you very much, Bug Dugger. Defense just saved hundreds of dollars by switching to Geico. They get 70 minutes each for closings. I heard it was 75, but that's close enough. I would eat a ham sandwich for Karen Reed today, and I don't eat pork, says Red. Hannah says, I can't believe Lally is doing the closing, allegedly, though maybe Hank knows they're going to lose, so to not have it come back on him, Lally's the fall guy. I don't think it's that much in the bag. I don't think this is a open and shut slam dunk. I would not be surprised with the not guilty. but I don't think it's that sure. Do not go to D&G's Pizza and ask for a ham sandwich pizza. They do not make them. They do not make them. The key cycle. We didn't get much into the key cycle testimony this time around. Is there a chance the Commonwealth is withdrawing? No, not if they're setting up the furniture for closing arguments. No, there's no way. There's no way the Commonwealth would go this far and then just drop charges. We did a poll yesterday. Some people need some recognition for being so generous. Absolutely. Raina is one of them there. Gifted 10 memberships. Holy cow. Amanda H. In other words, the judge is going to look at who's been having more reactions positive toward the defense and choose them as alternates. There's an allegation that she handpicked the jury last time. Picked the foreman and might have leaned on the scales when choosing the alternates. I don't know what happened at Sidebar, but Sue, who's been a court watcher for a long time, saying that the Reed team is jubilant, and she's never seen so many smiles at a Sidebar. This is not hey, we won that one. This is bigger. I mean, to start already, my anxiety is crazy. Somebody might make an AI video of the judge swinging on the scales of justice, sort of like that Hannah Montana girl coming in like a wrecking ball. Is that a compilation somebody could make with somebody with the skills? Dean Mullis Driver, I guess the only way to get any attention around here is to post a super sticker. I gifted 10 memberships also. Oh no, sorry, Deanie. I thought we listed everybody who had. Let me go back and see if I missed it. There it is. Deanie Mullis Driver gifted 10 as well, and Snarky K gifted 1. Deanie, thank you very much. I'm sorry we missed it. I tried to get all of these, but they were going very fast this morning. Chat's going crazy. Excited for Verdict Watch today. Happy 16th. Morgan, thank you all for acknowledging the live stream. We're already up to 681 likes. It is free to do it, and we do benefit greatly from that as well. The best way to help the channel is just click the like button. I cleared my entire day for this. Maybe defense gets to say that the Commonwealth throughout the trial has tried to lie to you. That would be gold. That would be huge. I think they get to say some degree of that. It happened in front of the jury. They even got an instruction. Karen's attorneys are doing this pro bono. They're not charging Karen this time around. That is correct. None of them on the team are. It is possible, because the defense gets to bifurcate the opening. They oftentimes prosecution gets to bifurcate. Prosecution goes first, then defense goes, and then prosecution goes last. Sometimes you can have two attorneys, one do the first and one do the last. So if that's how they do it here, I don't recall from last time if it was all in one or not. Maybe defense goes first and then prosecution goes last. Bug Dugger, so is it a bad time for a gift train? LOL, choo choo. Bug Dugger, thank you very much. Appreciate your generosity. Hilda B gifted a membership as well. Congratulations, Lynn K. Cushy Bookend says, I better get out of bed. Ready for work. Miss Olden Cranky gifted 5 memberships this morning. Wonderful. I need to see Josh's post. Let me go back and look at what Josh said. If we get 3,000 likes today, I'll give away 50 memberships. That's huge. Josh already gave a huge super chat this morning as well. He's not joking around. Thank you, Josh. We'll try. We'll shoot for that. You guys need to bring some friends. The O'Keefe family re-enters the courtroom. Jury being called over. Let's see. Who just sent me the picture of the deer and the bird feeders? Sue says, everything I know, you know. We'll soon see what this is about. I did not see Buchanan in the hall outside the courtroom. Yannetti just left the courtroom. Sue's doing a great play-by-play. Whoa.
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
This is crazy. Overheard an officer saying to him, come see for yourself. And then he went out into the hallway.
There's nothing in the order that restrains
Man. Oh, whoa. I'm falling behind. Ellie Veldman just gifted 5 memberships. Thank you. Thank you for that. We've got also Nurse for God. It says gift train, choo choo. Thank you, Nurse for God. A long time supporter, big supporter of the channel. We've also got Sherry and Max said, did PSIs where defense had no chance from horrid childhood? I felt helpless but recommended prison. Makes me think of Kay's parents' feeling of helplessness. I know. Yeah. Honestly, on both sides, with everything out of your hands. Angelique gifted a membership as well. Thank you, Angelique. A big 29-month anniversary message from Red. If I can get it to show up on the screen here. Which I can't for some reason. I've broken it. Need to fix it. Looks like we're coming back and we might begin here.
Hey. All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, and before the country before. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
Good morning, jurors. Good morning. So I have started far too many mornings by saying to you folks, I apologize for the inconvenience having you wait around so long. I appreciate your patience. I didn't want to do that today, but I had to do that today. Everybody has worked so hard on this trial, the jurors, the lawyers, the witnesses, that everything has to be right before you hear it. So I needed to do that this morning. So I apologize. I do have to ask you those 3 questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we were here yesterday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here yesterday? So as you know, it's time for closing arguments. And when I was a trial lawyer, I never liked it when just before closing arguments, just before I stood up, the judge would say, jurors, remember, closing arguments are not evidence. But it's true. Closing arguments are not evidence. The lawyers aren't witnesses. And because they're not evidence, I need you to put away your notebooks because you can't take notes on them. But the reason it used to bother me is because I sensed that it made it sound like they're less important than anything else in the trial, and they're not. They're certainly a very important part of the case. And we've all noticed that you've paid very close attention to this case, and we know that you'll do the same to the closing arguments. A couple of things I want to say, and you'll hear more about this in greater detail when I give you the charge. First is, you folks are the fact finders. So it's what you find from the testimony, your memory of the testimony. This has been a long trial, but your memory of the testimony, not the lawyers and not mine. So if the lawyers or I say anything that doesn't square with your memory, it's your memory that serves. Secondly, there are very important constitutional rights that I hope that you understand, or constitutional concepts that you need to understand. First, again, the burden of proof in this case is proof beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. And the Commonwealth bears the burden of proof. All right? The burden of proof is on the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. And because of that, in Massachusetts, because the Commonwealth has the burden of proof, the Commonwealth goes last in closing arguments. I've given each lawyer an hour and 15 minutes, and I'm not going to stop them. So we'll start with the defendant's closing arguments.
Okay, so defense goes first, then Commonwealth.
There was no collision. There was no collision. There was no collision. I want to take a minute to start off with thanking you. I want to thank you for your attention. I want to thank you for your patience. I want to thank you for your diligence. This is not an easy undertaking. Most of all, I want to thank you for your courage, because courage is what this moment demands. Not just to listen, but to stare directly at injustice and say, not here, not now, not on our watch. That's what you're being asked to do. Stare down injustice. I want to start with a simple truth. You folks, not us, nobody else in the courtroom, you folks are the last line of defense. The last line of defense between an innocent woman and a system that has tried to break her, that falsely accused her, that tried mightily to bury the truth. This case was corrupted from the start. It was corrupted by biases and conflicts and personal loyalties that you heard about. And most fatally, it was corrupted by a lead investigator whose misconduct infected every single part of this case from the top to the bottom. In our opening comments to you a few weeks ago, we told you what to watch for. We warned you what to watch for. We begged you what to watch for. Watch for the... Before we examine the evidence in the case, which we will do, we need to understand the very foundation of the entire system of justice in which we operate. It's the bedrock on which this entire system is built. Reasonable doubt. This isn't just a technicality, and it's not a slogan. It's a constitutional shield that protects the innocent and prevents the government from punishing without proof. The Commonwealth has the high burden to prove every single element of every single charge beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. As I said, those powerful words are not just some legal jargon. They're your mandate, they're your obligation, they're your community's protection against injustice. In our system of justice, Karen Reed sits here today presumed innocent, cloaked in the presumption of innocence. That presumption is not fragile. It doesn't just disappear because there's a charge or a badge or a theory. That presumption stands firm unless and until the Commonwealth clears that high bar, the highest bar the law provides, proof beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. That means at the end of this case, at the end of the trial, you think about one or more of the charges, you think, you know what, maybe that's true. It might be true. Then you vote not guilty. If you think it's possibly true or probably true, your vote must be not guilty. If someone among you thinks it's likely true or even very likely to be true, your vote is not guilty. It's because none of those standards, maybe, might be, possibly, probably, likely, very likely, none of those meets the extraordinary burden of beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. A moral certainty means a level of confidence so strong, so incredibly unshakable, that you could go home, you would go home, look your loved ones in the eye and say, I am certain. Not probably, not likely. I'm morally certain, and my certainty remains unshakable. The law defines moral certainty as the highest level of certainty known in all human affairs. Think about that. You must be that certain about the entirety, not part of, the entirety of the Commonwealth's case. As we discuss this case, you'll see that the Commonwealth comes nowhere near, nowhere close to reaching that extreme burden of proof. Ladies and gentlemen, on January 28th, 2022, it was a Friday night. John O'Keefe and Karen Reed made plans to meet up with friends, go out for drinks. You saw through video evidence and eyewitnesses that they were affectionate, they were loving, they were in good spirits throughout that evening. They started off at C.F. McCarthy's, which you've heard about, and eventually made their way over to the Waterfall Bar and Grill. When they got there, the Albert family, they were already there, and they were already drinking. The Albert family, it's been established as a very well-known family in Canton. They've got quite the reputation. Brian Albert was at the Waterfall, a longtime Boston police officer. His wife, Nicole Albert, was there. She was with him. His brother, Chris Albert, who was a Canton board selectman, he was there. His wife, Julie Albert, their daughter, Caitlin, and his sister-in-law, Jennifer McCabe, whom you met, and her husband, Matthew McCabe, whom you did not meet. They were all there drinking before John and before Karen ever arrived. But also present at the Waterfall that night was Brian Albert's friend, Brian Higgins. We know that he had a romantic design on Karen. That becomes an incredibly important fact as we discuss the facts of this case. As the bar was closing around midnight, the Alberts invited everybody back to their house. They wanted to keep the night going. But the evidence revealed something interesting, that the invitation to John O'Keefe appears to have been for a different reason, an alternate reason. Think about the video of Brian Higgins and what Michael Proctor in his investigation completely and utterly ignored. Higgins was agitated after a day of drinking, agitated that it was John and not Karen, John with Karen, not him. Recall that ominous text that he sent to Karen with her and John standing just feet away. Well? He got no response. And then we see this. That's what Brian Higgins was confronted with following his well text. What of all things starts going through Brian Higgins' mind? Where does his mind go? What is he thinking about after seeing this, after witnessing this? He shows you. And if Michael Proctor had been the least bit interested, this video would have shown him too. Take a look. Sparring, practicing, fighting techniques. Where was Brian Higgins' mind? What was he thinking about? And then what happens? Before you look at the next video, think about what you're going to see. This next video is after he sees John kiss Karen on the forehead, after he sends that aggressive text to Karen with her standing just feet away. Watch closely, and this is what you're going to see. This is what Michael Proctor and his investigation completely ignored. Higgins is very clearly upset. He's agitated. Chris Albert tries to control him. He tries to talk to him, calm him down perhaps. Chris forcefully grabs Higgins' arm. You'll see that in the video that you're about to watch. It appears that Chris is trying to calm him down from something. Brian Albert's standing right there with the other two men, but Brian Higgins is having none of it. He appears to be hyper-focused on one person and one person only, John O'Keefe. In an instant, Higgins angrily jerks his arm away from Chris. Higgins rubs his brow, and he directly gestures at John. A gesture that looks a lot like, let's step outside. Let's go outside. But John looks at him, takes a swig of beer, completely ignores him. Take a look. Michael Proctor, the lead investigator in this case, had all this footage, but he did nothing. He had access to the exact same thing that you saw. Why did he do nothing? A few minutes later, Higgins then texts John directly. You coming here? 3 question marks. It's now 12:20 a.m. These guys are not good friends. They barely spoke or even acknowledged each other when they walked into the bar together, other than a quick greeting. So why was Higgins coaxing John over to 34 Fairview? You coming here after this? And why not text Karen? Because at that moment, he wasn't interested in Karen. He was interested in John O'Keefe. This is about 5 minutes before John gets out of the SUV and walks toward the house. About 5 minutes before Karen sees him alive for the last time. So what happened inside that house, or that basement, or that garage? What evidence was there for the investigators to look into? What did they ignore? Laceration over John's right eyelid, black eyes, a large dog at the home, an obvious dog bite on John O'Keefe's right arm, a head injury from falling backward onto a hard surface, alleged surface, a text from Higgins, one of the last people to ever communicate with John O'Keefe. You coming here? Those words now echo in the wake of John's death. But Michael Proctor, he didn't listen. When John didn't come back outside, Karen, very oblivious to what had happened, thinking she was just left alone in the car, out in the cold, in the middle of the night, she got frustrated and she drove home. She arrived back at home, and her Wi-Fi connected to her car or phone connected to John's Wi-Fi at 12:36 a.m. It's an important time, 12:36 a.m. She left John voicemail after voicemail after voicemail. He was unresponsive. He didn't pick up a single call. He didn't respond to a single text. The longer he didn't respond, the more upset she got. Her voicemails reflect that frustration after the fact. That's the frustration that you hear in her angry voicemails. She uses harsh words and foul language. She's obviously upset. She's obviously irritated because he didn't come back out of the house and he wasn't responding. But Karen did not know what you know. She didn't know what the investigators should have known. She didn't know what was happening with Higgins and Albert and with her boyfriend, John O'Keefe. When he didn't come home at about 5 a.m., Karen went looking for him in a panic. As you know, her worst fears were realized when she found John beaten, battered, bloody, and left in the snow in Brian Albert's front lawn. At 6 a.m., when Karen found John, you heard about the scene. It was described in detail. It was chaos. To use Mr. Brennan's word in his opening statement, it was bedlam. The screams for help by Karen, the yelling and the hollering, ambulances, emergency lights, fire engines, ladder trucks, paramedics, patrol vehicles, patrol officers, all of them swarming all over the lawn just under Brian Albert's bedroom window. And of course, as you learned during the course of this trial, Brian Albert, a sworn peace officer, a first responder trained in being a first responder, never came out of the house. Never went outside to help a fallen fellow officer who was laying on his own property. Never came out. And you learned through the undisputed evidence that the lead investigator, Michael Proctor, for his part, never went into the house. The Commonwealth has struggled to try to prove that John O'Keefe ended up in Brian Albert's front lawn because he was struck by a vehicle. They have failed. They cannot and they will not ever be able to prove that John was struck by a vehicle beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty, because the science does not lie, the medical evidence does not lie, the physics do not lie. Their investigation was flawed from the start because their investigator was corrupted from the start by bias, personal loyalties. Folks, they cannot prove a collision. John O'Keefe was not hit by a car. There was no collision. So let's start there. I want to take a minute to discuss the actual science, the actual physics, and the actual medical evidence that was presented in this case. The science, it's an old saying, is known as the silent witness. It doesn't lie, it doesn't forget, and notably, it doesn't take sides. If there was no collision, what are we doing here? In order for there to be a collision, there has to have been an impact site. The vehicle had to have struck John, period. I want to remind you of some of the most important testimony in the entire case, and it comes from the Commonwealth's own medical expert, Dr. Irini Scortibello, the Commonwealth's medical examiner, someone governed by law to make these decisions. We know that a person struck by a vehicle suffers massive trauma, broken bones, fractures, soft tissue damage, torn ligaments, contusions, soft tissue injury, severe tissue injury, crushing blows. None of that was present with John. None of it. Not anywhere on his body, including his right arm. Not one bruise. Nothing. The fact is, the injuries are not from a vehicle impact. Not his head injury, not those scratch and bite wounds. Not a single medical expert, think about this, not a single medical expert called by the defense or called by the Commonwealth has testified that John was hit by a car. Not one. Think about the irony. Not one. That's not just significant. It's literally the most important point in the entire trial. Listen again to Dr. Scortibello's words. Question. You did not include in your autopsy, in any fashion, any discussion of whether Mr. O'Keefe's injuries were consistent with a motor vehicle accident, did you? Answer. No, I did not. She told you, quote, I did not see any evidence of an impact site, end quote. She was talking about John's body. The Commonwealth's own medical examiner, Dr. Scortibello, performed the autopsy. She did it personally. She's the only one to have personally examined John's body, and she found no evidence of an impact site on his entire body. That in and of itself is reasonable doubt. You don't need anything more. The Commonwealth's case is done. It's cooked. Their own experts said there is no evidence of a collision, no evidence of an impact. If you want to know what an impact looks like, take a look at this. This is what a body looks like after being struck by a car at 25 miles an hour. And this is what a car looks like after hitting a person at 25 miles an hour. These are exhibits from Dr. Welcher, the Commonwealth's expert. John didn't even have a bruise. Make no mistake, Dr. Scortibello was presented with the Commonwealth's theory of the case, the same case that you've been presented with, and she refused to conclude that John's death was a homicide. She flatly refused to conclude that there was a collision. And you know who agrees with that? That silent witness. The science, the physics, the data. Dr. Wolf and Dr. Rentschler, you just met them recently. They explained they were not initially hired by the defense. They were asked by another agency to conduct their analysis. They looked at the evidence from both sides, not taking a side for the defense or the Commonwealth, completely independent. They looked at the damage to the SUV on the one side of the coin. They looked at the injuries to John O'Keefe on the other side of the coin. Both PhDs, both engineers determined there was no collision. I'm not saying it. The science says it. That SUV's taillight was not damaged by striking an arm, and John was not struck by a 6,000-pound SUV. Period. Full stop. Dr. Dan Wolf did the testing on the taillight. Actual testing, not some ridiculous blue paint kindergarten project. He did lab testing. He did field testing. He did data testing. Actual impact force analyses. In every single test at every single speed, the taillight damage was inconsistent with striking an arm. In every test, the taillight damage was inconsistent with damaging the shirt, the sweatshirt. Remember that severe internal damage to Karen Reed's taillight. Not just the outer lens. The internal diffusers were completely smashed, completely shattered. ARCA testing established that all the internal components of every single test taillight, especially the diffusers, remained completely intact. Conversely, on Karen's taillight, the diffusers were almost completely gone. Folks, understand something. If any part of that diffuser portion of the taillight is broken, there is no light. It doesn't illuminate at all. It's just black. Let's take a look at a couple of photos. At 5:07 a.m. at One Meadows, that's the photograph on the left. What do you notice about the right taillight? It's completely illuminated. Later, at 4:12 in the afternoon, photograph on the right, it's lit up. How can that be? How can that be if the Commonwealth claims that those diffusers, the portion that lights up the light, were already scattered all over 34 Fairview? That's their theory. But don't believe your lying eyes. The taillight's completely lit up. That would be impossible. Dr. Andrew Rentschler, a PhD, a biomechanist, explained that at those speeds, the other side of that coin, John's arm would be basically destroyed. Contusions, swelling, torn ligaments, hyperextensions, dislocation of joints and bones, fractured, broken, and shattered. But as you know, John's arm was pristine, save those dog and claw bites. He didn't even have a bruise. Think about this. Think about that photo of those x-rays as you deliberate. You can manipulate a taillight fragment. That's not that hard. You can't manipulate a bruise. If they claim the car was going fast enough to shatter the taillight and shatter the diffusers, then it was also going fast enough to destroy and shatter John's arm, and it simply did not. How do they square that? They don't, and they can't. So they spent nearly $400,000 of taxpayer money to hire someone to dress up and look like John and paint his arm blue, which told you exactly nothing.
Ouch.
The ARCA testing, conversely, also established that it is impossible for John's sweatshirt sleeve to be damaged by an impact with the taillight. The Commonwealth's theory is that the sleeve of John's hoodie sweatshirt was damaged by flying shards of taillight slicing through the shirt and through John's arm. I have 3 questions. Number 1, John's arm had about 36 abrasions. How did 36 shards of acrylic go through 9 tiny little puncture holes? How'd that happen? Somebody needs to answer that. Number 2, why are there no slices or cuts in the hoodie? All the defects are punctures. Punctures that you might get from, say, I don't know, canine teeth. And number 3, if the shards cut bloody gouges into John's arm, that's their theory, why is there no blood, no skin, no tissue on a single shard of taillight that they claim came in contact with John's arm? The Commonwealth cannot answer a single one of those questions because John's arm was not impacted by the taillight. It doesn't make sense simply because it didn't happen. Compare and contrast the ARCA experts and their actual testing to Judd Welcher. He came to you in the Commonwealth's case in chief, and he told you that for the better part of $500,000, he'd come in and testify that John was tall enough to touch the taillight with his elbow. That's it. And even in that basic demonstration, he had to lean in to manipulate it, to get the results that he wanted. Dr. Welcher then claimed that the reason he didn't do the reconstruction, the actual testing, think about what he said. There isn't enough evidence to determine what happened. I beg your pardon? What happens when there isn't enough evidence, in his words? You vote not guilty. That's what happens. That's out of his mouth, not mine. The Commonwealth also used the same company, Aperture, to try to establish a time of a collision that never occurred. The Commonwealth called Shannon Burgess, the supposed expert from Aperture. There is a cardinal sin for experts, folks, a cardinal sin. It's called confirmation bias. It's when you decide to change your opinion to fit a theory. The most important takeaway from Shannon Burgess' testimony was how brazen, how shameless he was in trying to change the data to try to suit the Commonwealth. Remember Mr. Brennan's opening statement. He made some promises to you. He said, this case is about the data. He stressed it over and over again. They've had 3.5 years to get this right. The Commonwealth has had this case for 3.5 years to get it right. So his top expert, Dr. Welcher, prepares a report. And that report says that John O'Keefe was struck by Karen Reed's SUV at 12:31:38. Note that time, 12:31:38. He was struck, he was immediately incapacitated, he was immediately unconscious. So says Judd Welcher and the Commonwealth's theory. But there was a huge, huge problem with that. And somewhere in the middle of trial, somebody must have realized it. They must have realized that the very data they produced unequivocally establishes that they are wrong about a collision. It could not have happened. Why? Because John was interacting with his phone after 12:31:38. Remember, the collision immediately incapacitating. How could he be interacting with his phone afterward? He was on his phone, opening his phone, checking his phone, reading texts on his phone, and locking his phone, all of it after 12:31:38, which is the time Welcher clocked for the moment of the impact. And he was taking steps and walking with that phone after 12:31:38 also. That's what their own data showed, and it devastated their case, and it devastated that false theory. There must have been panic, I'm guessing, in the room. What do we do now? The data shows John wasn't struck by the car. What do we do? Enter Shannon Burgess. Question. Can you believe him? Can you believe Mr. Burgess? He came up with a brand new story right in the middle of trial. You might ask yourself, would an expert actually say something he knows not to be true? Would an expert actually say something he knows is not supported by fact? Would an expert shade the truth? You don't have to look any further than Shannon Burgess's CV to answer that question. That was a shame. Even with the pull and push and stretch and manipulation of the time data that Mr. Burgess came in here and told you about, it still shows that John O'Keefe was very much alive and walking around after they claim he was hit and incapacitated. Think about that. Matt DeSogra looked at Burgess's report and told you that in 30 out of 30 scenarios of the possible time skews that Shannon Burgess identified, he came in the middle of trial and identified all these other time skews that he called it. In every single scenario, John was alive and walking after they said he was hit. And that's a problem for them because there was no collision. Just look at Mr. Whiffen's data, Ian Whiffen. John O'Keefe took 31 steps at a steady rate, about 83 feet, and then think about this, in a westerly direction. That would be right toward the house. Remember, it's 78 feet to that garage door. That's not a coincidence. The Commonwealth's witnesses, or the Commonwealth's witness, Mr. Ian Whiffen himself conceded that he has reasonable doubts about the accuracy of John's location data. You remember that question and answer on cross-examination by Mr. Alessi. Do you have doubts? I do. Are those doubts reasonable? They are. And remember, it's still the Commonwealth's burden. If their own cell phone expert has a reasonable doubt about John's location, so should you. John O'Keefe was inside, and the phone battery temperature further proves it. This is not speculation, this is science, and it's irrefutable. It tells us that he was not laying outside in the cold, he was inside somewhere a little bit warmer. Ian Whiffen told you that when the iPhone is exposed to freezing temperatures, think about these numbers. When the iPhone is exposed to freezing temperatures, it will drop from 81 to 21 degrees in 15 minutes. 15 minutes. That's a 60-degree drop in 15 minutes. Now look at John's phone. It was laying, according to the Commonwealth, it was laying directly on frozen ground. He arrived at 34 Fairview and his phone dropped only 20 degrees over the course of an hour. Then inexplicably, it stayed steady, never dropping below 50 degrees for the next 4.5 hours. Never dropping below 50 degrees for the next 4.5 hours, basically through the entire night. He was not outside. He was someplace warmer, like a basement or a garage. Dr. LaPosada confirmed that John O'Keefe did not have hypothermia. No telltale signs, no telltale Wisniewski spots, no frostbite on any extremity. He did not die of hypothermia because he wasn't outside. Dr. Isaac Wolf, Dan Wolf, Elizabeth LaPosada, Judson Welsher, Andrew Rinchler, all agreed. Every expert agreed. This is how John O'Keefe died. A rearward fall from a standing position. What could make you fall straight back like that? Let's just think about that for a second. What could make you fall from a standing position as Judd Welcher just showed us? Standing up, falling straight back. Add a laceration to the right eye consistent with a fist or a punch, and you've got your answer. He certainly didn't sustain that wound on the back of his head by falling backwards onto a lawn. Dr. LaPosada told you that the patterned injury on the back of John's head could only be produced by hitting a hard, ridged, or ledged surface, like a concrete stair or step. what's just through that garage door? Michael Proctor never stepped down in that garage to find out. What a shame. And look at the arm. Just look at John's arm. You don't need the top experts in the country, but you had them. You don't need the top medical minds on the planet on this issue, but you had them. These are dog bites and scratches. These are animal wounds. Not one witness has been called in their trial. Not one. 8 weeks and counting. Not one witness who actually disputes that John O'Keefe's arm injuries are from a dog. The Commonwealth could not find a single medical expert, a single medical witness who would come in here and tell you those are inconsistent with a dog bite or a scratch. And it's equally clear that there was no collision. Dr. La Posada told you in probably the clearest voice in the entire trial. You remember her testimony. He didn't get hit by a car, in her words. He just didn't get hit by a car. You remember the question that was posed by Mr. Brennan, did you consider the speed of the vehicle? And she said, speed didn't matter, because he didn't get hit by a car. She repeated it 3 times because it's true, not just because she says so, but because the medical evidence proves it. The medical science proves it. There was no collision. Dr. Rentschler told you unequivocally and just as firmly he didn't get hit by a car. The Commonwealth has not met their burden. They cannot meet their burden. The Commonwealth hasn't called a single medical professional, not one, to testify that John's wounds came from being hit by a car. Not Dr. Scorti-Bello, not Dr. Isaac Wolf. Contrast that with the caliber and the quality of the experts who came in here to tell you what is obvious to anyone with common sense. Those wounds on his right arm are from a dog. This was not an oversight by the Commonwealth. It's just that there is no one out there. No matter how big a check you write, there's not a medical expert who's going to disagree with that. The fact is, this is the central fact in the case. The only fact that matters is literally uncontested by every medical expert. Uncontested, undisputed. There is no evidence that John was hit by a car. None. How much more reasonable doubt could there be? This case should be over right now. Done. Because there was no collision. So given all that, how did Karen Reed end up sitting here? Why is she even here? Why is she in that chair? Why is she in this courtroom? There is a reason for that. And it's a reason they don't want to tell you, and it's a reality they don't want to admit to. The reason we're here is because the system, the very system that was meant to protect her, that was meant to protect all of us, that system has failed badly. So now let's discuss the facts that were and were not presented by the Commonwealth in this case. Over the next few minutes, I want to talk about the utter failure of the police to investigate this properly and to investigate this fully.
It's 35 minutes in so
And
far.
what you're going to see is that Michael Proctor, the lead investigator for the Commonwealth, did nothing to actually and properly investigate this case. Let's start with the house. That's the most logical place to start. I think you'd agree. Brian Albert's house, where John's body was discovered lifeless in the lawn. A man, a police officer, is found dead on the front lawn, and no one secures the scene. No tape, no preservation of evidence, no crime scene log, no search warrants, no consent searches, no photographs of the house interior. They didn't treat the house as a crime scene, and shamefully, they didn't even treat the yard as a crime scene. The lame excuse offered by retired Lieutenant Gallagher, it was really cold and windy, and I didn't know if there was a crime that had been committed. What? You didn't know that a crime had potentially been committed? You have a man laying dead in the yard, and here are the undisputed facts that those officers were confronted with. Black eyes, Obviously, black eyes are consistent with a fight. Bloody nose, also consistent with a fight. Bleeding from the face, consistent with a physical altercation. A cut over the right eye, consistent with a punch. No coat in the freezing cold, not dressed for outside, dressed for inside. And one shoe on. I wonder where the other shoe could be. I don't know, maybe in the house 30 feet away. And then you find a broken and shattered drinking glass next to him, the type of glass that you might find, I don't know, let me think about this, in a kitchen, in a house, 30 feet away. And John's phone was tucked neatly under his back shoulder. Lieutenant Gallagher actually claimed he did not know it was a potential crime that needed investigating. The neighbor across the street, Detective Lieutenant Kelleher, had a ring camera that was pointed at the exact direction where John O'Keefe would have been hit, and nobody bothered to secure it. Nobody bothered to secure it. Nobody even bothered to look at it. Of course this was a potential crime scene. Of course it was. Let's not forget, this was Brian Albert's house, and that comes with privileges. Quote, is the homeowner going to catch any shit? Nope. He's a Boston cop too. End quote. That quote starts to make a little more sense now, doesn't it? Michael Proctor wrote those words just hours after John's body was found. He sent this in a private chat, in a private text he never, ever believed would ever be revealed. He sent that text in a series of messages that now belong to you. You weren't given the opportunity to hear from Michael Proctor, but you can read his thoughts for yourself. And I urge you, go read them. They're in Exhibit 209, in case you're wondering. But here are the highlights. Proctor starts the conversation, quote, all the powers that be, one answers ASAP. He's getting pressure, obviously, to get this done. His friend then asks what Proctor's probably thinking at the time, quote, I assume you guys are out to make it cut and dry since it involves cops. Something stinks. And Proctor responds, yeah, to the something stinks. And then he goes on, but there will be some serious charges brought on the girl. Think about that. Hours into this investigation, there will be some serious charges brought on the girl. She's a whack job cunt. Yeah, she's a babe. Weird Fall River accent, though. No ass. No ass bitch. She's got a leaky balloon knot. Leaks poo. 0 chance she skates. She's fucked. And up to this point, Michael Proctor had done 0 investigation. Nothing. Save talk to a grand total of 3 people, all of whom were named Albert or McCabe. That's it. And this was his mindset. This is the same lead investigator who sent the group chats that you heard about with Sergeant Buchnick. Late night, sitting at his office, rifling through Karen's phone, bragging about looking for naked pictures of her. That text wasn't sent to his buddies or his friends. That text was sent to his supervisors at the Massachusetts State Police, for God's sake. And what was their response? Sergeant Buchanan liked this conduct with a big old thumbs up. He encouraged it. Ladies and gentlemen, a lead investigator is every investigator is supposed to be objective, an objective fact finder. No bias, no agenda. Michael Proctor went far beyond just insulting Karen Reed. He dehumanized this woman. He betrayed her as a human being. He was fired for this blatant bias. If the Massachusetts State Police can't trust him, how can you trust him with this investigation and with your verdict? And with Karen Reed's life. The lead investigator in a murder trial was never called to testify. Think about that. That should stop you in your tracks. Wouldn't you want to hear from Michael Proctor? Wouldn't you want to hear from the lead investigator in the case? Don't you have questions? The Commonwealth did not present their own lead investigator to the jury, the very jury who is charged with judging the investigation. Michael Proctor clearly is radioactive, and the Commonwealth stayed away from it. Michael Proctor is no longer a Massachusetts State Police officer. He wasn't transferred. He didn't go on sabbatical. He didn't retire. He didn't resign. He was fired. He was terminated for cause. The Massachusetts State Police investigated him, found him guilty of dishonorable conduct, not just for those text messages, folks, for sharing confidential information with witnesses, and for bias. Not just any bias. Bias in this case. Fired. This is the man who touched every single piece of important evidence in this case. All the evidence that was brought before you in this trial went through his hands one way or another. The shirts, the shards. Remember that when Mr. Brennan gets up and gives his closing argument. The shirts, the shards, all in Michael Proctor's possession. Mr. Brennan and the Commonwealth, I think, have pinned their hopes on some microscopic pieces of, or close to microscopic pieces of plastic that were claimed to have been scraped from the hoodie several months after the fact. What he failed to ask every single witness, is who had access to that shirt and who had access to those taillight fragments, and the answer is it was Michael Proctor. Not for days, not for weeks, for months on end, for months unaccounted for, before they were submitted to the crime lab, before they were ever scraped. Just go look at the chain of custody documents. You've got them. Why didn't Michael Proctor give those clothes to Maureen Hartnett with the crime lab when she was at Canton PD just days after the fact to receive those Solo cups? Remember that? Just a few days later, she was there. She drove up. She did the driving to take the Solo cups in the grocery bag, which has a ridiculous aspect to it in and of itself as well. Why not just give her the shirts as well? Give her the taillight fragments if any were found at that point. Why hold on to them? What could possibly be a reason? Why wait until March to book those into evidence? Now let's talk about some of the other problems with the Commonwealth's evidence. As I indicated, there was no blood, no skin, no tissue, no DNA found on a single piece or shard of the taillight that the Commonwealth claims cut and sliced into John O'Keefe's arm. Where is that trace evidence? Where is that biological evidence? The DNA. Where is it? They've got nothing. Not a single piece that the Commonwealth wants you to believe cut up John's arm. How is that possible? It's not possible. The only way it's possible is if those shards never touched his arm. Because it was a dog. Oh, and the one sample of DNA that they did find, by the way, was found on the outer, smooth part of the housing. Not any shard. It was the outer, smooth part of the housing. Nothing that they claim actually came in contact with John O'Keefe. Number two, that sample had DNA of two other men, two other unidentified males. That tells you that that DNA had nothing to do with a car strike. That DNA would be expected to be, John's DNA would be expected to be all over that car. Inside, outside, he had access to that car for months and months and months. He was in and out of it all the time. Show me some blood, then we'll talk. They can't, and they won't because it doesn't exist. That SUV never hit John. The hair found on the bumper. The Commonwealth really stretched its own credibility on this one. That magic little hair on the SUV supposedly survived a 37-mile drive in 47-mile-an-hour winds. But that little magic hair just clung there, just hung on.
The little hair that could.
Same hair that moved in between photos in the Sallyport. Remember that? There were two photos taken, and it was either the breath of the photographer or just the movement of walking by the hair. It literally moved between the two photographs. But that hair is supposed to have hung on in a 37-mile drive in a blizzard? The only thing that hair proves that the Commonwealth is embarrassingly grasping at straws. That hair has nothing to do with anything. But it doesn't stop there. There was another revelation at trial, a big one, a huge one, and it came from a very unlikely source. Christina Hanley, the quiet, reserved criminalist who told you something the Commonwealth likely did not want revealed. because it's devastating to their case. Absolutely devastating. And it's this. The glass on the bumper didn't match the cocktail glass. None of it. Remember, February 11th, Michael Proctor, without any other person with him, no witness, no supervisor, no other person with him, claims to have found a single piece of glass at the scene. February 11th, single piece of glass, Michael Proctor. Keep that in mind. Interestingly, the glass on the bumper that didn't match the cocktail glass, one piece did match one other thing. The Proctor glass. Those two go together. The only two things that go together from that bumper are the Proctor glass. We know that there's no glass in the taillight. We know that nothing else was shattered on the vehicle. Therefore, that glass had to be placed there. Didn't come from a crash. Didn't come from a cocktail glass. So how did it get sprinkled on the back of the bumper? Whose proverbial fingerprints are on that glass on the bumper? The only thing it matched was Michael Proctor. What about the Ford Edge and that snowplow driver, Brian Loughran? He observed that Ford Edge parked outside Brian Albert's house at 3:30 a.m. That vehicle was moved directly in front of where John's body was found sometime between 2:30 and 3:30 in the morning. The only person connected to a car of that make and model, Brian Albert. Michael Proctor did nothing to investigate that point. Did nothing to investigate whose Ford Edge was parked in a spot specifically to block the line of sight in the exact position where John's body would be later found by Karen Reed. No one, not Michael Proctor or anybody else, checked it for evidence. No one even asked any questions about it. That Ford Edge, Brian Albert's Ford Edge, completely ignored. Michael Proctor failed to interview obvious witnesses in this case. Why? Why didn't he want to speak to the snowplow driver, Brian Loughran? Why did he falsely claim that no one plowed the roadway that morning? When police dash cam video, you saw the dash cam, it shows plows going back and forth all morning. Why did he wait so long, years even, to interview Heather Maxson and Ryan Nagel, individuals who were literally outside 34 Fairview at the exact same time John and Karen arrived at Brian Albert's house that night? Brian Loughran, had he been investigated or interviewed, would have told Michael Proctor that he drove past the lawn multiple times on January 29th, and there was no body on the lawn. He would have had a perfect view. Remember, the weatherman told you there was only enough snow at that time. I think he said, in a very charming phrase, only enough snow to track a cat. I think that was it. There was no body there. Heather Maxson and Ryan Nagel would have told him that they arrived at 34 Fairview shortly after Karen and John pulled up behind them, and they would have told Michael Proctor, at least Heather would have told Michael Proctor, that when she left 10 minutes later, she drove past the SUV and observed Karen Reed in the driver's side, dome light on, passenger seat empty. So where was John? He wasn't outside, wasn't sitting down, wasn't laying down. There's only one place he could be. We could all say it together if you could talk with me. He was in the house. But Michael Proctor did not want to have those answers. He did not want to have to disclose those answers. He didn't want the truth. The Commonwealth has presented a shred of evidence of when Karen Reed consumed her last drink that night. Think about that. It's critical information that the Commonwealth has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. They have to prove when her last drink was that night. They have to prove it. We don't have to prove or disprove anything. Every single witness who was asked and who had an opportunity to observe Karen that night said the same thing. She wasn't drunk. She wasn't stumbling. She wasn't slurring her words. She was, in the words of Ms. Kolakithis, completely normal. Even Jennifer McCabe, grudgingly, had to admit that fact. It's on video. Instead, they used Yuri Buchanan to try to come into court and count sips of alcohol, which he admittedly got wrong. According to Ian Whiffen, the Commonwealth's own expert, the location data, using location data on John's phone, showed Karen driving lawfully. She was driving safely. She was under the speed limit. She was slowing and stopping at stop signs, slowing around corners. And Ryan Nagel corroborated that when he saw her make that left-hand turn onto Fairview. The Commonwealth has an incredibly high burden to prove that Karen was driving under the influence. They have failed to prove that beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty, because it depends on when she had her last drink. What happened after she got home and she was upset with John for not coming back out of the house? That would answer that question. As you well know, no one searched the house for signs of a struggle. Not that night, not the next day. I'm talking about 34 Fairview. Not ever. Not once. Not with a warrant, not with consent. They never went into the basement, the stairwells. They didn't look at the walls. They didn't look in the garage. Nothing was ever examined. Nothing was checked for blood. Nothing was checked for DNA. They didn't look for a ledged or ridged surface. Zero. You'll remember how surprised Jennifer McCabe was to recall that there was a garage door even on the house. Except this was her sister's house. She's been going to that house since she was 5. She's seen that house. She's been in and out of that house hundreds of times, maybe thousands of times. She's been going to that house her entire life, and yet she acted surprised when I asked her about it. Remember Jennifer McCabe's answer when I asked her whether there was a door to the garage. I was asking her about the front door, the side door, and the garage door, and her answer was, oh, actually there is a garage door right there. Investigators never opened that door. Let's change the scenario. What if it wasn't the house of a Boston cop? What if it wasn't the house of Brian Albert? We can be certain that investigators would have torn that house apart to get answers about why a fellow police officer was laying dead on the homeowner's lawn. You can betcha. But because this was Brian Albert's house, a Boston cop, nope. And because he was a fellow cop, an insider, they didn't even open the door. That is not justice, folks. That's just pure favoritism. Each of these facts is more than a question mark. They're failures of duty. They're blank spots on a map where justice is supposed to live. And every single one is a reason why you cannot convict Karen Read. Reasonable doubt abounds. If the Commonwealth failed to investigate every reasonable alternative, how dare they come in here and ask you for a verdict? They didn't investigate the case fully, and yet they're asking you to take the easy road and do their job for them. These facts do not represent reasonable doubt. Nothing does. Every one of these facts that you're seeing that we're talking about represents reasonable doubt. Every one. The police and the prosecution are in a position to take people's liberty. It's the most dire and consequential act a civilized government can take against one of its citizens. Their obligation is not just to try to get it right. They have to convince you to the highest degree of certainty known in human affairs. They have to do it all, every bit of it, beyond any and all reasonable doubt. And they have not done that here.
20 minutes left.
And how about the homeowner himself? The host, the first responder, the Boston cop, Brian Albert, who was sparring and practice fighting with Brian Higgins just minutes before John O'Keefe appeared at his house, 34 Fairview. Brian Albert, who was watching Chloe that night, the German Shepherd. Brian Albert, whose phone and his wife's phone were never secured. Brian Albert, who never came out of the house. But that doesn't mean he wasn't awake. It doesn't mean that he wasn't on his phone. Think about this. Jennifer McCabe claimed that her sister and Brian Albert both slept through this complete chaos right outside their bedroom window. But Jennifer McCabe's phone records tell a different story, and they tell the truth. She spoke with them for the better part of a minute, 38 seconds to be detailed about it, at 5:07 a.m. And then she lied about that call. Remember that? What was the reason for that call at 5:07? Was it panic? Was it a warning? We know that conversation took place at the precise time Karen left her house to go search for John, 5:07. We could answer those questions if we just had access to their phones. Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, But Michael Proctor wasn't interested in their phones. Not only did he not secure their phones, he never even asked. And what about Brian Albert's dog, Chloe? A dog with a history. A dog that is, quote, not good with strangers. Dr. Russell confirmed that John's patterned injuries were from a dog, just like the dog Brian Albert owned. And then Chloe just disappeared. Not there the next morning. None of the officers that you heard from said that there was a dog in the house. They didn't see her. She was just gone. And then ultimately gotten rid of altogether. Who gets rid of their family pet? Unless they had something to hide. Michael Proctor wasn't interested in that either. And recall the group chat with the Alberts and the McCabe's. They were getting their story straight. Matt McCabe, whom the Commonwealth did not call in this trial, instructed the group in that group chat, you'll recall, tell him to say the guy never came in the house. Think about that exact quote. Tell him to say the guy never came in the house. And Brian Albert, the patriarch of the family, exactly, exclamation point. He blessed it. With the truth, as we all know, you don't need to get your story straight. You don't need to tell someone what to say. It's just the truth. And what about the Google search? A Google search that Jennifer McCabe admitted having made. A Google search that was time-stamped by Celebrite at 2:27 a.m. A Google search that read, Haas Long to die in cold. It is uncontested and undisputed that that search was deleted. If the 2:27 a.m. timestamp is not true, why does Jennifer McCabe have to lie about it? Why delete it? If the 2:27 a.m. timestamp is not true, why create a false story about Karen screaming Google hypothermia? That's just a fabrication. That's just a made-up fact. And by the way, if someone does tell you Google hypothermia, why would you Google how long it takes to die in cold? Wouldn't you just Google hypothermia? Jennifer McCabe enlisted Carrie Roberts to help shift the blame to Karen. Why go to that much effort unless you're trying to cover for something? Keep in mind the entire foundation of her claim that Karen said Google hypothermia is this fantasy about Karen screaming it at the location, at the scene. That's her entire excuse. But that story went completely off the rails when Carrie Roberts admitted that she perjured herself to back up Jennifer McCabe's false story. That was a dramatic moment in court. It's an admission of perjury, and you don't see that very often in a courtroom. That tells you everything you need to know about the character and quality of the prosecution's case and their witnesses. Lying and perjury and admitting to it. A fundamental tenet of any investigation is to ensure that witnesses are independent and not influenced by other witnesses. You start by separating the witnesses. Michael Proctor did none of that in this case, and we see the results. Think back to Jennifer McCabe's own text messages with Carrie Roberts. About Carrie Roberts, not with Carrie Roberts, notably. What Carrie Roberts didn't know was at the time she was being interviewed by the police, Jennifer McCabe was, in real time, she was bragging about having influenced Carrie's testimony or her statements to the Alberts and the McCabes. Quote, she's telling them everything, all the stuff. Remember that timeline that we talked about with Jennifer McCabe? That's what she was referring to. She's telling him everything that Jennifer McCabe had put in Carrie Roberts' timeline. The Commonwealth wants you to believe that Karen Reed made a statement at the location, at the scene. I hit him. I'm sure you'll hear that from the prosecution in their final arguments. But their own witnesses contradict that. Jennifer McCabe admitted on cross-examination that her very first statement to law enforcement, confirmed that Karen didn't say anything. She asked, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Is he dead? The physics and the science answer that question. Could you have hit him? No, you couldn't have. Sergeant Buchanan also testified that the only statements Karen Reed made at the scene, according to his conversations with the first responders, was, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? It wasn't a confession. It was confusion. And Dr. Russell explained that confusion. She told you why Karen Reed or anybody in that position might ask those questions. She was suffering from extreme grief reaction, which according to the evidence can last for years. Even her medical records confirm that diagnosis. It's common to ask those questions in grief. It's common to ask those types of questions in shock. You're trying to make sense out of the nonsensical in the moment. And the Commonwealth has tried to twist those words into a confession. There is no evidence that any officer at the scene ever heard Karen Reed say, I hit him. Not a single police officer at the scene came in to support the Commonwealth's claim. It's not on video, it's not on audio, it's not in a single police report, it's not in a single EMT or EMS report. Nowhere. The fact is, Karen never said, I hit him. You saw the video, multiple officers were right there. She simply never said it. What did Jennifer McCabe do and not do when she got to 34 Fairview? She would have you believe, I want to set the scene for you, that she's confronted out of the blue with John O'Keefe's lifeless body. Her friend, John O'Keefe. He's bruised and battered, he's bleeding, his eyelid is cut, his nose is bleeding. Karen is screaming at the top of her lungs. Carrie is screaming back to Karen, shut up! Both women begin crying. Both women are giving CPR. There's chaos everywhere. It's building in the yard, just feet from Brian Albert's house. Brian Albert's window. Jennifer calls her sister at 6:07 with all this chaos going on. No answer. Jennifer calls her sister at 6:08 with all this chaos and bedlam going on. Still no answer. No lights come on in the house. In the midst of all this screaming and this chaos, Brian Albert doesn't come outside. Nicole Albert doesn't come outside during this maelstrom. And yet, Jennifer McCabe never goes inside to check on her sister. There's literally no signs of life inside the house. And Jennifer McCabe doesn't take a step inside that house to check on her family. Why is that? Does that make any sense? Everyone would sprint inside the house to make sure that there's no one in there that was hurt or injured or, God forbid, dead. Everyone would do that. But not Jennifer McCabe. The only way that makes sense is if Jennifer McCabe already knew that Brian and Nicole were just fine. That's the only reasonable explanation. And the only way she would know that they were fine is if she knew what happened. But Michael Proctor never explored this incredibly suspicious behavior. Don't you have questions? This would give anyone reasonable doubt. And don't you have questions also about Brian Higgins? Michael Proctor certainly didn't. Higgins had been sending flirtatious and romantic texts to John's girlfriend, Karen Reed. You'll remember I asked Sergeant Buchanan a simple question. Were those texts flirtatious in nature? He refused to answer that simple question. Do you remember that? Quote, I'm not comfortable putting a label on that, end quote. We read the texts. It's not a secret. Of course they were flirtatious. Of course they were romantic in nature. The reason he refused to answer that simple question is telling. It's because these flirtatious texts establish a motive for Brian Higgins. Sergeant Buchanan could not bring himself to tell the truth. His bias was on full display. He was covering for another cop. Investigators also ignored Higgins' suspicious late-night visit to the Canton Police Department. That was after a night of drinking, by the way. Why didn't they investigate this? What was so important that Higgins needed to go to the police station at that time, 1:30 in the morning, while drunk, by the way? Why weren't they interested in those facts? Remember, he's an ATF agent. He's a cop, a member of the Blue Wall, and best friends with Brian Albert. He would know that the CPD would be the first to get the call when someone reported John missing or injured. He would know what to look for, what to listen for, to determine if a report had been made and when and what the response was going to be. You saw the skulking through the hallways with his hood up, moving bags between cars, and of course, that late night mysterious phone call on his cell phone, a phone that you don't have and that you'll never see. All of that, and Michael Proctor never gave him a second look. All of that, and the Commonwealth, who's supposed to be after the truth, didn't call him to the stand. If you have any unanswered questions about Brian Higgins, that's reasonable doubt. The police didn't interview Brian Higgins on January 29th, 2022, but he was at the police station, as we've just seen. You heard evidence that Higgins and Chief of Police Kenny Berkowitz, also good friends, were in the Sallyport together with the SUV for a, quote, wildly long time. Kelly Dever, another Boston cop, told you that. She also told law enforcement agents that she found it, quote, weird that Higgins could have access to that very sensitive evidence, the SUV. Folks, there is never a situation in which a witness, a potential suspect even, should be given access to the evidence in a case. But that's exactly what happened here. Higgins was given unfettered access to that SUV and its taillight nearly immediately, according to Kelly Dever's statement to law enforcement. And it was at that exact time, the exact moments that Higgins would be in that Sallyport, that the 42 minutes of the Sallyport video is just missing. It's just gone, vanished. Well, that's convenient. Now put in context the condition of that taillight when it was actually seized in Dighton. It was cracked, but not completely damaged. I ask you to compare and contrast Officer Kelly Dever, her attitude, her demeanor. That's all for you to judge. Her attitude, her demeanor, her truthfulness, her motives from the witness stand. Compare and contrast that to Sergeant Nick Barrows. Who's more believable? Officer Barrows is unattached to any of the players in this grand play directed by Michael Proctor. He's truly independent. And what did he tell you? Was the taillight, he was asked, was the taillight in this condition when Michael Proctor picked up that SUV at 412? His answer? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. It was cracked, but not completely damaged, not smashed out like that. So how did the taillight get cracked? How did it end up in the condition where it was cracked, as Officer Barrows saw it, but not completely damaged? Well, you don't have to guess. There's a video. Just watch. That's how it got cracked. And Judson Welcher's own recreation confirms it. Look at the contact. That's from the Commonwealth's expert. And that further is confirmed by the fact that there were no taillight pieces found in any of the initial searches conducted at the scene. 2 searches, 50-foot area searched. Not a single fragment was found until after Michael Proctor had access to and control of that SUV and its taillight. What does that say about the character and quality of this case? It's revealing what happened here at trial. One of the most dramatic moments probably of the trial, Kelly Dever. How can you trust this investigation when you saw how far a police officer will go? You had a front row seat to the power of police manipulation and police corruption. A front row seat. Kelly Dever was interviewed by a separate law enforcement agency, not a friendly department, not Boston Police Department, not Michael Proctor's MSP, a different independent agency. She told those law enforcement agents in a formal interview that she saw Brian Higgins and Chief Kenneth Berkowitz alone in the Sallyport with the SUV. She was detailed, she was clear, she was unequivocal, she remembered the specifics, she recalled how it made her feel, quote, weird. She recalled how long Higgins spent a quote, wildly long time, as she described. These are all incredible details to tell law enforcement. She couldn't have been clearer. She couldn't have been more specific. But then she's put on a witness list and she's subpoenaed by the defense. Oh boy. Then this rookie cop was called up to the police commissioner's office. The same commissioner that was the boss of Brian Albert. They have a meeting, a private meeting, and he says, wink, wink, nod, nod, "We support you, Officer Dever." What else was said in that meeting? What else is reasonable to believe was said in that meeting? She claimed she couldn't remember. She claimed not to remember if he instructed her to do the right thing. But the commissioner of the Boston Police Department certainly said something to this rookie cop, and all of a sudden, that detailed, unambiguous, unequivocal statement to law enforcement became, what did she say? A false memory. Not, "I didn't say it." She admitted she said it. She admitted she detailed the entire story. She just said, "It's a false memory." What? So she's called to the commissioner's office to make sure that she would do the right thing. That's why she was called. And now we know what that means. In her words, "My entire career depends on what I say here on the stand." I'll quote that again. Quote, "My entire career depends on what I say here on the stand." You bet it does. That's how it works. And that's how we got here. At the end of the day, you have to ask yourself, can you trust the Commonwealth's case? Can you trust their witnesses? Can you trust their evidence? And here are a few of the highlights. A video that was played in a courtroom and sold as accurate. Turns out it was completely inverted, flipped backward, completely false. The test that formed the basis of their entire theory of the case. Watch closely as Dr. Welcher stands as a surrogate. Is that a righteous test? Or is that a manipulation? Dr. Welcher tried to deceive and fool you by leaning into the car, manipulating the results of his own test. When the truth was revealed by Dr. Rentschler, the Commonwealth spent the next hour cross-examining him about how that test was meaningless. It actually didn't mean anything. Well, that's convenient now that we realize that it was a manipulated test, and it actually does mean nothing. It didn't represent the theory of the Commonwealth's case. That's what was suggested. That test does not represent the theory of the Commonwealth's case. Really? Then why was Dr. Welcher playing dress-up in John O'Keefe's clothes, or identical clothes to John O'Keefe, when he was holding a glass? Why was he holding the glass right behind the vehicle? And why was he standing with his right arm oriented to the right rear taillight if he wasn't trying to recreate the circumstance that is the Commonwealth's entire theory? The Commonwealth stood up here with a straight face and told you they weren't trying to suggest that that's how John was hit by the car. Of course they were trying to suggest that's their theory of the case. They only abandoned it 2 days ago when it was revealed by our experts that it's physically impossible. That silent witness, that science, that physics, has become very pesky to the Commonwealth because there was no collision. Dr. Welcher also told you under oath that there were no x-rays taken of John's arm. He tried to deceive you into believing that John's arm might have been broken. I don't know, I didn't see any x-rays, so I can't tell you what the damage was inside the arm. Really? The Commonwealth has had those x-rays in their possession for 3 years. And again, it took the defense to bring out the truth. The x-rays do not fit the Commonwealth's theory, so you weren't shown. And Dr. Welcher wasn't going to admit it. And my goodness, then we get to the sweatshirt.
Here we go.
That was a moment.
That was a moment.
Mr. Brennan stood here in front of you and dramatically held up John's sweatshirt. Not just to the witness, but to you. And asked Dr. Wolf about it multiple times. Specifically, while it was in that plexiglass, asked Dr. Wolf about the multiple holes in the back of the sweatshirt. He interrupted Dr. Wolf, and Dr. Wolf started to look at the sweatshirt and say, well, and he said, how about here? Here's a hole, here's a hole, here's a hole, here's a hole. Dramatically tapping on that plexiglass. It was clear what the suggestion was, that the holes in the back of John's sweatshirt were from January 29th. That's the impression that was expected to be left with you. That's the impression that he wanted to leave with you. And that's false. The truth is, the Commonwealth created those holes. They aren't holes from road rash. They weren't made on January 29th. Those are cuttings from the Commonwealth's own crime lab, folks. That's what those holes are. And even with 3 prosecutors, all 3 of them, sitting right there in the room at the time, it had to be the defense to correct that record, to bring out the truth. If we hadn't done that, what impression would you folks have been left with? That's more than negligence. That's dangerous. It's dangerous. I'm going to guess that Mr. Brennan's not going to say much about this, about the fraud that was attempted on you. And if he doesn't, that speaks louder than any concocted excuse that the Commonwealth might come up with. It's shameful. It's shameful. We are after the truth in this courtroom. You're entitled to it. Demand it.
Shame on
Why
you.
would the Commonwealth stoop to a stunt like that? It's desperation. They know what you now know, what their experts know. There was no collision. So now we've reached the final moments of the trial, and you've seen the facts and you've seen the evidence, and we've just talked about dozens and dozens and dozens of facts that are reasonable doubt. Each one of them are reasonable doubts. These facts, these note cards that you're looking at, piled high, one on top of another, literally stacks and stacks of them covering the table. As you mentally sift through those cards, realize that every one of them is a massive hole in the Commonwealth's case. Every single one of the note cards represents a hole in the Commonwealth's case. If you're holding mentally even one of those cards, you're holding reasonable doubt, folks. You're holding a not guilty verdict. Job is not to do their job, their burden entirely. It's theirs. They have to prove this case and their theory beyond all reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. And not only do they not have a theory, they can't prove one that doesn't exist. All you need to know is that the Commonwealth failed. They failed to provide you with a truthful representation. They failed to prove the essence of their case, that John was even hit by a car to begin with. They failed to prove any intent on the part of Karen Reed because she has none. They failed to investigate the actual suspects in this case. They failed to present the lead investigator to you. They failed to justify the perjured testimony that you heard discussed in this case. They failed to hold accountable an officer who came in here and lied to you and claimed false memories so she could do the right thing to cover for a fellow cop or cops. They failed to maintain a fair and unbiased and honest investigation. They failed to present you with the truth. And this is what you get. An investigation that's riddled with errors and omissions and a rush to judgment and conflicted and corrupted from the start. Every part of it. That is the literal definition of reasonable doubt. How can they ask you to be morally certain based on this evidence? It's a tragedy. When the government fails so completely, so catastrophically, when there are dozens and dozens of points of reasonable doubt on the table, your duty, your oath is clear. Your sworn obligation under the law is to acquit Karen Reed. Not just because you can, because you must. Justice demands it. Do not let the Commonwealth get away with this. Don't let them get away with this. Do not endorse and sanction an investigation that is broken and corrupted top to bottom. But just as importantly, do not let Michael Proctor get away with it. And make no mistake about it, folks. If you convict Karen Read of anything, if you convict her of anything, science, the physics, the data, they lose. But tragically, Michael Proctor wins. Remember his texts. Something stinks. Yeah, but serious charges will be brought on the girl. She's fucked. Could you ever say to yourself, this is justice? The fact is, there was no collision. A car did not kill John O'Keefe. So I ask you, let your voice be heard, not in whispers, but in truth. Let the community feel, through your verdict, that justice cannot be bent and that it will not be buried. Find Karen Read not guilty, not guilty, not guilty. Thank you.
It took 1 minute, just over 1 minute 24. I'm going to put 1:25 on the clock for Mr. Brennan for countdown. Let's get that going. He gets the same amount of time as defense.
John O'Keefe was 46 years old. 46 years old. He spent his life helping people. He's described as a good man, kind, generous, thoughtful. He was a Boston police officer. He worked to help the community. Everything you've heard about this man, he was a good man. He helped people. When his niece and nephew had nobody, he took them in. He took them in. John O'Keefe seemed to be the type of person who would help anybody at any time. And on January 29, 2022, John O'Keefe needed some help. He needed help from somebody else. You see, John O'Keefe had just been hit by Karen Read in front of 34 Fairview Road, and he lay on the ground dying. And he needed help. Someone to reach out a hand, someone to knock on a door, someone to make a phone call to 911, even anonymously. Not take responsibility, just to help. And there was only one person in this entire planet who could help him that morning, to give him a chance. Maybe it was a 33% chance if he met the Isaac Wolf of the world. But to give him a chance. And that one person who could help him that morning was this defendant right here, Karen Read. And she made a decision. In her Lexus with the shattered taillight, debris field all over the front yard, and John O'Keefe lying helpless like a child on the front yard, she made a choice. She didn't call 911. She didn't run to his aid. She didn't knock on a door. She made a decision about herself. In her Lexus, she drove away. She was drunk. She hit him, and she left him to die. She was drunk. She hit him, and she left him to die. Before I go through and detail the evidence, let's talk a little bit about the evidence as a whole. She was drunk. She was drinking that night. She was drinking at McCarthy's with John. She was drinking at the waterfall. Her blood was taken with samples of a retrograde analysis, almost 2 to 3 times the legal limit. She was drunk. She hit him. The timeline in this case is beyond dispute. You can accuse, assault, characterize, malign, twist. The timeline doesn't change. It is data. Data is data. The black box, the forensics from the SD card, we know exactly step by step where they were. We know in that window she hits him because he never moves again. His healthcare data, the temperature on the battery of the cell phone, the physical evidence, the debris field, the DNA, the hair. And then she left him to die. He had a basal skull fracture, counter coup. You heard all about it when the back of your head hits the ground and the brain comes forward. Dr. Wolf told us the reason why they have level 1 trauma centers around the country is because people can survive this injury if they get help. That's why they have this care. That's why they have these hospitals. But you gotta get help. You gotta get help. And if you don't, you develop symptoms, ecchymosis, raccoon eyes, your brain swells, and you die. She was drunk. And that night was a recipe for disaster. But before we get to the drinking, in some ways, the fate of this night was sealed well before that night, because John O'Keefe and Karen Reed were in a toxic relationship. This relationship was crumbling. We hear lovey-dovey, and it was crumbling, and we know it. And we know it because a month before, his niece Kaylee talks about when they went to Aruba. It should have been a wonderful event. It was discord. It was fighting. It was aggravation. And when they got back, the discontent was palpable. Miss Reed reaches out to Brian Higgins, text messaging. John O'Keefe, the relationship is crumbling. And you heard a little bit about what that relationship was like. Kaylee, his niece, told you, when there was an argument, John would do what John does. He would walk away. She described to you one time, to get away from the scene, he walked into his bedroom. But the defendant wouldn't let it go, pounding on his door, having to get the last word, never letting go of the fight. Kind of mirrors what happens on January 29, 2022. And maybe outward appearance, they got along. Maybe sometimes quietly they got along. But behind closed doors, relationships have up and downs. We have a bird's eye view into the relationship on January 28, 2022, because we have the text messages. Not so lovey-dovey. The relationship is almost over. The tensions are simmering beneath the surface. They are not getting along. She believes Mr. Keefe is already halfway out of the relationship and he's not into it anymore. You will read them, you saw them. This relationship was unstable and at its end. And so fast forward that night. That night, after this discord, after the arguing, they go out and what do? They drink. And they drink a lot. So Keefe drinks a lot, and Karen Reed drinks a lot. You've seen the McCarthy videos. You can call it 6, 7, 8, whatever you want to call it. You can see the shots into the mixed drinks. More shots into mixed drinks. Count them yourself. Over a half dozen mixed drinks in just a few hours. Sober? And then at the waterfall, a shot, a mixed drink. Now, it was brought up the waterfall that there was some type of discord between Brian Higgins and John O'Keefe. They knew each other. They were friends. Brian Higgins' conduct of speaking to Karen Reed is not honorable. It's not. But they were friendly. There was no adversarial relationship. There was no anger between them. What we heard is they barely greeted each other. Could we have slide 1, please? At the Waterfall Bar, when you see John O'Keefe come in, here's him barely greeting him. That's him and Mr. Higgins, barely greeting each other. Reality sometimes is different than argument. This is a celebratory mood. Take that down, please. Celebratory mood. A bunch of friends. They're playing around. They're hugging. They're grappling. This is a fighting technique for a murder 2 hours later. Is that the story? They're practicing their moves to murder John O'Keefe. In the celebratory mood, you don't see any aggravation or animus between Brian Higgins and John O'Keefe. Inevitably, the next morning, Karen Reed is brought to the hospital and they take her blood. Now, the government doesn't have to prove that she was drunk. It is either that she's over the legal limit, 0.08, or she had enough alcohol to affect her ability to operate a motor vehicle safely, but you will know that she was far beyond the legal limit. After the retrograde analysis, almost 2 to 3 times the legal limit. Almost 2 to 3 times the legal limit. Now, it's been intimated, not come out and said, that maybe she went home and started drinking after she got home. No evidence, mind you, no evidence. And that somehow that is why she had a high blood alcohol level. It's not appropriate for me to comment on the credibility of another attorney's argument, so I won't do that. But Karen Reed will do that for her. So if we listen to slide 2, she'll tell you exactly what she thinks about that claim.
My alcohol intake's probably about 5 or 6 or 4. The drinks that they were pouring me at McCarthy's, which is where I consumed most of the alcohol, was the weakest spot in time. It tasted just like old soda water with lime.
Slide 3, please.
I wouldn't have gotten on the expressway. I wouldn't have gotten on the expressway at 12:15 on January 29th. I mean, it was quiet. The roads were very quiet. You can see it on the videos. And I was going, when I've had a few drinks in my driveway, I always rode extra slopes. And I know my alerts aren't as sharp as they should be. But I shouldn't be driving.
Thank you. Do you think she drank when she got home? When they leave the Waterfall Bar at 12:12, you see a video, you have it in evidence, there's a still photo of John O'Keefe holding a glass. Not from the Albert's home. He didn't sneak into the house in the cupboards and grab a glass. From the waterfall, you see him with a glass, and in it is a straw. Take a look at that picture. And now from 12:12 on, we virtually have a historian in the data that tells us exactly where he went, exactly step by step where he went. And how do we have that? Well, we know the defendant's car had like a black box, and Judd Welcher, Dr. Judd Welcher, took the data from the black box and downloaded it so you can see the movements and the triggering events. And then Shannon Burgess, well, you don't like what he says, don't attack the data, attack the man. He can be mocked for his LinkedIn profile or his unupdated CV. But what he did is he found a key, critical piece of this case that did not exist before. He found it recently. And it was that SD card. The SD card that everybody missed, including the defense expert. Everybody missed it. So as much as you want to make fun of him, Shannon Welcher found the key so that we could have the time and date and location coordinated for an impenetrable timeline that can't be broken. That's what Shannon Burgess did. And so we know on the way from the waterfall to 34 Fairview, Miss Reed is driving, drunk. Mr. O'Keefe is in the passenger side of the car, and they're heading their way to 34 Fairview, and they get lost. And now we have more data, because John O'Keefe has a cell phone. And I said it in the beginning, it is a historian. It doesn't suffer from bias, it doesn't suffer from prejudice, it doesn't suffer from memory loss. It has data on it. And he puts on Waze, high location data, as Ian Whiff would say. And it tells you second by second the speed, the location, the movement. That's what it does. And he has healthcare data on that phone. The healthcare data separately shows his movement. And that is critical. It is critical because it not only shows his movement, it shows when he does not move. That healthcare data is critical. And it's not subject to bias. It's not in dispute. There's no other contrary evidence. It is data. On the way to 34 Fairview, alcohol fuels tension. We know that. And we know from those text messages the tension in that relationship, and then there's a trigger. There is a trigger on the way because they're lost, and when John O'Keefe calls Jen McCabe for directions, Jen McCabe says something that triggers what's going to happen next. Could I have slide 4, please?
Very close to the outlets. In fact, when Jen was navigating John to the outlets when I was driving, she said it's near Ashley's house. Ashley and John had hooked up prior to John and I dating.
And so as they travel to 34 Fairview, under the duress of this crumbling relationship, fueled by intoxication, we have triggers. Now, we know on their way there, we know from the data, where they went, how they moved. If we look at slide 5, Ian Whiffen showed you a guide. You could enlarge that just a little, please. And it shows you, with the healthcare data, it registers as flights climbed, but it doesn't mean someone's climbing upstairs. What it means is there's an elevation, and he breaks down the data, the red, the green, if you could move down, please, Ms. Gomez. And then the bottom left, that's 34 Fairview. You can see, second by second, the circles of their route, even the 3-point turn on Cedar Crest. That's what you see. At that point, they've left the bar. Remember, the battery temperature was 82 degrees. They're now in a car. It's now 77 degrees. Think about how accurate the battery temperature is, that it reflects the difference between being in a bar and being in a car. They take a 3-point turn at Cedar Crest. And because of Shannon Burgess and because of Judd Welcher, we have the data, and it's a triggering event. Remember, if there's an acceleration past 30%, it registers data on the car, and that's exactly what happens. Is a 3-point turn, and it all lines up with the cell phone after you synchronize the times. It's that simple. It's nothing complicated. There's nothing tricky. There's nothing devious about it. It's data. They do the 3-point turn, and you can match the cell phone clock with the Lexus clock, and when you do, you can reconcile the difference. Now, there's been a lot of talk, a lot of argument, a lot of fights. Shannon Burgess says 21 to 29 seconds. Mr. DeSorga comes in. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to actually do anything. He wasn't given the invitation to test the data. He just looked at the report and made criticisms like a Monday morning quarterback. But even he, looking at the data, says, well, it's 3 seconds off or 2 seconds. Same window, same time. We can have all the arguments we want. They're there, they're together. The data matches up perfectly. Perfectly. And so they make their way down to 34 Fairview Road. They don't stop. They don't stop at the driveway. They don't stop. And John O'Keefe gets out of the car. They go to the flagpole, and we know for 2 reasons. One, the data. And secondly, Mr. Nagel and Ms. Mason at Cedar Crest, at that intersection before it goes down to the right, they meet.
Turtle
they
boy that
let
just walked
Karen
in.
Reed go first. They fall behind in the truck. Now, at this point, Mr. O'Keefe has about 8 more minutes before the beginning of the end of his life. And he's in that car. He's in that car for most of it. Because Miss Mason and Mr. Nagel don't see anybody get out of the truck. Nobody crosses the lawn. Nobody goes to a garage. Not just because they didn't see it. And they didn't. Not because they didn't see it. Because the healthcare data on the phone shows that John O'Keefe is not moving. The car is stopped at the flagpole. The healthcare data stops. The battery stays at 77 degrees. The data is the data. You can't change it as much as you want to. It's data. And they sit at that flagpole for minutes. It's 12, 24, 33 when they get there. They're there past 12:30. Remember, Ms. Mason and Ms. Nagel said they were there about 5 minutes and then they go? It's not exact, but about 5 minutes they said. So there's about 2 minutes left for John O'Keefe. And what are they doing in those 2 minutes? What are the last 2 minutes of his life that he can remember that would be open to him? They're arguing. They're arguing. They're arguing. And we know they're arguing because Ms. Reed tells us through first responder Becker. She was sad. Remember, he sees her in the back of the ambulance and he's trying to calm her down? She was sad because her last moments were arguing. They're in an argument. That's why they're not going in the house. But John O'Keefe decides to get out of the car, and we know because the dome light goes on. That's what happens when you open a door. Whether he's bent down, he's standing outside, or on the other side, the dome light is on. And then you see the data. John O'Keefe begins to move. 12:31:56. It's the first time he has moved since they got to the flagpole, and it will be the last time he moves in his life. And he moves for 20 seconds. Ian Whiffen said that the satellites, they move, they reconnect, they pull information. He's no longer on high-frequency data because waves are shut off. Now it's more random. It's low-frequency. We would never suggest, and Mr. Whiffen did not claim, based on location data alone at that point, you can tell exactly where John O'Keefe is. What he said is it was readings all night. The bullet is always near the flagpole. That doesn't mean he was always near the flagpole. He could have moved. He could have moved in the circles and come back. Location data is consistent with him never leaving the flagpole. But that in and of itself is not enough. But there's more. There is more. There is the healthcare data. There is the temperature of the cell phone battery. And so he moves for 20 seconds. It turns west. It does not say he walks to the house. That's not what the data says. It doesn't say that he goes straight line and he walks over to the door. In fact, could he even get to the door in 75 feet? Could he get there? Because when the investigator for the defense testified, he measures from the driveway. He never stopped at the driveway. He never measures from the flagpole. He never measures from the flagpole to the garage door. So this fantasy that somehow he walked in the garage, even though there's no evidence, there's no witness, there's no data, 20 seconds of his life, and he moves. And healthcare data registers his steps. It could be pacing, it could be a straight line, it could be shaking the phone. We don't know. We don't know. We don't know everything. We don't know every little detail in every little second. We don't have to. That's not doubt. That's not reasonable doubt. We know for that 20 seconds he's moving. And in that 20-second window, when he moves, he has his phone and he looks down, 12:32:09, he sees a text message from his friend, John McCabe. And he looks at the text message and he closes it. And then it happens. We know from the uncontroverted data from that black box, we know that Karen Reed, after he gets out of the car, drives away. She drives for at least 33 feet away from him. He's back near the flagpole. She's gone. It's over. Whatever argument is over. Whatever anger and flame has been dispassioned, she's moved on. He's separate from her. He's safe. And then she makes a decision. That's what this case is about. Then she makes a decision. She could have driven home. She could have broken up with him. They could have talked about it the next day. Or like knocking on the door, like Kaylee said, getting the last word. She doesn't drive away. She takes that 6,000-pound Lexus and she makes a decision. And the decision is that she steps on the gas after banging it into reverse. Before we talk about what happens next, I want to talk to you a little bit about the charges in this case. And I hate to digress, but it's important so we really understand what we're talking about here. I have no authority to talk about the law in this case. The Honorable Judge Cannoni will do that. But I want to talk to you a little bit about the charges. Don't rely on my interpretation of the law. It's the judge who has that special power. But I want to explain to you a couple things so when you think about what happens next, you can really assess the facts of this case with the charges against Miss Reed. She is charged with second-degree murder. It sounds ominous, it is. It's a serious charge, second-degree murder. When most people think murder, they think shooting or stabbing somebody. It's natural to think that. Second-degree murder is different. It's not first-degree murder. I told you at the beginning of this case, I told you that we were not going to suggest or try to prove that Miss Reed intended to kill John O'Keefe. That was never part of this case. We're not claiming that. I told you that we were not ever going to try to prove that she even intended to hit him. We never suggested we would try to prove that, and we're not trying to prove that she intended to hit him. We're not. What we are obligated to prove, and what we have proven from the evidence in this case of second-degree murder, is that she intended an act, and that is putting the car into reverse and heading back towards John O'Keefe. She intended that act. The question then becomes, did her conduct create a clear, plain, strong likelihood of death? Late at night, dark, beginning to snow, under the influence of alcohol, knowing where she stopped and left him after an argument, heading back in reverse to the exact spot or right near where she left him at over 24 miles per hour, accelerating at over 75%. You need to ask yourself, are you convinced if somebody does that create a plain and strong likelihood of death? And if there's no doubt in your mind that she intended to hit that accelerator in reverse, and that conduct will create a clear and plain likelihood of death, then she is guilty of that crime. Whatever the label is, she would be guilty of that crime. Now think about this. Let me give you an analogy. If somebody, maybe a teenager, someone young, impulsive, is on a bridge, and they see cars going by, and they have a boulder, and they want to throw the boulder off, they're not looking to hurt anybody. They're not meaning to kill anybody, but they throw the boulder off the bridge because they want to see the car break, the thrill. And when they throw that boulder off the bridge, and it comes down and lands on the car, and there's somebody, passenger, child, anybody in that car, and it then goes through the roof and kills the person in the car, did they intend to kill that person? No, they were trying to have a thrill throwing the rock. Did they have the malice to want that person dead? No, they didn't. But that would be an example of second-degree murder. When you take a boulder and throw it off a bridge, first, there's a plain and strong likelihood of death.
You're aiming for a car with people inside.
In the midst of that tension and fight, after she drove away and was gone, disengaged, when she came back for the last word, in the darkness, the beginning of the snow, under the influence of alcohol, and decided to stop her Lexus, decided to put it in reverse, decided to accelerate 75% in the exact same direction of where she left him, and then hit him, and he died. I suggest to you that is second-degree murder. The other charge, operating under the influence of alcohol, manslaughter. It's different. It's a totally different and separate charge. Was she under the influence of alcohol? And then secondly, did she operate her Lexus wantonly and recklessly in a way that would very likely result in serious injury? When you're under the influence of alcohol and you drive a 6,000-pound Lexus in the heat of the moment at the direction of where somebody is, whether you intend to hit them or not, I submit to you that is wanton, it is reckless. And any reasonable person would think it's very likely that serious injury would result. It's not a matter of intending to kill. It's not a matter of intending to hit. It is the conduct of the operation and the risk that is created. And so those two charges are two of the three. The three is leaving the scene, knowingly causing death. And we'll get to that. So now, sadly, we need to get back to 34 Fairview Road where we left. We know from the tech stream data that you drove 33 feet at least, because it only picks up a 10-second window. And when it starts to pick up the data, we know she's driving at a speed. So it's more than 33 feet. We just don't know. And then when she comes back, she covers the 33 feet and 50 more. 80 feet. 80 feet. Over 80 feet. Now, nobody has ever suggested, even Dr. Welcher, when she collided with them. This data doesn't tell you collision. It's a 6,000-pound Lexus. It's a 216-pound man. It's not going to show a blip. It could have been in that 10-second window. It could have been 2 seconds after. It could have been 4 seconds after. But it's in that pocket of time, and we know it. We know it because when you reconcile the data with the phone, that 20 seconds is in the same window of that 10-second window coming back. So even if it's a couple seconds later, 4 seconds later, whatever Mr. DeSorgo wants, he stops moving. John O'Keefe stops moving. Forever. Forever. Next slide 6, please. You'll get to see this more closely, and you can probably see it where you're sitting, but there's important data. Data doesn't lie. And you will see acceleration, 75%. You will see speed, 24 miles per hour backwards. You will see distance, over 80 feet. That's what you're going to see in this data on that night. Anger, although not necessary in any of these charges, anger can be inferred for somebody to come back that hard, that fast, that reckless, that obvious, likely to create a plain and strong likelihood of death. That data tells a story that can't be changed, can't be attacked. ARCA, they did some crash test dummies. You know what else they do? Tech stream data. There's nothing about that data that is uncertain. Nothing. Take that down, please. When Miss Reed hits John O'Keefe, collides with John O'Keefe, we don't know if he went in the air a foot. We don't know if it was how much of a clip it was. We don't know if he stumbled back. But we know there's a collision. There's no doubt there's a collision because her taillight's all over the yard. It's all over the yard. And when he falls back and he hits the back of his head, his basal fracture, he's then lying there helpless. When Miss Reed leaves, she leaves behind tons of her taillight all over the yard. All over the yard. It's called the debris field. And you've seen videos. You can't replicate the exact contact. You can't because you need where the person was hit, how fast the person was going, but you know what happened because when you look at the debris field, when a light is broken, it's no different than what was on the front yard. It's no different. She leaves him behind. She leaves her taillight behind. She goes home. And on her way home, you know she's still angry. You know she's still angry because she starts leaving him voicemails. Slide 7, please. Healthcare starts at 12:31:56. 12:32:04 to 12:32:12 is the data which is adjusted when you reconcile the clocks with Alexis. 12:32:09 is when Mr. O'Keefe closes his phone after looking at Jen McCabe's text. 12:32:16 is his last steps. Mr. Disorder says that red range should move a little bit, 2 or 3 seconds. They can move it 4 seconds, 5 seconds. It doesn't matter. It's all in the same window. It doesn't change. We could have slide 10, please. Could you play that, please? Thank you. Each one of those pegs represents 10 feet. You can't place that car where it was in front of Fairview. You just can't. The data doesn't tell you that, but that tells you the movements of that car. Now,
does it tell you if the tires were spinning?
Sadly, lays on the ground, abandoned. You're going to have to ask yourself a question for charge number 3, leaving scene, knowing somebody was injured and then died. You're going to have to ask yourself, is there evidence that Miss Reed knew that she had hit him? Don't need to prove it for murder 2. Don't need to prove it for OUI manslaughter. But for the 3rd charge, Commonwealth has to prove beyond reasonable doubt she knew she hit him. We weren't there, but there was an eyewitness. There was a guide. And that eyewitness tells us that she knew. And that eyewitness is Karen Reed herself. She tells you that she knew. Could we have slide 8, please?
Could I have hit him? Did I hit him?
How could that have been?
I don't know what that could have been. It was howling wind. I had YouTube blasting on the stereo, and I thought, did he somehow try to flag me down, which was the reaction I was hoping to garner as I slowly pulled away from the house. Did he come out and maybe trip or bend over to pick up his cell phone, and I ran over his foot and then passed out drunk? I mean, I didn't think I hit him, but could I have clipped him?
When she left Fairview and left John behind, she didn't think he was mortally wounded. But she knew she hit him. She knew she'd hit him. And so when she made her way back home, not only did she leave debris field all over the front lawn, but she took evidence with her too. Hair, DNA on the taillight, and she drove back to John's house. And she started calling on the way back, 12:33, just a minute and a half later. And then her messages show her anger. You see, this was John's fault. This was John's fault. And her phone calls tell you about the tone and the destruction of that relationship. 53 phone calls that night. 53 phone calls. Not one to 911. Not one to Jen McCabe, please go outside and try to help. Not one to a hospital. Not one to anybody but him. 53 calls. Slide 12, please. Can you play voicemail 1, please? The calls keep coming. Cell phone temperature, 72 degrees. He's been outside now, not moving, on that cold, hard ground with his cell phone under him. The warmth of his body, the cold ground, 72 degrees. It tells you the story. As this temperature plummets and that cell phone battery is compromised, so is John O'Keefe. And him and his cell phone alone on that yard. 66 degrees at 12:45. It is plummeting. Ian Whiffen's taking a phone and putting it in a freezer, not a same analogy. The idea that means that John O'Keefe went in the house, absurd. 66 turns to 61, it's 12:53. 48 unanswered calls from the defendant. He's not in at a party. He's not wrestling with Brian Higgins. He's not in a fight. If he's in a fight, his cell phone would be moving. There would be healthcare data. There'd be steps. If he got into the house in 20 seconds and his cell phone is found under his body the next day, and how would he get back outside? There would be more steps because this phone is working. The data is the data. There's nothing wrong with it. It's registering everything. The temperature, the movement. He doesn't go in any house. He can't go in any house. His phone never moves again. Voicemail number 3, please. Listen to this.
John, I'm feeling you a fucking kid. Nobody knows what the fuck you are, you fucking pervert.
Did you hear that? Nobody knows where you are. It is 12:59. John O'Keefe has been on that lawn for about 27 minutes. She hasn't called anybody else, hasn't spoken, has no information. Nobody's called her. You'll see her phone records. And she says, nobody knows where you are? She knows. She knows. Nobody does know where he is. Except her. Except her. Why is she asking nobody knows who you are? She is starting to get panicked. Because she knows she hit him. Not suggesting she meant to kill him. Or for him to die. But she knows she hit him. And now he's not responding. And she's getting nervous. And she's getting anxious. And she's leaving call after call after call. He's not answering. He's not calling back. He's not even picking up the phone. And we know what's happening at this point. Panic, drunken denial, it's setting in. And so then we see the healthcare data from Miss Reed's phone. She doesn't move after 1 o'clock. She could be sitting, she could have fallen asleep, but she doesn't move for a while. But she wakes up. She wakes up early the next morning. You can take that down, please. And when she wakes up, she doesn't call Jen McCabe and say, "Where's John?" She doesn't call Brian Higgins. Has his number, has been texting with him. "Hey, was John at a party with you? Did you see John tonight?" She knows exactly where she is, and she's frantic. So she wakes up Kaylee, that young girl at the time, and she says, she's panicked, she can't understand what she's saying. "Call Jen McCabe. Call Jen McCabe." Why is she calling Jen McCabe? She calls Jen McCabe. You know what she doesn't say when she calls Jen McCabe? "When did he leave the house? What happened last night?" No. She calls and says, "I left him at the waterfall. I left him at the waterfall." See, now it's gone from panicked to self-preservation. "I left him at the waterfall." And Jen says, "Left him at the waterfall? We saw you in front of the house." Click. Hangs up. Hangs up. So then she calls someone that she doesn't know very well. She calls Carrie Roberts. But now she has to pivot because someone has seen her in the exact spot that John will be found soon. Whether she's the first one there or somebody else, John will be found. Maybe Lucky missed him. It's a snowstorm. You can't see. But someone's going to find him at some point. So she calls Carrie Roberts. It's no longer she left him at the waterfall. She pivots. And she calls, "Carrie, Carrie, Carrie. John's dead. I think he got hit by a plow." Why do you think she chose those words? Why did she choose those words? Because she knew that there was a collision with a large motor vehicle, and she had to substitute her 6,000-pound Lexus for another big vehicle. I think he got hit by a plow. And so now we have the introduction of Jen McCabe and Carrie Roberts. Phone calls that they probably never, ever wanted. A worse nightmare to get a call like that. For what's going to happen, what they're going to see, what they'll never be able to forget. But because the defendant is John O'Keefe's girlfriend, they wake up in the middle of the night, in a blizzard, out of their kindness, their loyalty, their devotion to John O'Keefe. And when she calls them and tells them that she wants them to come out, this soccer mom with a perfectly normal life gets drawn into this whole farce, and she answers that call. She gets out of bed. The spirit and kindness she displays to put herself in that position because someone asked for help, because that's what good people do. Kerry Roberts didn't know Jen McCabe. They both knew John. They met each other once years before. Kerry Roberts, separately at that time, answers the call, gets out of bed, drives to go help, because they have a common denominator, a common bond, John O'Keefe. And so you hear and see at 5:07 the defendant leaves Meadows. She leaves. And Kaylee is behind waiting. And you see her back up, and Judd Welch just showed you all of those demonstrations where you could see the unsettled snow in the back, and after the bump you can see the pieces missing, no taillight. There's no taillight on the ground, all the white snow. There's no crack, there's no break. It's a nudge. It's a nudge. But the taillight has already been broken, because when you look at the video, not one little piece, it's still framed, little angle with the light, the brakes are up. You take a look, you'll be able to slow it down. You'll see the exact same piece is missing, because it's back at Fairview. That's why it's missing. It's not there, it's back at Fairview. And then she leaves at 5:07. She gets to Jen McCabe's about, 5:35. 28 minutes. It's about a 10-minute ride. Where did she go in 28 minutes? Where did she go? We don't know. We don't have data for that. But we know when she gets to Jen McCabe's house, she is panicked, frantic, out of her mind, screaming, waking everybody up. Jen McCabe comes down, can't understand her, going out to the car to try to console her. Why is she so frantic? Why can't she speak? Why can't she say a word? Because John went out and had a drink and fell asleep on a couch? Because John would maybe be cheating on her? What is causing this extraordinary duress? Did she stop somewhere on the way by? Did she just see death? Kerry Roberts comes, take charge kind of person. She pulls him behind, she sees the broken taillight in Jen McCabe's driveway, and she decides she's going to commandeer this. We're going to go back to Meadows, you're going to follow me, leave the car, I'll drive. At this point, Jen and Kerry don't know each other. They've only met once. And they go back to Meadows, they obviously don't find John because he's back at 34 Fairview, and then they start their way towards 34 Fairview. They start driving towards 34 Fairview, and they're looking, and you heard from Kerry Roberts, Jen McCabe, they're looking out the window, they can't see a thing. The snow, the blizzard, the weather, the darkness, they can't see anything. And they're driving, and they decide they're going back to 34 Fairview, and this is remarkable. This is remarkable. When they start their way past towards 34 Fairview, they get close. And when they get close, they can see nothing. But the defendant screams, "Stop! Let me out!" And they look around and they say, "What? Let me out! Let me out!" She does not see John O'Keefe. She knows where he is. She knows exactly where he is. She knows where to find him. She knows where to expect to find them because she knows where she left him. She tells us. Slide 13, please.
Driving Jen's in the passenger seat. And I described this to everyone. So you probably heard this before, but John looked like a buffalo on the prairie. It was just a lawn in a heap that it wasn't a bush or a hydrant or a dog. It was a weird shaped lump at that time in those elements. And I was looking to find him on the side of the road. I was expecting I'd find him.
Thank you. A weird shaped lump in a blizzard, and you equate that to John O'Keefe? a weird shaped lump, not like a bush, and that is John O'Keefe. She tells us she knows where she left John O'Keefe. And so they go over to Mr. O'Keefe, Kerry and Karen, and she's upset, there's no doubt. I am not for a second trying to deprive her of the unrest and the trauma that is happening at this scene. Doesn't change what happened before, but I appreciate the trauma. And they're trying to help him. And guess what happens when they first move him around 603, 604? Ian Whiffen, data. The cell phone battery gets the cool air, presses on the battery, the cell phone battery drops. Healthcare data, he has not moved since that 22nd, hasn't moved. They start shaking him, you're going to see, when you look at the records, that healthcare data starts to move. He's been there all night. All night. Nobody else. Her. And so when they try to help him, she says something that is remarkable. She says, there's a piece of glass stuck in his nose. And she plucks it out. And she says when she plucks it out, blood spurts out. We'll talk about that in a couple minutes. Remember that. Piece of glass, pulls it out, blood spurts out. That's what she says. As they try to help John, Jen is calling 911. They would like you to believe there's a conspiracy. That the glass that's found in Mr. O'Keefe's body is somehow from inside the Albert House. The glass, well, you will hear in the clips, if we don't play it, you'll have all the clips with you. She talks about the fact that he took her walker. He took the glass. She says it. So the Albert House, they don't need to give the glass. He already has the glass with the straw that's later found on the street, by the way. That's what happens on an impact. Things move. The glass comes with him, lands near his body. Debris field moves past him. Shoe, hat, straw. Jen McCabe makes a call to her sister, and they say because it registers 29 seconds, a cell record is not the same as a call detail record. There is no evidence there was a conversation. No lights go on. There's no conspiracy. You can call somebody. It can ring. It can go to voicemail. They have no evidence, none, that there's a conversation between Jen McCabe, the person who was ripped out of her sleep to come help, and her sister for some grand conspiracy. And so what happens next is traumatic. Kerry Roberts and Jen McCabe see their best friend prone, lifeless, frozen, on the ground. And they're living this torment because somebody brought them into this. When they're trying to help John, there is not one suggestion from anybody that John ever went into that house. There's no reason to go into that house because John was never in the house. Not one time does anybody say, what time did he leave? I thought he went in there. Not even a whisper of it, because it never, ever happened. When they find their friend John, he's not 20 feet off the side of the road like Mr. Rentschler or Mr. Wolf thinks. He's right there by the side of the road, close by the curb. Could we have slide 14, please? You can see there's Kerry Roberts' vehicle, and then on the left, you can see where they're working. Right off the road, that's not 20 feet. That is a clip, a stumble, and a fall. And remember, when John O'Keefe fell, there wasn't snow. It was just the beginning of the dusting. It was the cold, hard ground. Remember what Dr. Isaac Wolf told us about cold, hard ground? Causes this type of injury all the time. All the time. If we could go to slide 16, please. Remember the glass in the nose? The glass in the nose. See on the bottom left, that's where the Canton Police Department found the glass that he took from the car, from the waterfall. And then Exhibit 195, matching glass. On February 3rd, the matching piece of glass was found on the street. The matching piece of glass, the glass that was found with Mr. O'Keefe, was found on the street. He didn't fall back 8-10 feet from the road. It broke and then it shattered and went to the street. I would suggest to you it broke at the time of the collision, and he carried the glass with him, leaving the evidence behind, a trail to memorialize what happened to him that night. Remember the straw I asked you to take a look at that picture when we're leaving the waterfall at 12:12, the black straw in the drink on the street. Collision, glass, nose, straw, back, hits his head. Could you play the clip on the left, please? 59.
So when John got out of the car at Brian Albert's house, he took my full.
We have a
169.
Glitch in the Matrix.
So John's laying there, his left and his right, and I approached John from the left. That's where the street is. And he had a piece of glass, like, perched on his nose, like just wedged like a splinter would be. And it just pulled it, and as soon as I pulled it, it just gushed blood down his face.
Thank you. 911's called by Jen McCabe. She's not hiding from anybody. She's trying to help. She's bringing attention to the situation. And when 911 comes, we have first responders. These people are heroes. Some of them, you've heard from some of them, they were born to help people. That's what their life is about. The detail on all their mechanics of getting to work 2 hours early in the middle of the blizzard so that you're there on time so you can help people. These are the core of our community. Mr. Nuttall, this is what he does. He rushes to go help. He's the first person on his knees. He doesn't know this person from anybody. But to him, it's another human being. This is his passion. Katie McLaughlin, first responder. This is not just a profession, it's her life. Yes, she knows Caitlin Albert. Do you think she went there that night at a party and set up a murder and came back? And so they tell you what happens at the scene. Some things hard to remember, some things people will never forget. When you're in a traumatic incident, sometimes it's something you'll never, ever forget. And Timothy Nuttall remembers speaking to the defendant. I hit him. Remember, he's on his knees. What happened? I hit him. I hit him. She is now coming to terms with the moment. Her fear is realized. She hit him. She clipped him. She didn't think he was mortally wounded. She panicked. She can't come to terms with it, so she has to bring people with her to face it. And now she's facing the reality of what she had done. And her emotion is overwhelming. I hit him. I hit him. She speaks to Miss McLaughlin. I hit him. Not that I hit him. Could I hit him? Perhaps I hit him. That was earlier. Now she's recognizing what she did. I hit him. And these people are making it up. Anybody that says anything adverse or inconsistent or inconvenient is a liar or a perjurer or in on a conspiracy.
Big yawn from John's dad back there.
Or is it that these good people who went there for a total stranger to do their duty to help happen to remember that she admitted what she had done? I know that doesn't reconcile with the boogeyman Proctor and the bad government. I know it doesn't reconcile with no DNA on this piece or that piece. I know it doesn't reconcile with everybody setting up the girl. I know that doesn't reconcile. But the reality is, you have independent, core people who hear her say, I hit him. I hit him. And the attempt is to portray everybody as a liar. But you don't have to rely just on these good people, although you should. You should. You don't have to, because we have a guide, and it's Karen Reed. Slide 17.
Mr. Brennan is
What I said was, did I hit him? I always said I hit him, but did I really say this many times as law enforcement is claiming I said it?
And no, I said I hit him.
I know it doesn't fit the theme, the theory, the story, but she tells you herself. She endorses those good people exactly what they had heard. She tells you herself she hit him. It's undeniable, it's unmistakable, it's inconvenient. But the truth has a way of seeping up to the daylight. It can be oppressed and suppressed and pushed down and covered and twisted, but it rises. It rises. And it is not a coincidence. There's no coincidence that Mr. Nuttall and Miss McLaughlin hear exactly that. She tells you. And Jen McCabe, when she's sitting next to or standing next to Miss McLaughlin, she tells you that she saw or heard the same thing. Remember what happened to her on the stand when she had the audacity to say, I heard her say it? What happened to her? This woman who never even wanted to leave her home that day, pulled out into a storm to see her best friend dead. What happened when she had the audacity to say that? And now we know that the defendant herself said the same thing. And the funny thing, the ironic thing is, you will see in a photo when Miss McLaughlin, firefighter, was speaking to the defendant, Miss McCabe was next to her. Miss McCabe was trying to protect her, trying to shut her up. Don't talk, you're upset, stop saying crazy things. The villain of this story was trying to help the defendant from incriminating herself. The irony. Could we have slide 9, please?
Mr. Brennan's banking heavily on Karen's own words to make his argument.
This is the battery temperature. You're going to have a chance to look at it. If it wasn't so tragic, it is interesting. It is interesting if you like data. The 29, 12, 13, you know, leaving the waterfall, 82 degrees, 12:22. In the car, 77 degrees, 12:37. About 3.5 minutes after the defendant collides with John O'Keefe, it's starting to go down to 72, 12:45, 66, 12:53, 61, and you see it drop and steady off at 1:36. Remember, cell phone battery under him. John O'Keefe either struggling for life or he's passed, and his blood's still warm either way under him. Doesn't move again until 6:06. It drops down 7 degrees because the women are pulling on him. The cold air is hitting the battery. What happens at 6:15? You're going to see the video. You've seen it. Still photos. Kerry Roberts goes over, picks up the phone. Not only does she pick up the phone, she puts it in her pocket, and then 20 minutes later, the next meeting, the temperature rises. That's not convenient. That's not a coincidence. That's fact. That's data. And then the phone is passed, put in a warm environment, and it raises up. 6:15. How can someone conspire to pick up a phone on the side of the yard that was under Mr. O'Keefe's body at 6:15 and know the battery temperature was then going to rise? And not only did the battery temperature rise, when you look at the healthcare data, at 6:15 when she picks up the phone, you know what happens to the healthcare data, right? It starts to move. It's data. It's data. So, while they're going through this duress, the defendant asked Jen McCabe for yet another favor. Look up hypothermia. Find out how long it takes for someone to die in a cold. And there's Miss McCabe in her winter jacket, soccer mom, trying to help. She has MS, her hands aren't working, she's trying to type in. But what's happening during that time? It's a frantic scene. She tells you that the defendant then wants to run back to the ambulance, so she goes with her, never finishes or completes the input. And then she tries it again. At 6:23, at 6:24. That's what this woman did that night, that morning. Not only for her friend, for her. For her. That's what she did. And what happens to her after? Because the timestamp, when you open the timestamp, it's at the time it's open, and she's in bed at 2:27 looking up Hockomock Sports because she is so interested in the kids' sports, and that timestamp stays open. And she goes to that tab the next morning when she puts in how long to die in cold. And that is being portrayed that she's in a conspiracy. She gets vilified as a murderer, a soccer mom who came to help. It took Ian, that works. That she's not deleting anything. Jessica Hyde told you it's automatic deletions over time. You usually can't delete that information. That's not a click and swipe like the good Dr. Wolf from Arca knows how to do. This can't be erased. But they still hold on to this.
Subtle jab
as they
there.
argue to you and all the injustices that have been done, they tell you, they want you to believe, or take a flyer on the fact that She looked up how long to die in the cold at 227. It is an absolute contrary to the science. There's no basis to support it, but they stand here in front of you. Why? Because every time they say something like that, you look the other way. Don't look at her. Look the other way. 227, look the other way. Don't look at what she did. Former Trooper Proctor, look the other way. Don't look at her. Every time they make those, oh, she got the glass from inside the Albert. Maybe in the basement. Look the other way. Don't look the other way. Look at the facts. Look at the data. And it all leads to one person. There's no grand conspiracy. It leads to one person, the defendant. And it's not just the data and facts. It's her herself. Let's talk about Mr. Proctor. You were invoked with this emotion early in the opening that this is a cancer. That's a tough word. Trying to evoke that primal reaction, disgust. I'm not saying you shouldn't be disgusted by the text messages. You should. You should. They're not defensible. I don't stand here and defend impropriety. I don't. But that doesn't change the physical evidence, the scientific evidence, and the data. He was terminated. He paid a penalty. He was held responsible for what he did. He should have been. He should have been. But that doesn't get a free pass. That doesn't change the facts. It doesn't change the physical evidence. It doesn't change the science. It's unfortunate. It's distasteful. It's dishonorable. Remember, Trooper Buchanan was asked, was the investigation with honor and integrity? And he said it was. Was Trooper Proctor's effort honor and integrity? And he said it was integrity. But he never said honor. That's a man of honor. Military service, dedicated to his country, highest level of clearances to the President of the United States, now a state trooper. He would not say that Trooper Proctor was honorable. Because he wasn't. He wasn't. But that does not change. It doesn't create a conspiracy. It doesn't invent a dog. It doesn't make somebody in a house something they're not. It just doesn't. When you read those text messages, they're hard to look at. It's unfair. It's unfair. And if there's a penalty more than being fired, well, maybe that penalty would be deserved. But it has nothing to do with the justice in this case. It just doesn't. There's not one piece of evidence, not one, that we can look at and say, this was tampered with. This was planted. This was distorted. Remember when we introduced the taillights at the beginning? I didn't introduce 3 of the taillights, but then the defense did, so I put them in. Those were taillights that were only found by Trooper Proctor. I did not put that evidence in. Understanding those text messages and appreciating the disdain one might have for his comments. Not that there was any evidence of tampering, not that there was any evidence that it was not true, but I didn't put that evidence before you because we didn't need Trooper Proctor in this case. We don't need Trooper Proctor to prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt. That's why I didn't introduce that evidence to you.
Why did you manufacture evidence
now,
on the shirt?
Now, there's been a lot of talk about planting of taillight. We know the taillight wasn't planted because Trooper Buchanan and Mr. Proctor did not go down to Dighton to see Miss Reed until later in the afternoon. We know from the 507 video, we've seen that. We know the taillight was already missing when she's leaving the driveway. When the good Canton police detectives went to do a wellness check to care for those young children, and they went to the house inadvertently, they didn't even know it, the dash cam captured the back of the car. The taillight packed with snow is missing. It's already gone. It can't be planted. At this point, Trooper Proctor's still in his pajamas. He's not even on the case. He's not even on the scene. He hasn't been near the car. And in the Dighton videos themselves, when you close it, you can take it at an angle and it moves, but if you get the right angle, you can see it's missing. It's gone. Can we have slide 18, please? .507. You can play any angle you want, but if you look at this angle, it's gone.
It is a single frame.
It's already gone.
Where the light from the camera shows up.
On the refield. January 29, 2022, 823. Look at the right-hand side. Look at the left-hand side. It's packed with snow. It's gone. It's gone. And the same thing when you do the videos, it's a different angle, a little smaller. If you play that and watch the glasses go up and down and slow it down, you will see it expand. It's gone. So when you have Indicting Officer Barrows come in here and try to tell you what he saw in the salad bar, couldn't have been it. You got to ask yourself, what interest does he have coming in here in this case? A lot of attention on this case, a lot of people watching. Comes in after, of course, driving all the way out to the defense attorney's hotel to meet in a conference room so he can get a subpoena. He spends 2 hours driving up and back so that he can conveniently get a subpoena that tells him to appear, which he could have got by fax or in the mail. And so when he comes in, what he says is, that's absolutely not what I saw. Absolutely not. And then he claims at the last time he testified, he had made the same statement. I showed him his transcript. And did you see the redness creep over his face? He never said this before. In fact, he testified to the opposite. And so he sits on the stand with a new story after a meeting, we don't know why, but then I show him that bottom right photo with the snow, with it missing, and I say, is this the way it looked? That's of course before the snow melts out in the salad port so that you can see it unexposed. And he says, yes, he had to agree. This taillight was gone. There's no boogeyman, there's no plant, there's no Higgins at the salad port, there's no one tearing out pieces. In fact, remember I played you a clip and you'll have it where the defendant says, I was picking out pieces, it was crashed in, the bulb was showing, when I was showing Kerry and Jen, when they went back to Meadows. If you don't remember, listen to that clip, you'll hear it. Unfortunately, there's no ring video when they go back to Meadows. There's a ring video when she leaves, there's no ring video when she gets back.
That's because Proctor deleted it.
And so now when we're trying to look the other way, we want to find a dog bite. So enter Dr. Russell. Dr. Russell, according to her, nice woman, nice doctor, very accomplished. I respect that. She's the only dog expert in the world. The thing is, we know no idea what that expertise means. She volunteers for the job. She wants to be here, on her profile, but she can't explain the methodology. What are you looking for in a dog bite? She can't tell us. It starts a year ago that it's claws, it's teeth, and then it's claws, then it's teeth, and then it's I don't know. And then when you look at each of the different parts of the abrasions, she says, well, I can't tell if I look at each one of them, but all together it's a dog bite. It's a dog attack. That is the masterful expertise that the defense has bragged about bringing in. Dr. Russell telling you, because she says this is a dog bite. She has never been in a forensic situation where she's looked at a wound and identified it as a dog bite before. This is the first time, the only time she's ever done it. And what she says is these are not punctures. Punctures means it goes into the skin, a wound. There's no punctures. And she's sure because she's an expert, so you should rely on her because she's coming in saying she's an expert and she's being presented. Yet, after saying there's no punctures, Dr. LaPosada comes in and she sees punctures everywhere. It's an animal attack. It's a dog. How is it? No method, no methodology, no history of this, no prior testimony that we know of other than arbitrarily what she says. And she says the exact opposite of Dr. Russell. Why is that? How does that happen? So obviously there is no science to looking at an abrasion and saying where it came from. They give us no detail, they give us nothing that we should rely on, they contradict each other. It's just to get you to look the other way. And so we have now the issue of the defense has said over and over again, there's no collision. There's no collision. There's no collision. And they had a number of witnesses come in to try to say that. And they point to Dr. Scorti-Bello, who works at the medical examiner's office. She tells you that she doesn't see injuries consistent with a collision. She's looking at this case for 90 days. 90 days. The evidence in this case did not stop. It continued for 2 years. She knows nothing about the data, nothing about the black box, nothing about the interviews of Miss Reed. She doesn't know about the DNA. She doesn't know about the shards in the arm or in the clothes. Strike that in the clothes. She knows nothing about that. So in 90 days, she didn't see any lower body injuries. She didn't see any lower extremity injuries, which are very common in car collisions. But that doesn't mean it didn't happen because she, in 90 days, saw a fraction of the information. A fraction. And we know now, argument back and forth for days about lower body injuries, the suggestion is A car accident can affect everybody differently depending on the angle, the scope, the speed. Some people can get plowed over by a car and have no injuries. Some people can get touched lightly and have more injuries. And there was the debate about no lower body injuries. Well, ARCA dispelled that in their dummy test, that you can have a collision with no lower body injuries. They did that for us. Thank you. And so the idea that at the time, in 90 days, that she doesn't have enough information to say consistent with a car accident doesn't mean there was no car accident. Let me talk a little bit about ARCA. I don't want to waste too much time with them. What expert who's supposed to come to you, they're not the arbiter of truth. Their opinions weigh no more than yours. Your common sense has more value than an expert's opinion. Their job is to assist you, to explain what their expertise is so that it's a tool for you so that you can make a decision. That's objectivity. We've heard words like confirmation bias, objectivity. Mr. Wolf got on the stand, and before we even started, you have to ask yourself, what expert has a court order for text messages and then deletes the text messages? What expert, what objective expert uses Signal, an encrypted app, to communicate about the case? Never used it before, hasn't used it since. And so when he did his tests, he used a lower weight arm. Wasn't trying to bash him, wasn't trying to insult him, tried to get him just to recognize that a 9.38 pound arm is less weight than John O'Keefe's metric, which would be 11.8. That's all, and because it's a lighter arm, it takes more speed to create the same damage. I don't know science, I don't know math very well, but that's basic. It's basic. And he fought me over and over again. Did he seem objective that he was trying to help you? Because Dr. Renshaw came in the next day and said, well, you have to adjust for that. That's all I asked him for an hour about adjusting, just like Judge Welcher adjusted. Do you adjust it? And he tried to talk to me like I was making something up. His own colleague had to admit it. Now, it's funny, he admitted it before he got through his credentials. No sequestration order violations. Nobody was coaching him, but he knew enough to come in at the beginning and get right on that point. And speaking of sequestration, remember Dr. Russell on her limo ride over? If Brendan asks you a question,
I know it's personal for Hank.
Make sure you ask for a transcript. Impede the progress. Slow down the questioning. Interfere. Sequestration orders is so there's fundamental fairness for all witnesses, not just some. And so what happens with Dr. Renshaw, we don't know, but we do know he comes in here and he tells you that he was not getting information that was helping him the last time he testified. He insisted. I asked him 5 times, was he getting information that would help him in his testimony? Not from the defense, from his former employer. He said, no, no, no. And at the end of the examination, he reads his transcript and it's yes, yes, yes. And he tells us that he's independent and objective. I asked him about a luncheon, not a big deal, just asking him about it. And he says, I have a sandwich and I stand in the corner until I remind him that we got video footage from a documentarian and he's in one of the scenes. And then things change. So when you talk about objectivity and who to trust, they can come in and say, Judge Welcher said this and that. It doesn't make it so. Judge Welcher, Dr. Welcher, never in any report, in any presentation, in any testimony to you, ever suggested this is how it happened. This was how his arm was. This is how his feet was. He was trying to show whether or not the orientation. Could this happen with the angle, with the height? That's all that test was. It was no more. But what they do is they reposture it, repackage it, and say it means this when it doesn't, and we're going to show you why it's not that, therefore we win. That's all that is. It's semantics. Judge Welcher, Dr. Welcher, never suggested that. And his work on text stream data, unassailable. And so what we have, inevitably, is we have a timeline that never moves, data that never changes, physical evidence that can't be put in that spot without a collision. We have, inevitably, proof, without any doubt, that on January 29, 2022, Ms. Reed was with Mr. O'Keefe, and she got drunk. She drank. She was 2 to 3 times over the legal limit. And they went to a party, an after party, and they were fighting. They were fighting. It was a relationship in decline. And he got out of the car. And he had a brief window of life left. But when he got out and she drove away, she couldn't let it go. She got drunk. She hit him. She left him to die. It's that simple. We don't know exactly how this collision happened, but we have a good idea from the physical evidence, and we know that it happened. Can someone have a collision without lower body injuries? Could I have slide 19, please? You bet they can. We don't know if this is the body position. We don't know if this is the exact speed, but what it tells us, this is viable. Look at the debris field. Look at his turn. Remember his sneaker on that curb that got lodged against the sneaker? Mr. O'Keefe then falls back, hits his head, counter coup, left to die.
And then slides across the yard in that order.
Thank you. I have slide 22, please. He is not an it. John O'Keefe is not a body. John O'Keefe is not a buffalo on a prairie. John O'Keefe was a person, and he was murdered by Karen Reed.
And
Thank you.
he sits down.
All right, jurors, the next up is my instructions to you on the law. I'm not going to do that right now. You've been sitting for a long time. So I do have to tell you, even though you've just heard the closing argument, you cannot discuss this case even with each other. All right, so we'll send you back for lunch. It's going to be a shorter lunch. My instructions are long, and we want you to be able to get this case to start deliberations today. So I'm going to send you back maybe about a half an hour. Is that enough time for you folks? All right, so we'll give you a half an hour for lunch, and then we'll come back. I'll give you my instructions on the law, and then the jurors will go out to deliberate. I know there are 18 of you. We seat only 12 deliberating jurors, so 6 of you are going to be alternates.
I've already chosen which 6 they are.
You know the odds, right? And I can tell you it's Mr. McDermott's least favorite part of his job is smoking. So we'll do that this afternoon. Do not discuss this case. We'll see you in about a half an hour.
Okay, as they go to lunch, I want to give you my take on the 2 closings. And wow, first of all, AJ did not disappoint. We're still listening in case there's anything that's going to be said when the jury's gone. So we're not quite gone yet. I can probably get rid of the timer, can't I? Looks like we might have a little bit more. Maybe just the judge leaving.
Counsel, can I see you just a second?
Oh, another sidebar. Sidebar number 3. AJ did an incredible job hammering the science, hammering the idea that there was no collision. It could not have occurred. Scientifically, could not have occurred. Not possible to get there. Mr. Brennan hammered what he called the data. He said science a couple times, but he never talked about the science of it. He always talked about the data. Specifically, he's looking at the phone temperature. He relied heavily on John's phone temperature, on the health data, when it stopped moving, a little bit of the text stream data from the car synced up with the time shift, and used that to say, we don't know how it happened, but it had to have happened. Because why? Because the pieces of taillight were found on the ground. Mr. Brennan being forced to address the issue of the placement of evidence on the scene by Mr. Proctor, I think it weakened his case to say, I didn't even include the pieces that were from him because we didn't need them. We didn't need them because we didn't want him in. Oh my goodness. It was terrible. He had to basically put in the juror's mind, right as they're about to deliberate, the idea that there was a possibility something got placed at the scene. His argument that that the debris field nobody could have put those pieces there without actually having a collision. A what? We don't even know where is. All we know is general area. That didn't ring very, very good. He did quite effectively, Mr. Brennan did quite effectively use Karen Reid's own comments against her. Once again, very limited clips out of some of those interviews. Not good for Karen. Not good. But if that's his whole argument, and she's asking, could I have hit him? I know I said I had hit him. That's what you're basing your case on? That's what you're going to hang your hat on? When you've called all these experts and you don't even talk about them? When you've got nothing as far as the evidence other than just like, well, we have a dead guy in the yard and we have these pieces of taillight that showed up afterwards. So clearly there's an accident. And she was drunk. We don't know how drunk. I mean, they want to say she went home and drunk when she was mad and stayed up all night after drinking a little bit, earlier. But I think it was weak. I think most of all, it came from a standpoint where he did not sound convinced of his own argument. Let's see. I missed a couple of comments here. I apologize. Let's see. It was a sad closing, says just Linda. You guys, oh my goodness. Thank you for the massive the curse jar tips. Oh my goodness. I'm very biased. I am. I'm very biased. I believe the science. I can't explain the data. I'll give you that. I cannot explain the data. And I believe the data too. I believe his phone stopped moving. I don't know if the time shift is accurate, if that lines up, but I believe it. But when you've got the medical examiner, when you've got your own experts on the prosecution who are saying there's no evidence of a car crash, and you want to tell me that she backed into him at 24 miles an hour, and he sustained no injuries other than what's on his arm, which I'm sorry. That's not taillight. You don't smash a taillight. You don't smash this thing with your elbow at 24 or your arm in any way. It has to be the arm, right? That's where the injuries are. You don't smash it at 24 miles an hour, break out the cover, which is hard polycarbonate, and break out the diffusers underneath. Okay, you're now 2 inches deep into this taillight that's moving at 24 miles an hour, and you just get superficial scratches on the surface, a light Klein mark that, my cat can do better. You can't get that. You can't get those injuries from that damage. It doesn't work. So I do believe it's from an animal. Might have been the dog. So I was actually a little disappointed we didn't hear more about the dog this time. Blair and Lisa says, Ari, you're the best. Excellent coverage, best tech and experience, knowledgeable, unbiased commentary from a fan watching on delay from Canada. Go AJ. Thank you very much. I've said at the very beginning of this, I leaned strongly towards the prosecution. They had a very strong circumstantial case. Unfortunately, the strength of the science that was brought by the defense outweighs that for me. And yes, I have to consider that the coincidences that match up with specifically with the time periods where, in question with Mr. Proctor in the Sally Port, everything else, I have to consider, based on what we see from him and what we heard from the Dighton officer, who I believe, when he said that's definitely not it, it was not completely destroyed like that. I sat there outside that house in Dighton for 20 minutes looking at that taillight. It was not how it shows in that picture. I believe him. I believe that Mr. Proctor took pieces and added them to the crime scene. And if he did, that alone is reason enough for not guilty. All right. He discredited everything Arca did, but then cherry-picked their video and said thank them for them. Yeah. All right. Jury's at lunch. They do get a quick lunch. I'm not sure if... Do I get a lunch? Do we get a lunch, or are we going to stay here through it? I think we might stay here through it. I'm amazed that we still get a court feed right now. Typically we get the fan, but lots of cushions there. Those benches are so uncomfortable. Maybe you should just buy, church pews that have padding and seats on them. I Rescue Dogs member for 28 months says, can we all agree we're happy this trial is almost over? Back to lurking. I Rescue Dogs, yes. I think we can. Hey. How's it going? Not going anywhere. I'm staying. I ate my yogurt. I think we're gonna stay here through lunch. I'll ask Mrs. Ari to bring me something, maybe. I'm really hungry. She says that's my problem. Couple jabs, couple little, not as many low blow jabs and mic drop moments as we had earlier, but the jabs that came in, the $400,000 with the kindergarten paint project. Ouch. That was amazing. We've seen a couple closings that have just been really, really good, and AJ is up there in my top 5 for sure with this one. I don't think the closings changed anyone's mind. No, nobody talked about the paperwork. The judge will talk about the paperwork and whether or not she used the same forms before. I'm looking forward to that. But I don't think the closings changed anyone's mind. Looking in chat, people that we know have been leaning towards the Commonwealth. They're still leaning towards the Commonwealth. People we know have been leaning towards defense are still leaning towards the defense. I don't think with the jurors, you got people swayed at this moment either. So I will tell you that Sue reported that the jurors paid attention to everything all the way through. They looked at the screens, they looked at the slides, they watched, they listened to the presentation. They did not take notes, as they were told they're not allowed to take notes. But I think they have everything they need now, except for the instructions from the judge. What's with the ham sandwich? Was it Dr. Wolf? No, it was Dr. Rentschler. After testimony in the first trial, he got a ride. The defense invited him to a restaurant where he ate a ham sandwich, and he said he stood in the corner, and then he took some pictures with people like afterwards. And so the ham sandwich has just been a thing. Apparently there's a video. We were not shown the video. Apparently there's a video out there of him talking with somebody after court. I think the reason we weren't shown it is because it would be a dud if we actually saw the video, as opposed to
talk to who? Just like the owner?
Like supporters of Karen Reed, the defense team. After he testified that day in court.
So who cares?
Mr. Brennan cares. Ham sandwich is biased. Why do some judges allow notes and some do not allow taking notes? Also, jury questions. It is judge's preference. Some states have rules, but most of them are judge preference. Some judges feel that taking notes distracts a juror from listening to the evidence.
What we have here is a failure to understand how people learn. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, it's just different learning styles.
It is.
Mrs. Ari is talking, but you can't hear her. Do you want to talk into this one? Turn your mic on even. Hey, how are you doing?
Still good.
Good. Let me switch to a 2-box here so we can see.
So, okay, I
can't see anything.
You can see me. Like, what more do you need to see? What more do you need to see?
Okay, hang on. I need to switch. Super Source box 1 needs to be 2. Box 1 is going to be 4. How about that? There we go. Okay, we're good.
Okay.
Now we can see you.
Tori, we're done.
Oh, sidebar's over. We're going to lunch.
Have there been instructions yet?
No.
You are muted.
We're muted. We're off at lunch. The jury is gone. Jury gets half an hour to eat. When we come back, the closings are done. It went to defense first, then the state. They got the same amount of time. Mr. Brennan took about 5 minutes less than the defense did. Both of them about an hour and 20 in that range. And
so are you going to lunch right now? Are you trying to close up?
I was going to stay here, but you were going to bring me some food. Was the idea.
So I was telling the kids what happened was I was sitting there reading to them, and I was so hungry. I was shaky, and I thought I would just love some cinnamon rolls. I would love. That would be amazing because we've got a birthday coming near, and your Father's Day is close, and I would love to make cinnamon rolls. And then I went.
Father's Day's this weekend,
and I made myself a sandwich and ate it, and I was like, I'm good. I don't need cinnamon rolls. It's good.
Father's Day is this weekend.
It is.
What are you going to get me?
I have already gotten you what you're going to get.
Oh. Kick in the butt, apparently. Did you get me a Tesla coil speaker? No?
I don't even know what that is.
You have to Google it. They're really cool. I want one.
Oh.
All right. Maybe a ham sandwich for Father's Day.
Right. So, okay. I'm sorry. Everybody's watched, but I haven't. So your take on it was that Alan Jackson did better than Brennan. Is that what I'm hearing on closings?
I think his delivery, Mr. Brennan's was flat. The delivery was very flat. He got more inflection and everything towards the end, but Alan Jackson called him out at the end. Basically said, "Mr. Brennan's going to get up here. Just a reminder, he stood up in front of you and lied." He held up that shirt and pointed to the holes and said, "Look at the holes," insinuating this. And it took us, and you got all three prosecutors sitting up there. Nobody said a word. It took the defense standing up and saying, "That's not true. You guys created those yourself." And he said, "I'd be surprised if he even mentions that on his closing."
Did he mention it?
And if even if he does,
he's toast either way.
Whatever excuse he gives is going to be lame. And then that's basically how he sat down. And so Mr. Brennan gets up, and he doesn't mention it.
I mean, what would you do? You're going to bring it up and you'd be like, "Nuh-uh." I mean, you're in a corner.
The only thing he could say is, "I made a mistake."
Yes, that's something that we don't even consider. Just own it and apologize.
But you can't say that in your closing, as you're like, "We are right," and then but we made a mistake.
We were wrong
in front of you,
right here.
Yeah, about this one thing. So it was.
So do you think that deflated Brennan, or was Brennan just kind of having a down day?
I don't know what happened this morning. There was a sidebar this morning that started off with court, and defense was ecstatic. They
won their first sidebar ever?
It might have been. I don't know.
This is exciting. Brennan's like, I don't know how to lose. This has never happened.
I'm going to play a little clip here of Alan Jackson's closing. Let me just get back to what we want here.
So, guys, I can't see chat. Like, I can sort of see that it's happening over here. So I bet you're all having amazing things to add. And I'm sorry. I don't know what any of them are.
Hang on. Trying to get to the point we want. The x-rays.
Okay. While he's doing that, I'm going to move so I can maybe see chat.
Oh, I'll have to show you this. Oh, you want? I can turn the computer.
Oh.
Does that help?
Thank you.
It actually.
You think he was deflated all day? It wasn't a mistake. It was deliberate. He had to hide the phones as well, and CW had an obligation to immediately correct one of it. I don't know what that's talking about. Sorry.
The prosecution had an obligation to correct the statement that the holes in the back of the shirt were caused by John O'Keefe falling backwards after a car accident, because they were actually caused by the criminalist who took cuttings out the back to test the shirt.
And they just didn't do it?
Yeah, they didn't. Took the defense filing a motion to get the truth out of it.
He confused his own witnesses, meaning he couldn't keep straight their names or what they brought in. Or he actually took his witnesses and confused them.
Hang on. Sorry. There we go. I need this on the screen. That's where we want. We're still watching. All right. I say the question again. Poll, please. What do you want the poll to be about?
Who's better, RA or Mrs. RA? No, wait. Sorry. What was that?
I don't want to lose.
You would never lose.
We're going to do another guilt or innocence, even though we did one yesterday.
Somebody suggested who had the better closing. That would be a good one as well.
Well, I can tell you that pretty much everyone's going to agree on that one.
I know.
Father's Day gift, trip to Buc-ee's for snacks and treats.
Dude, that's so far away. Hit the thumbs up button. I think that's actually the like button. Is that what that is? Is thumbs up like?
Yeah, Josh has said if we get to 2,000 likes, he'll give a ton of gift memberships away.
Did he really say that, or are you just full of it?
I'm serious.
Okay.
He also gave us huge super chat, so I know he's not lying. We're at 1,396 right now. If we could get another 700, 50 gifted memberships is going to give away.
Sweet. So Angelique said it's the acknowledge button. Compliance. Sorry, I don't know what any of these buttons are called. He said 3,000. What? 3,000 likes? Wow, Josh.
Oh, he said 50 if we hit 3,000? Okay. So we might need like 1,000.
I feel like he's probably safe right now. The other Jules is like, let's do it. Okay, let's see. I think the defense was so happy this morning because the judge is giving an additional admonition about Brennan, the lie about the hoodie holes. Dang it. I don't know what that means. Why would the defense was happy. Yeah, of course the defense was happy about that. Yeah, sorry, I mixed up people. Yeah, that's true. Yes, you're good.
Okay. I'm finishing up the poll. Just one second.
You already had one of those. No more. Okay, wait, what happened with getting cinnamon rolls? Shh, Vixen Mom, be quiet, shh. I heard in the opening that he would prove John O'Keefe was in the house. Did he prove it? I don't know. For free Karen Weed, by the way. So many acronyms, you confuse my brain.
Okay, I got the poll up. Where do you stand on the Karen Reed case? She's factually innocent. She did it, but was not proven. She is guilty as charged, or she is guilty of lesser included are the options.
You're good at coming up with polls. Polls are really hard to do, guys.
Let's see. Callie Graham, welcome. Thanks for clicking the subscribe button.
House long to verdict. Yeah, I was curious. Do you think that you're going to be running into issues with you not being here when the verdict comes?
No, I don't.
Because you know you're not going to be here.
That's on Tuesday.
You think it'll be in here before Tuesday?
I'm going to have a verdict before Tuesday.
Okay.
Otherwise, I'll be lakeside on the Starlink for the verdict. We're going to be here.
Hanging out.
Casey TC77 just gifted 20 memberships. Casey, thank you.
Okay, so somebody said verdict by the end of the day. The jury has to be just done with this. I feel like you're probably right. They are really done with it. But if they're not all together done with it with the same verdict, then they're not done. That's just how that goes.
The only way we get a verdict today is if the jury is united right now, one way, like unanimous, if they take a straw poll and everyone agrees, or if we just have a tentative holdout, just like one person's like, well, I'm not sure, and just needs to think it over and talk it over, and then done it. If we have people, if they take a straw poll and it's 12 people, if it's like 8 to 4, we're not having a verdict today. It's going to be
I imagine if you're the jury, you're like, oh no, now we have to do this part. It takes forever. I hate to say it, but I see this going the same as last time. Donna, there's a real chance.
Well, I think the defense saw that as well, and that's why they asked for lesser includeds this time, because it's much easier to get a compromise verdict on a lesser included. So if they can say there's no collision, but you can get her for something way down the line, I think they would take that.
There's something wrong with us as a people that we can say clearly they're not guilty, but we still have to convict them because I had to sit in the seat so long. There's something wrong there.
Yeah.
Is the judge making the jury deliberate during the weekend? I heard no.
Are they being sequestered?
I don't know.
Does anyone know if they're... she's going to explain it, but I'm not sure. I thought they might have been sequestered for deliberation.
Yeah, J.D. DeWolf says, I can only put what I think, not what they're going to...
Woody!
Sorry.
Woody just gifted 50 memberships. Oh, my goodness.
That's a lot. Do we have 50 people here to receive?
We've got 2,266 people here.
We have 50 people here to receive. That's awesome.
Woody, that is incredible. Thank you for your generosity.
Is that a basset hound?
It's a puppy. It's a puppy is what it is.
We don't know what it is, but it's cute.
The gifts are flying out the window.
Yeah.
I can't even read chat.
That's
They're going
huge.
so fast. Karen F says, I haven't been able to watch much. What's going on Tuesday? I missed y'all. I'm going camping with my daughter.
Yeah, and I'm super grateful because it's
her first time.
Yeah, it's her first time. So it will be good to help her ease into it.
She's going to a girls' camp for a week, and it's not far away.
And it's not very campy either. It's like my level of camping.
They're in a cabin. It has air conditioning. They have a commercial kitchen where all the food's going to be prepared.
Let's go camping.
The roads are paved, paths everywhere, parking lot.
They're going to be hanging out at all
camping.
the coolest places. They're going to do like a hike. That sounds camping to me.
They're going to walk on a trail.
That's hiking.
Yeah, it's flat. Woody, thank you so much. That is awesome. Karen F, OG status, 21 months. Thank you very much. I'm just going to be with them the first night on the camp out. And
yeah, she's so excited.
The poll's up at the top. If you look at the chat, it should be there. Panchoufle, I think we need the Allen charge again, right at the beginning, maybe. Court Junkie KDR says, just a cool thought. Could Miss RA take over while you're gone? Just a suggestion.
Miss RA is going with him. Or you mean me?
Yeah, you.
Oh, no.
Not little Miss RA. I'm talking about you, Mrs. RA.
So Mrs. RA, oh, sorry. I was going to say I'm going to be very busy doing editing, but that's actually some other thing that we're doing, not Girls Camp.
Yeah. For the other project, the Mrs. RA, that's a different camp out. That's in July.
Yeah.
Towards the end of July, I'll be gone for a few days up in Virginia, filming a recreation of a period reenactment. And I'll be wirelessly through Starlink, I'll be sending the video clips back at night to Mrs. RA. She's going to be editing it because at the end of the thing, we have 6 hours between when it ends and when we have to have a finished product. And Mrs. RA is going to make that happen. So
I'm learning a new editing program.
Yeah.
Which I need to practice a little bit so I can get really good at it.
Fingers crossed this works.
It'll be good. This is not the first time we've done this. We can do this.
Brown Barn has not gone to the jury deliberation yet. We've just had closings. So all we have left is the judge reading the instructions, which are sort of lengthy.
It takes forever.
It's going to take probably...
Cinnamon roll rising level length. It's like so long.
At least 45 minutes, maybe.
Okay, that's not that long.
Okay.
How do I apply for membership? Put your... I'm so tired. What's the button that they have to push to get?
There's a gift setting. If somebody types ! Gifts in chat, just one of you, not all of you. But if you type that in chat, a link will pop up on the screen. You can click that link and you have to tell YouTube that yes, you're willing to accept a gifted membership if one is donated and you were chosen. Once that's selected one time, then if there's a gift that comes in, you would be eligible for receiving it. And as long as your account's not a branded account. Branded accounts, for some reason, can't receive gift memberships. But
branded like a cow gets branded?
This is a company account.
Oh, gotcha. I think it's interesting that they're going until 5 when normally she shuts down at 4. It makes me wonder, does she go home at 4 and it stays open till 5 normally? Like, why 5 o'clock tonight?
I think she really wants to give the jurors a shot at
getting it done.
Yeah, but
isn't quick usually guilty? That's the normal way it goes. Like longest is hung, quickest is guilty, and then somewhere in the middle.
I don't know.
I don't either.
I think everyone tries to guess, and every time we're never sure.
I know.
But
get out the dice. I just do not know.
She's felt strongly that the jury has been here a long time, and
they have.
She doesn't want to give them the charge and then send them home for the weekend without them being able to talk about it amongst themselves.
That's
right?
fair.
The pressure at that point to be like, let me just see what's going on type thing would be insane, right?
Yeah.
So give them a chance to sit down for a couple hours with the people they've been sitting with for the last month of trial dates and start talking it over and just figure out, where they stand and, what work is ahead of them.
And I wonder how passionately they stand there because, wow, this is a divisive case. But do you think it's that divisive in the jury room?
It could be. It could be. We haven't had this time, I think, the same level of reactions. We've had some, but we haven't had the same level of reactions we had in the first one. And we know there were some holdouts in the first one. But just looking in chat, I realize, let me say this. this case has been so polarizing that a lot of people who feel one way about the case have gone to platforms that tend to lean that direction.
I don't even watch Scott anymore.
Yeah, so she's like, I just can't even stand you. So we have sort of an echo chamber.
Yeah.
In each of our channels, where people who are like, I like the way it's being portrayed, or I like the way it's been talked about, or I like the way,
But is anybody out there kind of anti Karen Read? From what I've seen. Oh, are they really?
There's some.
Oh, okay.
There's some.
I don't follow them. What was that you said about an echo chamber?
Yeah, we don't listen to those people. The other Jewel says, just wanted to say thank you for deciding to watch this trial. All right, I know there were some difficult days, but we made it through. Oh, and happy Father's Day as well. Thank you. For Father's Day, I think I'm going to go on a bike ride.
Yes, I think for Father's Day. Oh, it's on Sunday. I was going to say you're going to get to mud and tape, but nope.
That's today.
That's today.
But
sorry, I think I got your thing. My throat's all weird.
Yeah, it's good. Let's see.
Oh, there are a lot of very anti-Karen Read channels. I did not know that.
Nothing Like It says, I like the way Andrea and Laura and Emily Baker and RA have covered this.
Nice that you made it on the very end there. Yeah. Don't forget about us.
We've got 3 lawyers and a law tube adjacent. I think this is what it is. Would love to be a fly on the wall during deliberation. I know.
I don't know if I would. I think I'd be screaming, no, I disagree. Consider this thing.
Hang on just one second. I've got to check mod chat for something. Oh, thank you, Amber. There was a motion filed this morning by the defense that was rejected by the judge, and I think we've got time to cover it.
Hang on, I'm not listening to you very well, but this person says, Caligram says, people in the courtroom cried when Brennan did his closing. No tears for AJ's closing. Yeah, were they crying because it was bad, or because they felt like it really touched them in the feels? Or because it was over and they were so grateful? Like, why were they crying?
Specifically, John O'Keefe's mom was crying.
Oh, okay.
And, my heart breaks for her. She's lost her son. And
that's real.
She's been here every single day. This is round 2. I mean, she's been through months of this and years of waiting. She's raising his adopted kids now. I mean, it's just her heart has been torn apart and her life has been completely overturned. And my heart goes out to the O'Keefe family, all of them, for the loss they've suffered and what they've endured as a result.
Yeah, this is bad.
Let's see. This motion that was filed by defense this morning, defense motion to ensure transparency in alternate juror selection process. What? This is basically slapping the judge in the face, saying we don't trust you in picking which ones are the alternates.
She does get to pick. It's not random.
This was denied. Now comes the defendant, Karen Read, by and through undersigned counsel, and respectfully moves this honorable court to adopt a fair and transparent process for the designation of alternate jurors in this matter. To that end, Ms. Read submits the following motion and a proposed procedure for the court's consideration. In support of this motion, Ms. Read states as follows. The right to a fair and impartial jury is protected by the 6th and 14th Amendments of the United States Constitution. The selection and seating of jurors, including alternates, is integral to safeguarding a defendant's constitutional right to due process and the right of trial by jury. Ambiguity in the alternate juror selection process could undermine the integrity of the entire trial. Accordingly, the defendant respectfully requests that this court issue an order setting forth the method by which alternate jurors will be identified. The defendant further moves that this honorable court allow the defendant to have an input prior to the selection of the foreperson, meaning the judge.
What? They want Karen Read to be able to say who the foreign person is? Did I hear that right?
They want to provide input. They want to speak to the court before the foreperson is selected. The judge is going to select
the judge selects the foreperson?
Yeah.
Ugh.
I hate
the whole fist is on the thing. This thing right here.
The proposed procedure was that each numbered ball be shown individually and then placed one by one into the wooden drum with the process visible to the court, counsel, and Mrs. Read. That the drawing of alternates from the drum be conducted in open court, on the record, and in the presence of the court, counsel, and Mrs. Read. That the number of each ball selected be clearly announced, shown to all parties, and then placed on a designated stand or display area in full view of the court, counsel, and Mrs. Read.
She said no to this?
And that optimally, Ms. Read herself be permitted to draw the alternate juror balls from the drum as a further safeguard of neutrality and to reinforce confidence in the fairness of the process. This procedure would ensure that the selection process is fair, reviewable, and consistent with the defendant's constitutional rights. And so they asked that They asked for that and did not get it.
Why?
Now, it does not mean that they're not going to do something similar. I think what's going to happen is...
How'd they do it last time?
The judge picked...
The judge just was like, hey, you're clearly on my side, you're in charge?
Yeah, no one could really see. I think there was some question about whether or not what the numbers were. Nobody knew. It was like one set of eyes said, here's what happened. And that was it.
Goodness, this is shady. And maybe it's not even shady. Just let everybody see, and then they'll know it's not shady.
Judge picked a former cop that got hit by a car. How did he make it on the jury?
What?
Did you notice Brennan slip up by saying Shannon Welcher? Oops. I heard jurors requested Mrs. Oray's cinnamon rolls for deliberations.
Yeah, I just got the notice there. I'm going to have to whip up a batch real quick.
Let's see. This dude needs to end his speech over him.
She's
I think
in the past.
I'm not sure if you're current. Maybe it's me. Maybe she's talking about me. I just need to stop talking.
No. Maybe, but it's your channel.
Alternates last time were in a bin, but they were not shown to everyone, and no one saw if all jurors were in the bin. There could have been only two. Only the people who were going to be selected were in there.
May the odds be ever in your favor.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes. I volunteer as tribute.
No kidding.
All right, I take issue with this poll. The second option or some option should include just a not guilty. I have no idea if she did it, but it was not proven either way. Don't want to select she did it. So
you don't have to.
Not guilty would be option number 1. She is factually innocent. That means that
the facts did not prove her guilty.
No, that means that she is innocent, that she did not do it.
You're saying that means the facts proved her innocent, as opposed to just proved her not.
Right.
They weren't
she
sufficient to prove
factually
her guilty.
Innocent. The facts mean she's innocent. That's number 1. Number 2 is she did it, but it was not proven. That would mean the burden's on the state. They haven't met their burden.
So not guilty.
And so if you said, I think she did it, but the state didn't prove it, that would be the one that you're in. Number 3 is she's guilty as charged, meaning she's guilty of second-degree manslaughter or second-degree murder, the higher charge.
Second degree. Okay, whoa. Second degree, doesn't that require
intent?
Intent, yeah.
They say the intent is pushing the gas pedal.
BS.
Knowing he was behind, intent, push the gas pedal.
No, absolutely not. That is not what intent is.
And she's guilty of lesser included would be the last one. So let me end the poll because we've had enough time to view that really quickly.
Sorry, Alex, time's up.
Hopefully you voted, Alex. I show we had just under 1,000 votes, with factually innocent coming in at 82%. 9% say she did it but was not proven. Together, those two would be not guilty of 91%. And the remainder, she's guilty of lesser included at 5%, and she's guilty as charged 2%. And of course, 1% is stolen by YouTube, and we never know where it went. So
it's like the Apple fee.
The
it's
math
just
will
gone.
never math on YouTube polls for some reason. They can do a lot of things well, but add to 100 is not one of them. All right. Poll is legally correct options. Yes.
The poll is
do a video time lapse of the
factually
cinnamon
inaccurate.
rolls rising. Oh, that's so good. You need smell-o-vision for cinnamon rolls. They are.
Yeah. The smell is half of the joy in cinnamon rolls. They're just so good.
Bug Duggar says, I love you, Mrs. R.A. I love her too.
So I was looking at another one. Since we're homeschooling, I'm sorry, can you read it? I'm at a weird angle.
Jenna says, curious, since Mrs. R.A. is homeschooling, has she have an income or just you, R.A.? If not, she must be glad you became successful on YouTube. Oh,
so glad. Yeah, no, I have not brought in money. The value that I bring to our relationship is in the raising of our children and making cinnamon rolls mostly.
I couldn't afford her. Since our first child, she's not worked in the home.
Yeah, I haven't made money.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
I've
you've
started
done some
a
projects
business,
for people.
but I haven't had an employer.
Yeah. But I do the breadwinning, and she does the teaching and nurturing and all that other wonderful stuff. Have you stocked up on hot chocolate? Shh, quiet. You don't need to bring that up right now.
What?
I ate all the hot chocolate, and then I put the empty can back in the.
Oh, I know.
Yeah. See, she knows everything. Okay.
Me too, Mrs. R.A.
Let's see.
I love it. I love staying home. When I'm not going to say that all bosses are terrible, but my bosses were terrible. And so when it was time for me to quit and stay home, I was so happy. And I'm not going to lie and say it's just been roses and unicorns the whole time. I've really, really struggled with boredom at times. I've really, really struggled with depression. I've really struggled with a lot of things that come as a natural result of the lifestyle that we've chosen. But man, I just hated my bosses. I'm just like so glad to not have a boss. Like, this is bad, but nobody's telling me that I have to get up and do stuff. I do bring in the dough. It's a different kind of dough.
She makes great dough. Great question, though. Let's see.
Pay stinks. Benefits are awesome. Yeah.
She's great. She's
yeah.
wonderful.
And it's a lot of fun. I like what I do. I like being home with the kids.
Mrs. Ari does not just sit at home and teach homeschool. She is a voracious reader.
Oh, yeah.
She consumes information and knowledge nonstop. So when we go to the library, like the staff at the library calls in reinforcements. They're like, get help. We're going to need help checking out.
They know us by name.
There's a weight limit on those stairs for how many books we carry out of the library at a time. It is unbelievable.
Yeah, we do love our library.
So it's not uncommon to find Jen reading 3 or 4 books. Some of them, 500 or 600 pages long, and being like in-depth history.
The one I'm reading now, though, I'm like, oh, it's not good. So frustrated.
So, this is where we differ. When I find a book I don't like, I stop reading right then. I feel no obligation to the author to finish the book because I happen to started reading it.
I feel an obligation to myself. Like, I made the commitment, I'm going to read this book, and I'm like, oh, I'm gonna finish it. Gotta do it. It's stupid, but I do it.
I feel that way with the cinnamon rolls. It's like I've started eating them. I'm gonna finish.
I don't want to. This is not good, but I have to.
We are just a couple minutes. Let me just look how long this break has lasted, if I can. Okay, today, she said we got half an hour. Their sidebar, after she said half an hour, let's see, that was at 3:55. Their sidebar then went for
Is it starting?
7 minutes.
Oh, no.
So from 4:06, they've been at lunch. It's now 4:33. So if they get a half-hour lunch, we should be back any minute now, just any minute now.
Does Mrs. R.A. homeschool the kids all year, or do they take a summer break? Yes and no. We still do school for about 4 hours every day, but it's very different. The focus of the school is much more adventure and a lot less academic.
So traveling to museums, seeing sites, more hands-on.
Lots of field trips, there's a lot of cool stuff that happens in the summer.
But the kids, if you ask the kids, they'll feel they're in year-round school.
Yeah,
so
yeah. I mean,
not summer vacation.
We start school at the same time. We basically take the same amount of time to do it. So yeah.
Sophia Hink Sandwich W says, "Shout out to my mom, Stevie. Hi, Mama. If it weren't for her keeping up with you, RA, for years, I wouldn't get to be here with you, amazing people." Mama, Stevie, welcome. Sophie says hi. So, all right.
You're a stay-at-home mom with 5 kids. Woo woo!
That is awesome.
That's awesome. That's huge.
We have 6. Oldest is married,
mm-hmm.
and next oldest is about to leave for college.
Yep. And then the next oldest is also about to leave.
We've got 2 that are about to head out the door.
Yeah,
which
makes
leaves
me
us
sad.
with 3.
Which leaves us with a bathroom that's not done.
Do you know what we can do with only 3 kids? Like options?
Like driving a sedan.
Yeah,
like you'd fit.
You can get a smaller car.
Yeah.
You don't need a Suburban. You don't need a 15-passenger van when kids start moving out. I'm so excited for these changes.
This is not true, though, because as soon as that happens, then the kids come back and visit, and they've got spouses, and then, yeah, it is what it is.
Yeah. No grandkids yet.
3 of which are on the spectrum. Who's that? I can't see. My eyes aren't that good.
Which one? Where are you at?
It's green, but I can't read it.
Here?
Right below that.
There.
Yeah.
Miss McGuire.
Okay. That's really, really huge. We have a friend who just came up to me just the other day, and she was like, "Thank you so much for your kids being really nice to my kids. They're all on the spectrum, and it's so much work. It's so hard." And I was like, "Oh, I didn't even I didn't even know my kids were. I mean, that's cool. I like that. That's cool. But I just saw her. I saw the fatigue in her face, and I thought, oh my gosh, that would be so much work. I mean, you're doing something really important. Good job. My kids are cats. This is the kitty litter box.
If you watched the podcast last night, you know that I went to the store and bought a lot of ice cream. And then, so as to not be judged by the clerk, I used the self-checkout. But we also bought cat food.
Yeah.
And the cat food we got is the kind that has little tidbits with gravy inside on some of them. Our cat picks out the ones with gravy.
That's how you know you're feeding it too much.
So this morning, my son did that for him. He dumped out the whole bunch of cat food.
He picked
out all the ones and just fed the ones the snacks.
It's like Lucky Charms. Here are the marshmallows. Oh my goodness.
All right, when we come back, here's what we expect. We've got a lot of instructions, but don't snooze on these. And the reason why I say that is these instructions are the rules, the instructions the jury has to follow. We're listening for a couple things. If the judge gives that whole statement like, now jurors, the Supreme Court has ordered us to read some of these instructions in full that don't apply to this case, and then starts reading, we have a problem. She's indicated that she wants to do that. I think it is a terrible idea because the jurors then don't know what they are supposed to follow and what they can disregard, and it will leave them basically with a free-for-all to do whatever they want. They should follow the law here. The law is written. The law has been endorsed by the powers that be in the state, and that is the law they should follow. And those rules, as far as the elements of charges that need to be met, the burden that has to be met by the prosecution.
Whoa. You're saying that's the part that she's like, oh, well, they don't have to meet all of the parts of the charges?
There are some instructions that they'll receive that don't apply. She says, I don't see anywhere in the rules or in the judicial rules that allow me to eliminate part of this charge, but it doesn't apply. So instead, I'm going to say, jurors, some of these charges don't apply. And it's awful.
Okay, whoa, right there. If you say some of these charges don't apply, what I heard as a regular person...
Some of these charges. Some of these instructions don't apply.
Okay.
And if you do that, which ones?
Yeah, like if I'm the jury member and I feel like, okay, here are the 5 things that have to be proven in order to find her guilty of this, but the judge says that doesn't apply, so I guess if I find 2, she's guilty. That seems really dumb to me, but... I don't know, maybe.
Yeah. Lorraine, yes, we did catch that. Lally says, I think it was Lally who said, or Brennan who said, do you agree with that? And Lally said, no, complete garbage, or vice versa. But we did listen to that right as the audio came on. We don't know what the ruling was.
They got a no answer. First time ever.
I think it was probably that motion to have transparency in the choice of the alternates.
So they didn't lose. They won on that one.
No.
The judge said, I'll have transparency?
No, the defense asked for transparency in that article, that motion I just read.
Yeah.
It was probably the prosecution responding, saying, have you seen this? No, it's complete garbage. Do you agree? It's complete garbage.
Oh, not the ruling, but the motion itself. Yeah, that's garbage. Having transparency in anything, that's nonsense.
In the instructions, we also expect the judge to go over the verdict forms. This is also going to be very, very important. She has indicated that she really likes the one she used last time.
Because it worked for her.
It was terrible. The jury hated it. They said we were all confused. We didn't know what to do. But she really likes that one. So we're going to see if she uses the same format, if it's confusing. And if it is to you, you can bet it's going to be confusing to the jury as well.
So is everybody done? Does anybody have any closing left? Prosecution?
No, it's done.
It's done. Okay.
The case was closed the other day when they rested. Yeah. There's no new evidence. We've had the closings, which are not evidence. Both sides are finished. Mm-hmm. Now it's just the judge. They charge the jury, and they go out and start deliberating. So we'll be in deliberation this afternoon.
I know that this case has been incredibly divisive for a lot of people for a lot of reasons, but I have never seen a case that feels so much like a TV show. That you're like, what? There's new evidence, and that came out of left field, and I can't believe that, and oh my gosh, did you see that bomb drop? And it has just been, like, entertaining. Not just, hey, I do this to understand the law, but get your popcorn out. This is amazing.
I'm I've been a little frustrated with a couple things. When Alan Jackson said the prosecution should be for the truth, right? They should be.
You disagree with that?
No, I agree. Then listen to Brennan as he's talking and say that the defense is trying to fabricate some dog at the scene, as if there wasn't one. He knows full well they had a dog.
Was that in the closing?
That was in his closing.
He said
defense trying to fabricate a dog. It's like
How
the
did
only
the jury
person that
receive that?
fabricated everything was you with the sweater. Okay, it was just slid in, and I'm frustrated that the prosecution should be looking for the truth. The truth should lead where it leads, right?
Yeah.
If there's guilt, it will find it. If there's not, there would be no guilty conviction.
Yeah.
But when we prioritize a guilty conviction over reaching the truth, we have a problem. And I think Mr. Brennan demonstrated that in that comment.
Yeah. I've been watching this for so long that I've sort of just gotten used to some of the egregious things that are happening and just acclimated to it. But a long time ago, I heard Ian, and he was saying, you can tell that this isn't about truth because they're trying to get Karen, and if one theory falls through, they'll say, okay, well, we'll have another theory that can convict Karen. The goal has never been to figure out what happened. It has always been to convict Karen. And when I heard that, I was like, that's true. And that is fundamentally a sign of something being really sick. It is not right to have the goal be to convict a specific person.
Nothing like it. So, Scott, this is why my husband is so upset by this case, because he's a prosecutor and he feels that the ethics of a prosecutor to follow justice based on facts, not mold the facts to fit your theory.
Yeah. Yeah. Well said. Nothing like it. Yeah.
This is great. This has been like a crime drama series, 2 seasons. Please cancel the show after season 2. Please
don't pick this one up again. We're good.
I don't want a remake. I don't want like a prequel or a sequel or nothing.
No spin-offs. We're good.
Yep. I don't know. A spin-off might be appropriate if with the right defendant. Let's see. Isn't it objectionable to misstate the fact that evidence that was given during trial? No, dog.
It feels objectionable to me. I don't know if legally you can object, but that is objectionable just as a human thing.
The thing is, I know from a law standpoint, if the facts are not presented to the jury during the trial, during the evidence, during the case in chief, it's as if they didn't occur. But for the prosecution who knows that the dog was there, is fully aware of the dog, to say you didn't hear about a dog being there, so there wasn't one, that crosses the line for me. That's too much.
Well, and it's also really, that's gaslighting. And it's frustrating to be the one who's gaslit, that you're like, what? Did you just lie to my face and tell me what reality is supposed to be? I'm really quite frustrated by that. Please do mod chat.
I'm trying. Let's see. All right, thank you, Samantha. Big shout out to our mods who are just working overtime.
I know.
In this one, this is a tough
amazing.
one. They're trying to keep it. They're trying to keep all the comments nice and kind. So I would ask that. Well, we're down a few mods because they've got life things going on.
What?
Please be nice to each other so chat stays kind.
Yeah. And that's really what makes this channel special.
AJ threw in some things that weren't in evidence. Maybe he didn't mean there wasn't a dog there, but there was not a dog around John.
Okay, so I think those are two different things. That AJ threw in some things that were not evidence, and then also Brennan didn't mean there wasn't a dog there. I didn't hear it. Is that what he said?
Yeah, maybe Brennan didn't mean there wasn't a dog there, but there was no dog around John. The dog was not there when they found his body.
Well, then it's not real.
But dogs do move.
What? This is crazy. I need an expert to verify that.
No, Mary, no verdict browse. I don't think I even have them anymore. I think I got rid of them. They lost their stickiness. Selena, I have to delete your comment. We don't allow comments about chat. Sorry.
Okay,
Appreciate you, though.
Pamela says, I think it was EDB that explained the DA's job is to bring justice. An acquittal is equally just as a conviction. That is true, depending on whether or not somebody's guilty. So if we say,
You can talk into the mic. We'll hear you a little better.
What? All these rules? That if somebody is not guilty, then an acquittal is the only way to go. And me looking at this more so this time than last time, I look at it and I think, I don't know if he was killed at all. I just don't. I think he may have slipped and fallen. He didn't get hit by the car. There doesn't seem to be any evidence that he got jumped. I think maybe he just fell. And that makes this whole thing even more tragic.
Mr. Brennan said, we know there was a collision because
it was
the
broken?
taillight debris.
Okay, that is a valid thing. Okay,
And he also said the DNA on the taillight. Am I missing something?
Yeah, that's.
I
yes.
don't believe there was DNA on the taillight.
It was
because Alan Jackson
the hair.
said there was no DNA on the taillight in his closing.
Joanne's upset, just fell. So he's drunk, and I think he could have just stumbled, slipped, fallen, and that is what they really. Oh, sorry.
Not that that's what the defense is saying happened, but the prosecution's expert testified that someone just standing and falling over backwards could cause all the injuries that were found on John O'Keefe's head.
Right.
All of them.
Yeah, and so because that is a distinct possibility, I just have a hard time convicting anybody based on the evidence that has been presented.
It's too bad, man. Wish it were more about the truth.
Yeah.
Judy, that's not true. It wasn't falling with force. That's why we got the video with Dr. Dr. Welcher standing on the toes of the dummy and just letting it fall backwards.
Well, and also, didn't the surgeon guy say, yeah, we have drunk people all the time that just fall and hit their heads and have trauma just like this. Yep. It is physically possible.
The arm injuries, they're superficial. Honestly,
Do you mean the scratches?
Yeah.
Okay, so that I feel like that can be completely separate from the fall.
The injuries to his arm, from a medical standpoint, would not be treated at an emergency room. They would do nothing. They would look at it and be like, oh, nothing there. Where's the actual injury?
Yeah, they'd say, Neosporin, good to go.
Yeah, we'll give you a Band-Aid later or wash it off.
Yeah.
Sorry, you got a boo-boo. Bad dog.
I mean, for me, I look at it, I'm like, yeah, they are definitely dog-inflicted, but I do not believe that the dog-inflicted wounds have anything to do with him dying. It was the head wound.
The taillight and the glass.
Okay. How do you say her name?
Jaina is how I'm saying
Jaina.
it.
You're saying we don't know?
The glass he was holding? I don't know. It could have been thrown at the car and bounced off. It would have broken. It would have come back this way. It could have caused the damage. I mean, the last trial, that's what ARCA did, was they fired a glass into the taillight to replicate that damage. It gets you the depth of damage in the taillight. Not just on the outer layer, but also into the diffusers. It works properly that way, but I don't know. I don't have the answer for that. The plastic, I have to say, here's what we know. No plastic was found when they first found his body.
Wait, back up. Is that true?
And that's when there was very little snow.
Wait. I thought there were tiny bits of plastic found.
None.
The honest cops on scene, didn't they find some?
4:30 that afternoon is when they started finding plastic. Or was it 4 or 5? I don't remember the time. The car was taken at 2:30.
So hang on. It's possible that I've got this mixed up in my head, that I thought that there were pieces of the taillight found on John O'Keefe or near John O'Keefe.
We're coming back.
You are unmuted.
Thanks, Mrs. Ray, for visiting with us. Appreciate it.
What is now open to receive?
So who wanted to see me? I'll see you at Sidebar for just a minute.
Sidebar number 4. It looks like it's defense that is coming up for this one.
I was told counsel wanted to see me at Sidebar.
Yes, well, I guess everyone's coming up. Sophie Hank Savage Shelby says, my theory, John O'Keefe got into a drunk fight with a fellow cop, punched and hit, smashed glass on him, dog with bite history, attacked him because they react to negative emotion, and John O'Keefe fell and bumped his head. I firmly believe that nobody on that property intended for John O'Keefe to get hurt or die. Nobody. I believe that this was most likely from an accident.
Yes, I'm sorry.
It could have been from, a rough and tumble or a little argument, but I don't believe anybody expected or wanted this outcome. Stevie, thank you. Love the name changes.
Hold 1 second.
Quick little huddle going on. Didn't take long, but everyone's back in position, just waiting for the jurors. I do think there was an effort to cover something up, even if the effort to cover it up was to cover up something that didn't happen. I believe there was an effort to cover something up or protect people, and that made it smell bad.
Okay, Paul.
Rise to the jury.
Jim, now you're going to have to go through all of those to pick the alternate out.
You okay with that? Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Are you okay with that? Got a little hot mic there. So the judge was talking to Jim, and Mr. Brennan and Mr. Lally were talking to each other. We're not timing the judge. She is not on a time limit. We're more interested in the content of what she says here. I think her delivery will be proper as far as how she says it.
All right, jurors. Going to give you the instructions now in the law, but first I want to thank you for serving on this jury and for being so attentive. You'll soon deliberate for the purpose of reaching a verdict, but before you do that, it's my responsibility to give you the instructions concerning the law. These instructions are divided into 3 parts. The first part, general instructions that are provided in every criminal case. The second part, specific instructions concerning the crimes alleged in this case. And third, guidelines for your deliberations. Please listen carefully to all of the instructions. Do not ignore any instruction or give any special attention to any other instruction. To make sure that I give you the instructions accurately, I will read them to you. You'll also get a written copy so that you may refer to it in the jury room during deliberations. I will try to make sure that my oral instructions match the written instructions. If there is any difference between what I say aloud and what the written instructions say, please follow what I say aloud. You must take the law as I give it to you. You may not quarrel with it. You can't do that regardless of any opinion you may have as to what you think the law ought to be. Lawyers or witnesses may suggest something about the law. That's not necessarily the law. That's because it's my responsibility as the judge and mine alone to instruct you what the law is. I'll now turn to part 1 of these instructions, which are general instructions that apply to all criminal cases. As I've explained to you at the beginning of the trial, there is a fundamental rule that applies to all criminal cases, including this case. Every person who is accused of a crime is presumed to be innocent of that crime. Ms. Reed is presumed innocent of the charges in this case. That means you must consider Ms. Reed to be innocent unless the prosecution has proved beyond a reasonable doubt through evidence presented at this trial that Ms. Reed committed the crimes charged. I'll explain what I mean by reasonable doubt in a moment. Ms. Reed does not have to do anything to convince you that she is innocent. She does not have to explain anything. She does not have to testify, call, or question witnesses, or provide any evidence at all, because you must presume she is innocent. Instead, it is up to the Commonwealth to prove the charges against Ms. Reed beyond a reasonable doubt. This burden of proof never shifts to the defendant.
After you have considered all the evidence carefully and fairly, if you have a reasonable doubt about Ms. Reed's guilt in a particular charge, then your verdict must be not guilty on that charge. You may find Ms. Reed guilty of a charge only if all 12 deliberating jurors agree that the Commonwealth has proved the charge beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, what is proof beyond a reasonable doubt? The term is often used and probably pretty well understood, though it is not easily defined. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all possible doubt, for everything in the lives of human beings is open to some possible or imaginary doubt. A charge is proved beyond a reasonable doubt if, after you have compared and considered all of the evidence, you have in your minds an abiding conviction to a moral certainty that the charge is true. When we refer to moral certainty, we mean the highest degree of certainty possible in matters relating to human affairs, based solely on the evidence that has been put before you in this case. I have told you that every person is presumed to be innocent unless and until he or she is proved guilty, and that the burden of proof is on the Commonwealth. If you evaluate all the evidence and you still have a reasonable doubt remaining, the defendant is entitled to the benefit of that doubt and must be acquitted. It is not enough for the Commonwealth to establish a probability, even a strong probability, that the defendant is more likely to be guilty than not guilty. That is not enough. Instead, the evidence must convince you of the defendant's guilt to a reasonable and moral certainty, a certainty that convinces your understanding and satisfies your reason and judgment as jurors who are sworn to act conscientiously on the evidence. This is what we mean by proof beyond a reasonable doubt. How do you decide whether the Commonwealth has proven that each element of an indictment is true beyond a reasonable doubt? Let's talk about the roles we all have. First,
you didn't know the address even.
The function of the jury. You are the most important people in this room. It all begins and ends with your function. You will determine the facts in this case, and that is your job and yours alone. You are the sole and exclusive judges of the facts. If there are any conflicts in the testimony, it is your job to resolve those conflicts if you can do so. Once you determine the facts, it is your duty to apply those facts to the law as I explain it to you, and to determine whether the Commonwealth has proven its case beyond a reasonable doubt. You must decide the facts solely and entirely on the evidence as you have seen, heard in this courtroom, and on nothing else. No prejudice, no bias, no fear, no favor. You must not be swayed by personal likes or dislikes. Your deliberations are no place for emotion, sympathy, passion, or prejudice. The Commonwealth and Karen Reed have a right to have the case judged by fair and impartial jurors. All parties who come before the court stand as equals before you. Therefore, your verdicts must be based on the law as I'm giving it to you, and on the evidence and the facts that you find, and nothing else. You cannot allow yourselves to be influenced by any personal feelings you may have about the nature of the crimes with which Ms. Reed has been charged or the consequences of your verdict. Just the cool, reflective, and impartial sifting of the evidence so that here in this courtroom, justice may be done. Your focus is on the evidence. I am the judge of the law. My job is to teach you the law that you must follow in the case. However, I have no opinion about how you should decide this case. You should not consider anything I have said or done during this trial as reflecting any opinion by me about how you should decide this case. If you believe I have an opinion about the facts of this case, you must disregard it. You must decide this case based solely on your evaluation of the evidence. The arguments of the lawyers are not evidence. They are not witnesses. If a lawyer during argument made a mistake in summarizing the evidence or argued something not supported by the evidence, you must disregard it. It is the jury's collective memory of the evidence that controls the matter. Lawyers' objections are a proper part of the court procedure and are not part of the evidence. So don't hold it against the lawyers or their client if they made objections, motions, or other requests. They're simply doing their job during the trial. There was testimony at trial that the lawyers interviewed witnesses when preparing for the trial. You may not draw any unfavorable inferences solely from that fact. There is nothing improper about conducting such interviews. On the contrary, the lawyers are obliged to prepare their case as thoroughly as possible and may interview witnesses. The verdict must be based only on the evidence and the jury's collective reasoning applied to the evidence in a fair and impartial manner. The extent to which you believe or disbelieve a witness or what an exhibit purports to show, and the importance to give any testimony or other evidence is entirely up to your own good judgment. The evidence consists of the testimony of the witnesses and the exhibits that were introduced in this trial. You will have those exhibits with you in the deliberation room. In addition, as you heard during the trial, the prosecution and defendant agreed that certain things are true. Therefore, you must accept those things as true. There are some things you have heard about that have not been introduced into evidence, such as previous testimony of witnesses, police reports, autopsy and accident reconstruction reports, and perhaps other reports. You may naturally wonder why neither side has introduced any of them into evidence. The answer is that under our rules of evidence, such reports usually may not be admitted, although the parties may refer to them for certain limited purposes while questioning witnesses. So you should not hold it against any party that you do not have them, and neither should you speculate on what they may or may not contain. Similarly, as you review the exhibits, you may find that some information has been removed because it is not relevant. Please ignore that and don't try to guess what may have been removed from there. Any information that you may have read, heard, or seen about the case outside of the courtroom is not evidence. My instructions to you and any other comments I made, the lawyer's opening and closing statements and any comments they made, are not evidence. If the lawyers or I made any comments during the trial, those comments are not evidence, and you must base your verdict only upon the evidence. In an interaction between a lawyer and a witness, you may consider only the witness's testimony as evidence. Answers that I struck from the record and told you to disregard are not evidence. Only the testimony of the witness, that is, their answers to the questions and the exhibits, are evidence. Finally, on this topic, if one of the lawyers or I refer to some part of the evidence and that does not coincide with your own recollection, it is your collective recollection which you are to follow in your deliberations. It is important to remind you folks that the verdict cannot be based on emotional reaction or sympathy for any person or side of this case. Certain of the testimony and exhibits may have provoked an emotional reaction in all of us. You may feel sympathy for the family of Mr. O'Keefe, and you may feel sympathy for the defendant as she sits here in the courtroom. But your job is to decide the case without bias, fear, sympathy, or favor, to view the evidence with a certain clinical detachment, and to decide the case based solely on the evidence and the application of the law. I have allowed you folks to take notes during the trial if you chose, and you may refer to those notes during your deliberations. But remember, they are not evidence or a substitute for the evidence and your recollection. They are for your personal use. Please do not share them with the other jurors. Please consider the evidence as a whole. Do not make up your mind about what the verdict should be until after you've gone to the jury room to decide the case and you and your fellow jurors have discussed the evidence. Keep an open mind until then. For each indictment, you must decide whether the Commonwealth has proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of that specific charge. Your decision as to each charge must be unanimous, meaning that all 12 deliberating jurors must agree. You will receive one verdict slip for each indictment. When all 12 jurors agree on the verdict for a particular indictment, the foreperson should check off that verdict and then sign and date the slip in ink. For each charge, if you all agree that the Commonwealth has proved every element of the charge beyond a reasonable doubt, then you should find Ms. Reed guilty of that charge. On the other hand, if you all agree that the Commonwealth did not prove one or more elements of a particular charge beyond a reasonable doubt, then your verdict must be not guilty on that charge.
That's a better explanation.
You'll remember that we took a view in this case. It seems like a very long time ago, but we took a view in this case. The purpose of the view was to help you better understand the evidence that you heard during the trial and to help you appreciate the locations and their surroundings. Your responsibility in the view was to see the places, observe them carefully, and remember what you saw. The view is part of this case. You may use and consider the observations that you made while on the view in your deliberations in reaching a verdict. The same is true about the demonstration we saw from the witness stand. The demonstration was done simply to help you understand the evidence, and you may consider it in your deliberations.
Except for the rock, which was not
It is the jury's job to earnestly seek the truth of the matter. In doing that, the jury must decide questions of credibility and reliability. The jury must decide how truthful or reliable or convincing any part of the evidence is. You should evaluate the testimony of a police officer in the same way you would evaluate anyone else's testimony. You must not automatically believe or disbelieve a witness just because the person is a police officer. In deciding questions of credibility and reliability, you may rely on your common sense and reasoning powers and your life experiences. Consider a witness's testimony in the context of all the other evidence, not in isolation. You may consider the demeanor, candor, and appearance of the witness in testifying. Who was the witness? What relationship did they have to the case, to the other witnesses or parties? Did the witness have any bias, reason, or motive to give false or shaded testimony? If so, you may consider that bias or motive in your deliberations and ultimately as to whether or not it impacts the credibility of the witnesses and the assessment of the evidence presented. Is the witness someone likely to give an honest and impartial account? Consider not just whether the witness was honest, but also whether the witness's testimony was accurate and reliable or honestly mistaken. A prior statement by a witness, if inconsistent with his or her trial testimony in any way, may be considered on the witness's credibility and reliability, and only for this purpose. Also, if there has been a suggestion that a witness recently contrived their testimony, you may take into account any earlier statement the witness made which was consistent with their present testimony. The prior statement is relevant only as to the witness's credibility and reliability, and only for this purpose. You have heard some evidence suggesting that the Commonwealth did not conduct certain scientific tests or otherwise follow standard procedure during the police investigation. This is a factor you may consider in evaluating the evidence presented in this case. With respect to this factor, you should consider 3 questions. First, whether the omitted test or other actions were standard procedure or steps that would otherwise normally be taken under the circumstances. Second, whether the omitted tests or actions could reasonably have been expected to lead to significant evidence of the defendant's guilt or innocence. And third, whether the evidence provides a reasonable and adequate explanation for the omission of the test or other actions. If you find that any omissions in the investigation were significant and not adequately explained, you may consider whether the omissions tend to affect the quality, reliability, or credibility of the evidence presented by the Commonwealth. All of these considerations involved factual determinations that are entirely up to you. And you are free to give this matter whatever weight, if any, you deem appropriate based on all the circumstances. During the trial, I gave you some instructions on how you were to consider some of the evidence you heard, and importantly, how you are not to consider the evidence. I'm going to summarize those limiting instructions here. Ms. Reed is not charged with committing any crime other than the charges contained in the indictments. You've heard evidence about interactions that Ms. Reed may have had with Mr. O'Keefe in Aruba and others in Aruba. The evidence was admitted solely for your consideration as evidence of the nature of the defendant's relationship with Mr. O'Keefe and whether it goes to her knowledge or intent or motive on January 29, 2022. You may not consider the evidence as proof that she has a criminal personality or bad character. You may not take the defendant's prior acts as a substitute for proof that the defendant committed the crimes charged here, or to conclude that if she committed the acts in Aruba, she must have committed the offenses with which she is charged here. You can only use the evidence for the limited purpose of how it goes to the defendant's state of mind, motive, and the nature of her relationship with John O'Keefe. Before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the persons who authored the electronic communications were in fact John O'Keefe, Ms. Reed, Michael Proctor, Brian Higgins, or others alleged to have authored or created them. If you do not find it is more likely true than not that the persons alleged to have authored or transmitted or created the communications were the persons alleged to have done so, then you may not consider the electronic communication in deciding the case.
Aruba came in through the daughter. That was not aired on TV.
Photographs have been entered into evidence, and in some instances, those photographs will be inside an envelope when they go back to you to the deliberation room. The photographs may be graphic and unpleasant. As I told you when you first saw them, your verdict must not in any way be influenced by the fact that these photographs may be graphic or unpleasant. The defendant is entitled to a verdict based solely on the evidence and not one based on pity or sympathy. Consider a photograph only as it may show a medical condition, the nature of the injuries, or the details of the incident itself. You heard evidence of statements made by John O'Keefe. These statements were admitted only for a limited purpose of establishing John O'Keefe's state of mind. You are not to consider this testimony as proof that the defendant has bad character or propensity to commit crimes. The testimony of witnesses recounting conversations with Mr. O'Keefe or messages the defendant's phone received from him can only be used as they go to the defendant's motive or intent on January 29th, and only if you find that Ms. Reed was aware of Mr. O'Keefe's state of mind at the time of the crime and would be likely to respond to it. There need not be direct evidence that the defendant learned of Mr. O'Keefe's state of mind, so long as you can reasonably infer from the evidence that she did learn of it. Now, you have heard testimony about statements allegedly made by Ms. Reed. Before you may consider any such statement, you're going to have to make a preliminary determination whether it can be considered as evidence or not, and for what purpose it may be used. You may not consider any such statement in your deliberations for the truth of any such statement unless, from all of the evidence in the case, the Commonwealth has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant made the statement that she's alleged to have made and that she made it voluntarily, freely, and rationally. In determining whether or not any statement made by the defendant was voluntary, you may consider all of the surrounding circumstances. You may consider any evidence you have heard about the defendant's physical and mental condition, her intelligence, age, education, and experience. Your decision does not turn on any one factor. You must consider the totality of the circumstances. Some testimony came from witnesses who saw or heard something. Some witnesses also told you about opinions or conclusions they reached based on some special training or experience. But special training or experience does not necessarily make the witness's testimony any more believable or important than any other evidence. So you should consider the same questions about witnesses' testimony that I mentioned earlier, including any bias or motive these opinioned witnesses may have had to testify in a certain way. You may also consider the witness's level of experience and training and whether they base their opinions on the facts that you find to be true. There were hypothetical questions asked of some of the witnesses. You may give whatever weight you deem appropriate to the opinion based on the hypothetical, but only if, after careful consideration, you find that all the facts in the hypothetical were true. Remember that witnesses, even those with special training or experience, do not decide cases. Juries do. It is up to you whether to accept or reject, in whole or in part, any opinion or conclusion that a witness offered during the trial. You have the same powers with respect to the exhibits that you do with respect to the witnesses. Look them over and decide the weight, that is the value, that they deserve to receive in helping you resolve the case as you make your ultimate judgment about whether the Commonwealth has proved its case beyond a reasonable doubt. You do not have to believe something simply because it's written on a piece of paper or appears in a photograph. You are not, of course, required to disbelieve it because it appears there. You decide whether to believe what an exhibit purports to show and how much weight, if any, to give the exhibit. Certain charts and summaries not admitted into evidence have been shown to you as testimonial aids intended to summarize, clarify, simplify evidence, or to help explain the contents of records, documents, computer data, or other evidence introduced in the case. Charts and summaries are not new evidence, and you should give them only such weight as you think the underlying evidence deserves. So you've heard me talk about sources of evidence in this case. Those are the tools that you have to decide the case. Now, with that evidence in mind, what can you do with it? As jurors, you may bring to bear all your knowledge and experience. You don't check your common sense at the door to the jury room. Just the reverse. I instruct you to use your common sense. Give the evidence a reasonable and fair construction in the light of your common knowledge and experience. In determining the facts in this case, you may draw reasonable inferences from the evidence that you believe because you're entitled to rely upon both direct and indirect or circumstantial evidence. Direct evidence is evidence of what a witness claims to have seen or heard or touched or somehow perceived with their own senses. Indirect or circumstantial evidence exists where a witness does not testify directly to the fact that is sought to be proven, but you are provided with evidence of other facts and then asked to draw reasonable inferences from them about the fact that sought to be proved. Such inferences may be considered with all of the other evidence in reaching your verdict. Indirect or circumstantial evidence alone is sufficient to establish guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, what do I mean by an inference? An inference is a logical deduction or conclusion that you may, but are not required to draw from evidence that you have accepted as believable. Inferences are little steps in reasoning, steps in which you take some known information, apply your experience in life to it, and then draw a conclusion. Sometimes you can draw more than one inference. You have to decide which inferences are reasonable and decide which seem more reasonable to you. Remember, when you're dealing with inferences, you never have to infer anything. You may, but do not have to draw inferences whatsoever. An inference drawn from indirect or circumstantial evidence need not be necessary or inescapable, but any inference which you do draw must be reasonable and possible. It must be logical. It must be a natural one, which is not too remote in the ordinary course of events. You may not guess. You may not speculate. You may not engage in surmise. You should not pile inference upon inference until the pile gets so high that it tips over logically, or that the chain gets so weak that it doesn't hold together anymore. When you run through your inferences, check the starting point and the ending point to make sure that they're still reasonable. Further, when the evidence tends to equally give rise to either of two inconsistent propositions, the Commonwealth has established neither proposition. In order to convict the defendant, you must find that all of the evidence and the reasonable inferences that you have drawn, taken together, prove that she is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Let me give you an example of an inference. Suppose that the issue you must decide is whether the U.S. Postal Service delivered the mail today. If you go home and someone in your household hands you the mail and states that they observed the letter carrier deliver the mail and retrieved it from the mailbox, this would be direct evidence that the U.S. Postal Service delivered the mail. The witness perceived the events with his or her own senses and told you what he or she observed. The issue you would have to decide is whether that witness was credible. On the other hand, if you go home from court and find mail in the mailbox, you may infer that it was delivered by the U.S. Postal Service today. You draw this reasonable inference based on the following known facts. The mailbox was emptied yesterday. You know that the mail is delivered by the U.S. Postal Service Monday through Saturday. The letters in the box are postmarked. You have exactly the same power in this case. Not the power to speculate or to guess, but the power to draw reasonable inferences warranted by the evidence in the fashion I've just described. You may have noticed that Ms. Reed did not testify at this trial. Defendant has an absolute right not to testify, since the entire burden of proof in this case is on the Commonwealth to prove that the defendant is guilty. It is not up to the defendant to prove that she is innocent. The fact that Ms. Reed did not testify has nothing to do with the question of whether she is guilty or not guilty. You are not to draw any adverse inference against the defendant because she did not testify. You're not to consider it in any way or even discuss it in your deliberations. You must determine whether the Commonwealth has proved its case against the defendant based solely on the testimony of the witnesses and the exhibits. Now that completes the first part of my instructions. Now I'm going to turn to the elements of the charges against Ms. Reed. The Commonwealth has alleged that on January 29, 2022, Ms. Reed did assault and beat John O'Keefe with the intent to murder him, and by such assault and battery did kill and murder John O'Keefe. So in that indictment, Ms. Reed is charged with second-degree murder. Now I just want to tell you that our Supreme Judicial Court has promulgated jury instructions on homicide charges that I have to read verbatim. So I want to make sure to do that right. So murder in the second degree. In order to prove murder in the second degree, the Commonwealth must prove the following elements. 1, the defendant caused the death of John O'Keefe. 2, the defendant intended to kill John O'Keefe or intended to cause grievous bodily harm to John O'Keefe, or intended to do an act which, in the circumstances known to Ms. Reed, a reasonable person would have known created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. I will now discuss each of these requirements in more detail. The first element is that the defendant caused the death of John O'Keefe. A defendant's act is the cause of death where the act, in a natural and continuous sequence, results in death, and without which death would not have occurred. The second element is that the defendant intended to kill John O'Keefe, or intended to cause grievous bodily harm to John O'Keefe, or intended to do an act which, in the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. As you can see, the second element has 3 sub-elements, which I shall call prongs, and the Commonwealth satisfies its burden of proof if it proves any one of these 3 prongs beyond a reasonable doubt. The first prong is that the defendant intended to kill John O'Keefe. This means that the defendant consciously and purposefully intended to cause John O'Keefe's death. The second prong is that the defendant intended to cause grievous bodily harm to John O'Keefe. Grievous bodily harm means severe injury to the body. The third prong is that the defendant intended to do an act which, in the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. Let me help you understand how to analyze this third prong. You must first determine whether the defendant intended to perform the act that caused the victim's death. If you find that she intended to perform the act, you must then determine what the defendant herself actually knew about the relevant circumstances at the time she acted. Then you must determine whether, under the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known that the act intended by the defendant created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. If you have a reasonable doubt as to whether John O'Keefe's death was accidental because the death was caused by a negligent, careless, or mistaken act of the defendant, or resulted from a cause separate from the defendant's conduct, you may not find that the Commonwealth has proved that the defendant intended to kill, intended to cause grievous bodily harm, or intended to do an act which, in the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. In deciding whether the defendant intended to kill, intended to cause grievous bodily harm, or intended to do an act which, in the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result, you may consider any credible evidence that the defendant was affected by her consumption of alcohol. If the Commonwealth has proven both elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you should return a verdict of guilty. If the Commonwealth has failed to prove one or more of these elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you must return a verdict of not guilty. Now, the second indictment is the indictment charging manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. And there are lesser included offenses on this verdict slip as well, and I'll explain those to you as well.
She's making some changes.
In order to prove manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle, the Commonwealth must prove the following 5 elements. First, that the defendant operated a motor vehicle. Second, that she operated the motor vehicle upon a public way or in a place which the public has the right of access. Third, that while the defendant was operating the motor vehicle, she was under the influence of intoxicating liquor and or the percent of alcohol in the defendant's blood was 0.08 or greater. Fourth, that the defendant operated the vehicle wantonly or recklessly so as to create a high degree of likelihood that substantial harm will result to another. Fifth, that by such operation of the motor vehicle, the defendant caused the death of John O'Keefe. To prove the first element, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was operating a motor vehicle. A person operates a motor vehicle while doing all of the things, the well-known things that drivers do as they travel on a street or highway, and also when doing any act which directly tends to set the vehicle in motion. A person is operating a motor vehicle whenever they are in the vehicle and intentionally manipulate some mechanical or electrical part of the vehicle, like the gear shift or the ignition, which alone or in sequence will set the vehicle in motion. To prove the second element, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant operated a motor vehicle in a public way. Any street or highway that is open to the public and is controlled and maintained by some level of government is a public way. This would include, for example, interstate and state highways, as well as municipal streets and roads. In determining whether any particular street or road is a public way, you may consider evidence, if any, about whether it has some of the usual indications of a public way. For example, whether it is paved, whether it has street lights, street signs, curbing, and fire hydrants, whether there are buildings along the street, whether it has any crossroads intersecting it, whether it is publicly maintained. To prove the third element, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that while operating a motor vehicle, the defendant was under the influence of intoxicating liquor, that is alcohol, and or the percent of alcohol in the defendant's blood was 0.08 or greater. I will now instruct you on both theories. What does it mean to be under the influence of alcohol? It is not illegal to drive after consuming alcohol as long as the operator is not under the influence of alcohol. However, neither does someone have to be drunk to be under the influence of alcohol. A person is under the influence of alcohol if they have consumed enough alcohol to reduce their ability to operate a motor vehicle safely by decreasing their judgment, alertness, and ability to respond promptly and effectively to unexpected emergencies. The amount of alcohol necessary to do this may vary from person to person. The Commonwealth is not required to prove that the defendant actually drove in an unsafe or erratic manner, but it is required to prove that the defendant's ability to drive safely was diminished by alcohol. You may rely on your experience and common sense about the effects of alcohol. You should consider any believable evidence about the defendant's alleged consumption of alcohol, as well as the defendant's appearance, condition, and behavior. In deciding this theory of whether the defendant operated a motor vehicle under the influence of alcohol, you may also consider whether a blood test showed that the defendant had consumed alcohol. However, no matter what the reading is, the blood test is not sufficient by itself to prove that the defendant was under the influence of alcohol. Under the second theory, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that at the time of operation, the percent of alcohol in the defendant's blood was 0.08 or greater. The Commonwealth may prove a person's blood alcohol level by a chemical test or analysis of their breath or blood. In deciding whether the Commonwealth has proved the defendant's blood alcohol level beyond a reasonable doubt, you may consider evidence, if any, about whether the test was administered within a reasonable time of operation of the motor vehicle, whether the person who administered the test was properly certified, whether and how the pre-test procedures were followed and employed, whether the testing device was working properly at the time the test was administered, and whether the test was administered properly. You may also consider any other evidence pertaining to the test or the test results. The fourth element the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt is that the defendant operated the vehicle wantonly or recklessly. A person drives recklessly when they ignore the fact that their manner of driving is very likely to result in death or serious injury to someone, or they are indifferent to whether someone is killed or seriously injured. It is not enough for the Commonwealth to prove that the defendant acted negligently, that is, acted in a way that a reasonably careful person would not. It must be shown that the defendant's actions went beyond mere negligence and amounted to recklessness. The defendant was reckless if she knew or should have known that such actions would pose a grave danger of death or serious injury to others, but chose, nevertheless, to run the risk and go ahead. Whenever I refer to the defendant's state of mind or her intent, you may consider any credible evidence that the defendant was affected by her consumption of alcohol. A defendant may have the requisite state of mind or intent even if she consumed alcohol, but you may consider such evidence in determining whether the Commonwealth has proved this element. Here, the defendant must have intended her acts in the sense that they were not accidental. But it is not necessary that the defendant intended or foresaw the consequences of those acts, as long as a reasonable person would know that they were so dangerous that death or serious injury would probably result. As such, the Commonwealth does not need to prove that the defendant intended to kill John O'Keefe. Rather, this is in that category of cases where public safety requires each driver, once they know what the situation is, to determine and to adhere to an objective standard of behavior. In determining whether the defendant drove recklessly, you should take into account all the facts of the situation: the defendant's rate of speed and manner of operation, the defendant's physical condition, and how well the defendant could see and control her vehicle, the condition of the defendant's vehicle, what kind of road it was and who else was on the road, what the time of day, the weather, and the condition of the road were, what any other vehicles or pedestrians were doing, and any other factors, including the defendant's consumption of alcohol, that you think are relevant. The fifth element that the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt is that the defendant, by her actions, caused the death of John O'Keefe. The defendant caused the death if her actions directly and substantially set in motion the entire chain of events that produced the death. A defendant's act is the cause of death where the act is a natural and continuous sequence, results in death, and without which death would not have occurred. If the Commonwealth has proven all five elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you should return a verdict of guilty. If the Commonwealth has failed to prove one or more of these elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you must return a verdict of not guilty. Now, the lesser offense of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor includes the lesser offense of involuntary manslaughter. As a matter of law, the indictment that is before you, which charges the defendant with manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, also charges her with that lesser included offense. The Commonwealth may prove the lesser included offense of involuntary manslaughter, even if it fails to prove the greater charge of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence. So I'm going to define involuntary manslaughter for you. To prove that the defendant is guilty of involuntary manslaughter because of wanton or reckless conduct, the Commonwealth must prove the following elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant caused John O'Keefe's death. Second, that the defendant intended the conduct that caused John O'Keefe's death. And third, the defendant's conduct was wanton or reckless. I will now discuss each element in detail. The first element is that the defendant caused the death of John O'Keefe. Remember, Ms. Reed caused John O'Keefe's death if her actions directly and substantially set in motion the entire chain of events that produced the death. A defendant's act is the cause of death where the act in a natural and continuous sequence results in death, and without which death would not have occurred. The second element is that the defendant intended the conduct that caused the death. The Commonwealth is not required to prove that the defendant intended to cause the death. You may consider any credible evidence that the defendant was affected by her consumption of alcohol. The third element is that the defendant's conduct was wanton or reckless. Wanton or reckless conduct is conduct that creates a high degree of likelihood that substantial harm will result to another. It is conduct involving grave risk of harm to another that a person undertakes with indifference or disregard of the consequences of such conduct. Whether conduct is wanton or reckless depends either on what the defendant knew or how a reasonable person would have acted knowing what the defendant knew. If the defendant realized the grave risk created by her conduct, her subsequent act amounts to wanton or reckless conduct, whether or not a reasonable person would have realized the risk of great danger. Even if the defendant herself did not realize the grave risk of harm to another, the act would constitute wanton or reckless conduct if a reasonable person, knowing what the defendant knew, would have realized the act posed a risk of grave danger to another. It is not enough for the Commonwealth to prove the defendant acted negligently, that is, in a manner that a reasonably careful person would not have acted. The Commonwealth must prove that the defendant's actions went beyond negligence and amounted to wanton or reckless conduct, as I have defined that term. In deciding whether the defendant knew or should have known her conduct created a high degree of likelihood that substantial harm would result to another, you may consider any credible evidence that the defendant was affected by her consumption of alcohol. A defendant may have the requisite knowledge even if she consumed alcohol, but you may consider such evidence in determining whether the Commonwealth has proved this element. Now, the offense of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor also includes the lesser offense of motor vehicle homicide, felony OUI, and negligence. As a matter of law, the indictment that is before you that charges the defendant with manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor also charges her with the lesser included offense. With that lesser included offense, the Commonwealth may prove the lesser included charge of motor vehicle homicide, even if it fails to prove the greater charge of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. You may find the defendant guilty of motor vehicle homicide only if you are not convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of manslaughter, and you are convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of motor vehicle homicide. On the verdict slip, that just means you start from the top and you work your way down. In order to prove the defendant guilty of motor vehicle homicide, the Commonwealth must prove the following 5 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant operated a motor vehicle. Second, that she operated the motor vehicle upon a public way or in a place in which the public has the right of access. Third, that while the defendant was operating the motor vehicle, she was under the influence of intoxicating liquor and or the percent of alcohol in the defendant's blood was 0.08 or greater. Fourth, that while operating a motor vehicle, the defendant did so in a negligent manner so that the lives or safety of the public might be endangered. Fifth, that by such operation of the motor vehicle, the defendant caused the death of John O'Keefe. Elements 1, 2, 3, and 5 are the same as manslaughter while under the influence of alcohol, as previously instructed a few moments ago. The difference between manslaughter while operating under the influence and motor vehicle homicide is the 4th element, so I'll focus on that. To prove the 4th element of motor vehicle homicide, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant drove negligently in a manner that might have endangered the lives or safety of other people. A person acts negligently when she fails to use due care. That is, when they act in a way that a reasonable person would not act. This can happen either by doing something that a reasonable person would not do under the circumstances, or by not doing something that a reasonable person would do. The defendant acted negligently if she drove in a way that a reasonable person would not have, and by doing so created an unnecessary danger to other people, a danger that she could have avoided by driving more carefully. The defendant's intent does not matter, so do not consider it in determining whether or not the defendant was negligent. There is no requirement that the Commonwealth show that the defendant intended to act negligently or unlawfully. Under our laws, public safety requires each driver to determine and to adhere to an objective standard of reasonable behavior. Therefore, what the defendant may or not have intended to result from her actions is irrelevant. The issue is whether or not she drove as a reasonable person would have under the circumstances. In determining whether the defendant drove negligently in a manner that might have endangered the lives or safety of other people, you should take into account evidence, if any, about the defendant's rate of speed and manner of operation, the defendant's physical condition, and how well she could see and control her vehicle, the condition of the defendant's vehicle, the kind of a road it was and who else was on the road, the time of day, the weather, and the road conditions, what any other vehicles or pedestrians were doing, and any other factors, including the defendant's consumption of alcohol, that you think are relevant. The offense of manslaughter while operating under a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor also includes the lesser offense of motor vehicle homicide, felony OUI liquor, and the lesser offense, and the lesser included offense of operating under the influence. As a matter of law, the indictment that is before you, which charges the defendant with manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, also charges her with these lesser included offenses. So the Commonwealth may prove the lesser included charge of operating under the influence, even if it fails to prove the greater charges of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor and motor vehicle homicide. You may find the defendant guilty of operating under the influence only if you are not convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of manslaughter, and you are not convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of motor vehicle homicide, but are convinced that the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of operating under the influence. To prove the defendant guilty of operating under the influence, the Commonwealth must prove elements 1, 2, and 3 that I instructed you on motor vehicle homicide while OUI. So the third indictment is leaving the scene of an accident resulting in death. In order to prove the defendant guilty of leaving the scene of an accident resulting in death, the Commonwealth must prove 6 things beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant operated a motor vehicle. Second, that she operated a motor vehicle on a public way or in a place which the public has a right of access. Third, that the defendant knowingly collided with John O'Keefe. Fourth, that the collision caused injury to John O'Keefe, resulting in his death. Fifth, that after causing such injury, the defendant failed to stop and provide name, home address, and registration number of the motor vehicle. And sixth, that the defendant failed to do so for the purpose of avoiding prosecution or apprehension. Jurors, I've already instructed on the first and second elements. The other 4 elements should be given their plain meaning, and the parties agree that I do not need to define these any further, correct? Okay. Thank you. All right. As a general rule, you're permitted but not required to infer that a person who intentionally uses a dangerous weapon on another person intends to kill that person or cause him grievous bodily harm, or intends to do an act which, in the circumstances known to him or her, a reasonable person would know creates a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. An item that is normally used for innocent purposes can become a dangerous weapon if it is used in a dangerous or potentially dangerous fashion. The law considers an item, in this case a motor vehicle, to be used in a dangerous fashion if it is used in a way that it reasonably appears to be capable of causing serious injury or death to another person. In deciding whether an item was used as a dangerous weapon, you may consider the circumstances surrounding the alleged crime, the nature, size, and shape of the item, and the manner in which it was handled or controlled. That completes my second part of the instructions. I'm now going to turn to the third and final part, which is shorter. In order for a jury to return a verdict, that is, to reach a decision in a criminal case, the law provides that there may only be 12 persons on the deliberating jury, and you will note that there are 18 of you. To avoid the need for a new trial if one or more jurors becomes ill or is to be excused for some good reason, we customarily impanel extra jurors at the beginning of a trial, as we did in this case. Because of the anticipated and now actual length of this trial, we impaneled more jurors than are commonly impaneled. However, when you begin your deliberations, jurors can deliberate. Therefore, at the conclusion of my instructions, Mr. McDermott will reduce your number to 12 on a random basis. The jurors not selected to serve in the jury will become the alternate jurors. If you are selected as an alternate juror, please do not feel that your efforts in this case have been wasted, because as I've indicated, it's important that we have extra jurors in case of an emergency. If we did not impanel extra jurors and a juror became ill, or for some other reason had to be excused, we would have to try the whole case all over again with the new jury. In the event that a juror has to be excused once the jury starts deliberating, then an alternate juror will be chosen to take that juror's position, and the jury will be required to start deliberations from the beginning. Therefore, it's important that the alternates not discuss the case with anyone else, including each other. For if an alternate becomes a member of the jury for deliberations, the alternate's views should be his or her own and not be influenced by anyone else. Different states and jurisdictions use different means to select a foreperson of the jury. In some jurisdictions, the jurors select their own person. In Massachusetts, the judge is responsible for selecting the foreperson. A foreperson of a jury has been described as the first among equals. He or she is responsible for organizing the deliberations, communicating with the court if necessary during deliberations, and presenting the verdict following your deliberations. The foreperson has no greater say or vote in the jury's deliberations. However, in that sense, the juror is equal with all other jurors. I am going to ask the juror seated in seat number 1, your juror number 5, sir, would you agree to be foreperson in this case? I'm going to ask you if you would be foreperson in this case. Thank you. I always appreciate it when people say yes before I tell you what's involved, but thank you very much. All right. So the foreperson will be given the verdict slip setting forth the charges against the defendant. 12 jurors must agree. So, all right, so I skipped the line. When you return to the jury room to deliberate, the court officers will deliver to you all the exhibits in this case, as well as the verdict slips that you'll be using in returning your verdict. So the foreperson will be given the verdict slip setting forth the charges against the defendant. 12 jurors must agree before you have a decision to any specific charge. That means that to find the defendant guilty, all 12 must agree. To find the defendant not guilty, all 12 must agree. You should consider each indictment individually and continue deliberating until you've reached a final verdict. You should not begin deliberating until all 12 jurors are together in the jury room, and should cease deliberating if any one juror is not present in the jury room. It is important that you not communicate with anyone outside the jury room about the deliberations or about anything concerning this case. Further, I remind you that no juror is better qualified to determine the truth of the facts in this case, to dispute or to deliberate on a verdict solely because of education, background, or experience. The parties and I have chosen each of you as fair and impartial jurors, and your voices have equal weight. To reach a unanimous to reach an unanimous verdict, each juror must agree. Jurors have a duty to consult with one another and to deliberate with a view to reaching an agreement, if it can be done without violence to individual judgment. At the same time, each juror must decide the case for himself or herself, but only after impartially considering the evidence with his or her fellow jurors. Don't hesitate to re-examine your views and change your opinion if convinced it is wrong. But no juror should surrender an honest conviction to the opinion of fellow jurors simply for the purpose of reaching a verdict. Although how you conduct your deliberations is up to you, I urge you not to begin by conducting an immediate straw vote. Rather, I encourage you not to take any votes before you've had completed a careful and thorough collective view of all the evidence. At this point, I want to remind you of an important issue that I raised with you at the beginning of this trial. I told you that our system of justice depends on judges like me and jurors like you being able and willing to make careful and fair decisions. All people deserve fair and equal treatment in our system of justice, regardless of their race, national origin, religion, age, ability, gender, sexual orientation, education, income level, or any other personal characteristic. I also pointed out that we all have our own built-in expectations and assumptions, even if we are not conscientiously aware of them. And I talked about some of the ways we can try to deal with them. First, slow down. Do not rush to a decision. Hasty decisions are the most likely to reflect stereotypes or hidden biases. Take time to consider all the evidence. Second, as you start to draw conclusions, consider what evidence, if any, supports the conclusions you are drawing and whether any evidence casts doubt on those conclusions. Double check whether you are actually using unsupported assumptions instead of the evidence. Third, as you think about the people involved in this case, consider them as individuals rather than as members of a particular group. Fourth, I might ask myself, would I view the evidence differently if the people were from different groups, such as different racial, ethnic, or gender identity groups? Fifth, listen to your fellow jurors. They may have different points of view. If so, they may help you determine whether you are focusing on the facts or making assumptions, perhaps based on stereotypes. Of course, your fellow jurors could be influenced by their own unstated assumptions, so don't be shy or hesitant to speak up. You should participate actively, particularly if you think the other jurors are overlooking or undervaluing evidence you find important. In fact, when you explain your thoughts out loud to other jurors, you are also helping yourself to focus on the evidence instead of assumptions. If you use these strategies, then you will do your part to reach a decision that is as fair as humanly possible, and that is your responsibility as jurors. Now, during the course of your deliberations, you might have a question concerning the law in this case. Perhaps I said something you did not understand. If you have any questions, please feel free to bring them to my attention by writing a note dated and signed by the foreperson and sending it to me by way of the court officers. I'm not suggesting for a minute that you have to have questions, but if you do, that's the process. Because your role as the jury is to determine the facts in this case, I cannot answer any questions you have concerning the facts of the case. I have no role in this case when it comes to deciding what the facts are. Neither is it possible for me to provide you with a transcript of the testimony. If you send a question to me, I'll respond after consulting with the lawyers. Please do not ask a court officer or anyone else to answer any questions concerning anything material to the case. Generally, we will not answer a question or take a verdict from 1 o'clock till 2 o'clock, but I think you've all waited so long to get this case, I think we can change that. But the court staff needs a luncheon break. You'll have lunch brought into you, and you can decide whether or not you want to stop your deliberations during lunch or continue and deliberate. At the end of the day, if you're still deliberating, I'll send in a note asking if you want to continue deliberating or break for the day and return the next morning. Don't tell anyone, including me, how the jury stands numerically or otherwise on the questions before you until such time as you've reached a unanimous verdict. You are going to notice shortly that the court officers are going to take an oath, and you will hear from that they too, as well as all other persons, are forbidden to communicate in any way or manner with any member of this jury on any subject touching on the merits of this case. Remember that the decision of the jury must be unanimous, and the foreperson should be certain that each member of the jury is in complete agreement with the verdict on each indictment. After the final vote of the jury, the foreperson should check the appropriate boxes as to each charge, then sign and date the verdict forms and notify the court officer when you've reached a unanimous verdict. You will then be brought back into the courtroom where the foreperson will deliver the verdicts. This will be the last time I'm going to see counsel at Sidebar, but I'm required to see counsel at Sidebar.
The law requires me to have one last Sidebar. Thanks to my youngest son, who made me a peanut butter and honey sandwich to eat and brought me a drink in a pickle mug. Thank you. All right, this last Sidebar, I am curious. She picked a foreperson before we picked the alternates. How do we know the foreperson is going to be in the deliberating pool? As Lee says, doesn't that mean the judge has now selected who is not going to be an alternate? Because if they draw juror number 5, they're going to just skip that one and draw another name. Makes you think. The juror that was picked as the foreperson, by all counts, has been the one who has kept the least or the fewest notes. Maybe that means he was just paying close attention. Ooh. All the jurors' numbers are putting out. This is spin the wheel.
Could the juror sitting in seat number 13 step down and take your place as an alternate? Could the juror sitting in seat number 7 step down and take your place as an alternate? Juror 6, could you step down and take your place as an alternate?
6 was a Commonwealth one.
Juror 17, could you step down and take your place as an alternate? Juror 2, could you step down and take your place as an alternate?
Juror 5.
And Juror 8, could you step down and take your place as an alternate?
All right. Yes, please do.
Could I have the court officers raise your right hands? Do you swear that you will keep this jury in alternates in some separate but convenient place until they agree that you not suffer any person to speak to them, nor speak to them yourselves, nor ask them if they agree, nor suffer them to disperse until they have discharged their verdict, except by further order of the court, so help you God. Thank you.
All right, so members of the jury, I need not remind you that you have an important responsibility, but I believe that you will bring to bear all the wisdom and the judgment and conscience that you possess in reaching your verdict in this case. All that we can expect from you is that you decide the case with integrity and with principle. We all expect you to reach an impartial verdict dictated by your logic, without bias, without prejudice or sympathy, and not prompted by any facts except those that you've heard here in court during the trial. We are looking for impartial judgment dictated by your reasoning and the fullest discharge of your oaths as jurors. You may retire and deliberate your verdict.
Jurors, make sure you take your notebooks with you, please.
All right. Jurors now entering early retirement. No, just kidding. Not that. I started the counter because the judge said they can start deliberating. The sound wasn't matching up. Let me go back and watch. I'm pretty sure that was very fair. That was basically the process the defense asked for. Let's see here.
I'm going to see counsel one more time.
The sidebars continue. There are some jurisdictions where the defendant chooses the jurors. They take the jury of your peers to the next level and make it a jury of your selection. But not in this case. Jim does it here. Way to go, Jim. So who was juror 6? I thought juror 6 was you said it was Science Girl? What is Science Girl? Can you find a counter with a 000 reading? No, my counters are terrible. I need a good counter, but there we go. We've got minutes and seconds. 6 was the one with no emotions either way. I can literally listen to your wife read a phone book. She has such a pleasant voice. She has done some recordings for audiobooks. Hope the guy with the 4 notebooks. There's a guy with 5, I think. I hope they get picked. 6 was the only one not showing interest in AJ's clothes. The new counter is the deliberation counter. It started now. Jury's out deliberating. Thank you for hiding the milliseconds. I can see him. Can we have a counter in base 16? I'd like a challenge. No. No, that would confuse all of us. I can have my son make us a counter. He made the verdict, the verdict clock for the Maya trial. 6 also showed no interest in Brennan. Maybe she just doesn't want to be on the case anymore. All right, we are going to go ahead and close the poll. We do have a poll right now on the jury deliberation. And let me read them to you as they come up here. The question was, how long will the jury deliberate? And the top answer was, give us the weekend to think it over, with 49%. Next was 21% was, may we have a bite to eat first, meaning they get dinner. Then don't stop the fan, we'll be right back. That's 18%. And hold the door, bailiff, we're done was just 10%. That's with 1,100 votes coming in. I am going to we're going to live stream throughout the verdict watch today, on the chance that there may be something that occurs. So as soon as they're done with this sidebar and sort of break pending jury notification, we're going to stop and reset the live stream just so we can have a break in the video, because if I do have to edit something, I'm already past the point where I can edit, and I don't want to lose something in the verdict for any reason. So I'm over the 6-hour turning to a pumpkin time. The 5 notebook juror didn't come in. Okay, let me look at this. Seven women, 5 men. The 5 notebook taker was an alternate, and now his notebooks are being taken and destroyed.
Judge, the first thing is counsel this morning and yesterday looked at exhibits, and I believe that we were pretty close. We had one exhibit that needed to be dealt with. Ms. Little, what number is that one again? 150?
Yes, this is exhibit 155.
155, and I'll let Ms. Little take it from there.
Yes, there's just one page, Your Honor. I believe, and my memory is not perfect, but I believe that we were going to have this redacted subject to the same redactions from last trial. I think there's just one line here that needs to be redacted.
Okay, is the Commonwealth in agreement with that one line?
No objection. I believe it was redacted last time, so if defense wants to make that redaction, you can go into evidence.
Great.
I'll see if I have a Sharpie and maybe I can just take care of it.
I think we probably have one here you can have.
I definitely have one somewhere.
Jim has all the Sharpies.
That's number one. And number two is, can counsel look at the verdicts and just tell me if verdict slips and just tell me if they're okay with it? Thanks.
You'll see that it's not what you provided me yesterday, Mr. Kennedy.
I anticipated the fact that I predicted a defense huddle here really quickly. Gather rounds, gather rounds. Your Honor, we're just going to go ahead and object. I think is what we're going to get here. So the jury is in the deliberation room. Do not have the evidence. Do not have the verdict forms yet. It's literally impossible for them to reach a verdict at this point without this form. Big sigh from the judge. We've had 4 today. They don't like it. They do not like it.
You sworn in first. Counsel, you can keep doing that. Mr. Rose, can you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear that you will keep that jury in some separate but convenient place until they agree, and that you not suffer any person to speak to them, nor speak to them yourselves, nor ask them if they agree, nor suffer them to disperse them, they to charge their verdict, except by further order of the court, so help you God? Simply because you weren't in the room. Thank you.
One of the bailiffs needs to be sworn in separately because he was gone. They don't like it. Karen doesn't like it. Alan Jackson is nodding. I think he's okay with it. Miss Little now weighing in.
Is the Commonwealth content with the verdict slip?
Commonwealth's content.
He just says, I don't know what. She's not going to change it. What do you want to do?
So, Your Honor, I understand that you've rejected our proposed verdict slip.
So everybody else can sit down. Ms. Giannetti can stand.
Thank you. I understand that you've rejected our proposed verdict slip. Our concern with this verdict slip is that there are 4 options for, actually more than that, 7 options for guilty verdicts, 1 option for not guilty. And we're concerned that this is too confusing for the jury. So we are asking that there be not guilty options for each of the charges, including the offense charged and each one of the lesser included offenses. We really ran into the same issue last time. I think what complicates it is the fact that there are 2 theories for 2 of the lesser included.
Do you suggest that doesn't accurately reflect the law?
It does reflect the law. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that it makes things very confusing, and that's why we believe that it cries out for some not guilty option, given the amount of options for convictions on this verdict slip. So we would again ask the court to adopt our proposed verdict slip.
So your proposed verdict slip did not cite any case law. Do you have any case law that supports that proposition, Ms. Giannetti? I have not found any. I've looked.
There's not a lot of case law out there this verdict slip either.
Other than that has never been proven, has never been found to be inaccurate.
Not yet.
Okay.
And I mean that
So that's fine. So your rights are reserved. Does that help you?
Right. Well, all we can do is object, Judge, and you make the decision.
Okay.
Judge, the last couple...
If you find authority for that, let me know.
We'll do.
Okay.
The last couple of things, Judge, is that we were provided with a clean computer laptop. Thanks. With a clean laptop. Defense counsel had a chance to, or at least defense had a chance to look at it, and I think it's fine. But
all right, so we'll send that in with the exhibits. I need to go edit my charge to fix all the typos.
And then the final thing is I provided counsel with the exhibit list that we had, and it was satisfactory for both sides.
Great. All right, thank you.
All rise to the court, please.
Judge Canoni gives the exact same verdict slip as last time. Got a call here. Hang on 1 second. Hello?
Yes, hello.
Hello.
Yes, hi, this is Martha, and I am calling you from the Great Vacation. How are you today?
Good.
Okay, that's great. Well, anyway, I am calling in regards to a large amount of travel credits you have in file. And I see that vacation fees were covered. You just never book dates and travel. So you do so interested in traveling at some point in the future, right?
Yes.
Okay. Perfect. Okay, sir, so the first thing you have here is you have 4 day, 3 night resort stay in Vegas on or up the strip. Next is you have 4 day, 3 night resort stay in Orlando, minutes from all of the theme parks. And also you have 6 days, 5 nights, all inclusive fixed cruise with Carnival, Royal Caribbean, or Norwegian Cruise Lines. So now all I see here are the regional booking and the processing fees.
Do you have anything in
I
like
know that-
Aruba area?
Pardon?
Do you have any trips to Aruba?
Okay, so that's a good question. So, okay, so sir, so let me get you over to my promotional manager so I could further assist you for this matter because only my promotional manager can assist you about this, okay?
Yeah.
So can you please hold on for a second, sir?
I'd like to speak to the Aruba specialist, please. Thank you.
So can you please hold on for a second?
I'll hold.
Okay, hold on.
Hi, Dwayne.
Hello.
Hey, good afternoon. How you doing today, sir?
You know, I've been better, but I'm not on vacation yet. You know, it'd be better if I was on
Well,
vacation.
that's right. Exactly. So I'm definitely going to be the one to help you do that. And so how do you like the trips that were just offered to you?
I was actually wondering if you had something in Aruba.
Yeah, you can do Aruba. That's fine. You've got an 8-day, 7-night condominium stay that goes there.
8 days, 7 night. Is it? Is that 2 weekends or would it be like 2 Wednesdays? Does it matter?
8 days and 7 nights, consecutive days.
There's 7 days in a week though. Would I get like 2 Saturdays? She hung up on me. She hung up. Why? This is a legitimate question. Tried. We almost got to Aruba, guys. We almost were going to do our meet and greet in Aruba. All right. With that, the jury is deliberating. The judge is finalizing all the instructions. Every time she paused when giving the instructions, she found an error. She marked it. She's going to correct that, reprint everything. A copy of the instructions will go to each deliberating member of the jury. Also, we're going to have all the evidence brought in. Everything that was admitted as evidence goes in on a big cart, gets wheeled in, and here you go. This isn't one of those cases where there's like a gun and ammunition that needs to be brought in separately. All of that goes in. They have a laptop, which means they're going to be able to play videos at will and replay them as often as they want. They won't have to be brought into the courtroom to review something. The only thing they can't do is go back to the crime scene. They can't go back to the 34 Fairview and take another look around. They're not going to be able to see the car as well. All they have there is their memory from the view and from the pictures that were shown. But other than that, the jury has everything they need to make this decision, including a rather confusing verdict form, which has 7 different ways to find guilt and 1 to find not guilty. So just do the math there. The odds are not in her favor on that front. We're going to pause for, they can't rehear testimony. They might be able to get readbacks, depending on how that goes. Sometimes you can read it back, but I don't remember last time they didn't get any, right? Bets on jury send in a note asking about the verdict form. Oh my goodness, if they do, it would be golden. It would be golden. And Mr. Yannetti, when the judge, in a little snippy voice, challenges him saying, where's your case law for a different form? And he says, well, there's no case law supporting yours either. And he's like, yet. There's yet. Trust me, we're going to fight this one. We're going to win. If we get a conviction, we're fighting this. Can we re-watch the defense looking at the verdict sheet if you want? Goes right here. There we go. Let's do a picture-in-picture, shall we? Box source 2 is 7. Box source 1 is 2. And go to that. How's that? Does that work? Nope. I messed up. There we go. All right. I suggest they challenge the verdict form more than once. The judge likes this. Can you explain what she means when she says your rights are reserved? Yes, actually, that means that they have made a timely objection regarding an element of the case, a decision, something that's gone on. The judge has considered and ruled against them. But for the purpose of an appeal, that would become eligible for use in an appeal. So your rights are preserved. You have said, I object to this, meaning I'm reserving my right to fight this out either now in front of you and win, or later as in an appeal. That's what they've done. The judge made the verdict form. Although I will give her credit, she did have a much more transparent procedure when it came to, picking the alternates. Watching Jim pick the names out and hearing the audio of the tiles rattling around. Pretty good. Crystal H, we're all excited for this one to be over. Did they end up changing the verdict form last trial after the jury was already deliberating? They made a small change. I think it was more confusing, though. So they just trust Jim had given all the evidence to the jury? Pretty much. Yeah. If the jury knows of something that's not there, they'll hand it to the bailiff. See that this right there is where Mr. Giannetti was arguing with the judge, saying we don't like it. There's too many ways to be guilty. If we rewind just a ways back to where the alternates were selected, let's see, where is that? Here we go. Let's watch this from right here. Need some audio, though.
May I?
Yes.
Could the juror sitting in seat number 13...
Okay, now, somebody said he started talking too soon.
Could the juror sitting...
The audio is not quite synced up perfectly.
In seat number 13, step down and take your place as an alternate. Could the juror sitting in seat number 7, step down and take your place as an alternate.
So we're hearing his voice a little
Juror
ahead.
6, could you step down and take your place as an alternate? Juror 17, could you step down and take your place as an alternate? Juror 2, could you step down and take your place as an alternate? And Juror 8, could you step down and take your place as an alternate?
That box, I think, gets used for bingo on Wednesday nights. All right, so let's go back here. Where are we? Courtroom bingo. Turtle Boy says he's feeling very confident of the jurors chosen. He has observed a lot of the jurors. We have not been able to see them ourselves. Who is paying for Karen's defense team? None of them are getting paid. They're all there by choice pro bono at this time. See, nothing like its comment. Who has a line to the defense? Commonwealth versus Nettis, 418 Mass, 715-1994. A verdict must be certain, definite, and free from ambiguity. A general verdict of guilty or not guilty is required for the judgment to stand. That particular case law is has to do with the verdict itself, not the verdict form. And the verdict form case law is what they need, which there basically isn't any. And honestly, the Supreme Court in Massachusetts upheld the previous one. So the judge is like, I've got the Supreme Court on my side. Are the numbers on both sides of the tiles? I didn't see him flip any of them over. Let me turn the sound off. We'll do it in slow motion. Let's go backwards. He draws a tile out, and he doesn't flip it over, right? Let's go backwards. So he picks a tile up, and he puts it right in. They must be on both sides. Picks a tile up, and he puts it right in. I don't see any flipping over. If that's the case, I have a problem with the fact that if they are numbered on both sides, why did he keep it open looking in there while he didn't really look in, but... Oh, this one flips. This one flips. See that? So he drew that one out. Flipped it over. And read the number. And then he mixes everything up and puts them away. Hey, Mrs. R.A., a jury is deliberating.
Oh, are they? How long?
They have been, how long? I should probably show you. It's been 23 minutes. Give me just 1 second.
Oh, sorry. Sorry. Okay, so this has absolutely nothing to do with the case, and I'm sorry if you guys aren't interested, but it's funny for me personally. We're taking a class, my big boys and I are taking a class on how to find principles in relationships and be able to live them so that you're just a good person to live with, basically. And we were taking the 4 Tendencies quiz by Gretchen Rubin.
You hit something and now there's a buzz.
Oh, it's you hit it. These things fell.
Okay, they're all my converters. It's all right, keep going.
So basically what this means is, how are you motivated to do anything in your life? And you're either motivated by yourself, that you're like, I'm going to set a goal and I'm going to accomplish it because I want to accomplish it. Or you're motivated by outside influences, that's somebody coming in and saying, this project is due on this day, and so you work really well with deadlines and with other people's expectations, but you're not super good at setting your own goals. Or you're both. People can ask you to do stuff and you'll do it, and you can also ask yourself to do stuff and you'll do it. Or the last one is, nothing can motivate you. Not yourself, not anybody else. If anybody asks you to do anything, you're gonna walk the other direction. So I've got my teenage boys taking this test with me, and they're all taking the test. They're like, oh, I'm a rebel. I know I'm a rebel. 100% I'm a rebel. They take the test and they all come back as obligers. They're like, man, I don't like that. I'm like, okay, you're mixing up the desire to not obey me with your actual motivation in life. They're like, so you're saying I can do both? I'm like, yes, you can. You can not want to obey me, but still be an obliger in most areas. So it was funny.
Everyone's like, ethics and integrity? What is that? We're in Massachusetts right now in the court system.
Oh yeah, sorry to throw in that wrench.
Okay, so I've got the timer now. I can't see it. The only problem is I need to.
It's 25 minutes, 31 seconds, and a bunch.
Yeah, I need to.
5, 6, 7, 8, yeah, okay, that one.
I'm trying to get those parts off, so I need you to move just for a minute, so you can move one way or the other.
I moved this way.
Okay.
I'm neither. Nothing motivates me. That's so funny. So many people feel like they are not motivated by anything, but actually what's going on is that they don't have anything that they're excited about doing. Once you find something you're really interested in, you'll either motivate yourself or you'll have some sort of outside source that motivates you, and you're really excited and you go after it. True rebels are very few and far between, and they actually get a lot of stuff done, but they do it rebelliously. That people will say, you're never going to be able to build that business. You're never going to be able to go to Mars or accomplish this thing or whatever it is. And they're like, oh yeah?
Watch me.
That's kind of how they do it. That's what motivates them.
Ozzy Gardner, good to see you around again. Wonderful to have you here. Thank you very much.
Okay, so catch me up.
Ozzy Gardner, one of the few people who's been mentioned in trial.
Oi, oi, oi. What happened?
Ozzy Gardner was mentioned in a trial in Tumwater, Washington.
What happened?
Posted something online or something, and they're like, look at this. Somebody said Ozzy Gardner said this. Do you remember that? That was hilarious. I thought it was funny. I mean, you might have not have it was funny at the time, but I recall.
Did it go the way you wanted it to, Ozzy, or were you used for the opposition?
I think it was not guilty on that one.
Oh, that's
He's
probably
like,
good.
yes, I'm aware. Yes, that was a fun time. Okay, I have to tell you, we are over our 6-hour limit, and we were about to restart for Verdict Watch.
But they have questions about what I was just saying.
We'll just keep going.
How do rebels avoid being manipulated by reverse psychology? They don't. Reverse psychology generally works on rebels unless they can see that it's reverse psychology, in which case they'll be like, oh yeah? That doesn't work on me. That was the only question that they had.
Let's see. That was it. I was busy focusing on that. I don't know what you were talking about. I wasn't listening. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
All right.
What study is this? It's actually a book by Gretchen Rubin called The Four Tendencies. And it's really fascinating because there are so many books out there about different types of intelligences and different types of talents and learning styles and all of that. But this is a very unique idea that it's actually what motivates us, what gets us to get up and do things. To my knowledge, there's not been anything else written on this. So it's really fascinating to read it.
All right. You're very energetic.
Oh, because we were just learning stuff. I like to learn.
This is what she does when she finds something exciting to learn about. All right. Where we are in this trial, the judge has read the instructions. She's gone with her old verdict form.
You're serious?
Yeah, she did. She challenged Mr. Yannetti. She's like, show me the case law where I need to switch this.
I'm sorry. How about your court case just a second ago?
There's no case law about that.
Okay, so
yet.
The only thing that's valuable is if it's case law. We can't learn from anything unless it's case law.
She just doesn't like defense. And I think she knew that there needed to be more transparency in the selection process, and they requested. I think it was denied, but then they got most of what they wanted.
How did that go?
Other than the jury.
Other than the jury? I thought that was the whole thing.
I think they said they wanted input on before the jury selection. Or the
alternate?
The lead.
Oh, the four-person.
Four-person selection. Yeah, sorry. But they didn't get that. Good vibes. Stacy, member for 8 months, says, Scott, are you going to stay live until after 5 p.m.? I want to make sure I can take you outside with me. Yes, but it's going to be a new live. We've actually built it already. We just need to transfer over.
Is this live in the bathroom doing the mudding and taping?
No. That's not going to happen.
Oh. Why not?
Because nobody wants to see me do a terrible job mudding and taping in the bathroom.
But you could do a good job.
Yeah.
That's an option.
So here's what we're going to do. We're going to restart at 3:15.
Why are we restarting?
Because
you need a break.
We need the break. We have the break. We have to have
it's been
break.
too long.
Yep.
You guys are too dedicated. It's time to take a break.
Can Mrs. Ari just talk for us? Yes, she can.
I do. I talk for everybody. You guys don't need opinions. I will tell you what your opinions are.
All right. These are great questions. Stevie, have you explored Michael Sandel's lecture series on justice at Harvard?
I have not. I do know that Harvard has a lot of classes for free, and I love that.
It's cool stuff. We're going to do this. We're going to go to a quick break. I'm going to get my break because I have not had one yet, but I had a big, big mug of milk.
I have to ask, did the sandwiches that came in here have anything other than peanut butter on them?
Yes.
Oh, good.
Yes, honey.
Oh, that's sweet.
It was quite sweet.
He finished them and he showed them to me. He said, now, what did you say to put on besides peanut butter? I was like, oh, I think maybe it's too late. But apparently he found a way. That's awesome.
Okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to be here. We're going to be live watching the OnlyFans spin as the jury deliberates. We'll keep the timer going. We're currently at 31 minutes in deliberation time for the jury. We want to get back here in case they make a quick decision. So we will portal to the next live. And please join us here. We're going to continue the conversation. Might even watch some other stuff on the side. But we keep the OnlyFans spinning. We've got some things to talk about. Tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love. Smile at someone. Make their day just a little bit better. And please stay safe till we go live again in about 5 minutes or less. As soon as it will let me go live again, I will. So it'll take about a minute to do the switch. We'll see you just in a little bit. Thank you all who liked this stream. I appreciate it. We got up to a huge number, like 1,600 likes, which we haven't got to in a long time. So we're going to jump to the next stream. All you have to do is stay right there. If for some reason you don't make the portal, just search for Recovery Addicts, go to the live stream, and you'll be there. That's where we'll be. All right, I've got to go. I'm going to burst.
Okay, go.
I'm not a camel, guys. I'm not a camel. See you guys in just a little bit.